Chapter 27 of Doctor Thorne by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 27. Miss Thorne goes on a visit. And now began the unpleasant things at Greshamsbury of which we have here told. When Lady Arabella walked away from the doctor's house, she resolved that, let it cost what it might, there should be war to the knife between her and him. She had been insulted by him, so at least she said to herself, and so she was prepared to say to others also. And it was not to be borne that De Courcy should allow her parish doctor to insult her with impunity. She would tell her husband, with all the dignity that she could assume, that it had now become absolutely necessary that he should protect his wife by breaking entirely with his unmannered neighbour, and as regarded the young members of her family, she would use the authority of a mother, and absolutely forbid them to hold any intercourse with Mary Thorne. So resolving, she walked quickly back to her own house. The doctor, when left alone, was not quite satisfied with the part he had taken in the interview. He had spoken from impulse rather than from judgment, and, as is generally the case with men who do so speak, he had afterwards to acknowledge to himself that he had been imprudent. He accused himself probably of more violence than he had really used, and was therefore unhappy. But nevertheless his indignation was not at rest. He was angry with himself, but not on that account the less angry with Lady Arabella. She was cruel, overbearing, and unreasonable. Cruel in the most cruel of manners, so he thought. But not on that account was he justified in forgetting the forbearance due from a gentleman to a lady. Mary, moreover, had owed much to the kindness of this woman, and therefore Dr. Thorne felt that he should have forgiven much. Thus the doctor walked about his room much disturbed, now accusing himself for having been so angry with Lady Arabella, and then feeding his own anger by thinking of her misconduct. The only immediate conclusion at which he resolved was this, that it was unnecessary that he should say anything to Mary on the subject of her ladyship's visit. There was no doubt sorrow enough in store for his darling. Why should he aggravate it? Lady Arabella would doubtless not stop now in her course, but why should he accelerate the evil which she would doubtless be able to effect? Lady Arabella, when she returned to the house, allowed no grass to grow under her feet. As she entered the house, she desired that Miss Beatrice should be sent to her directly she returned, and she desired also that as soon as the squire should be in his room, a message to that effect might be immediately brought to her. "Beatrice," she said, as soon as the young lady appeared before her, and in speaking she assumed her firmest tone of authority, "Beatrice, I am sorry, my dear, to say anything that is unpleasant to you, but I must make it a positive request that you will for the future drop all intercourse with Dr. Thorne's family." Beatrice, who had received Lady Arabella's message immediately on entering the house, and had run upstairs imagining that some instant haste was required, now stood before her mother rather out of breath, holding her bonnet by the strings. "Oh, mamma," she exclaimed, "what on earth has happened?" "My dear," said the mother, "I cannot really explain to you what has happened, but I must ask you to give me your positive assurance that you will comply with my request." You don't mean that I am not to see Mary any more?" "Yes, I do, my dear; at any rate for the present. When I tell you that your brother's interest imperatively demands it, I am sure that you will not refuse me." Beatrice did not refuse, but she did not appear too willing to comply. She stood silent, leaning against the end of a sofa, and twisting her bonnet strings in her hand. "Well, Beatrice?" "But, mamma, I don't understand." Lady Arabella had said that she could not exactly explain, but she found it necessary to attempt to do so. "Dr. Thorne has openly declared to me that a marriage between poor Frank and Mary is all he could desire for his niece. After such unparalleled audacity as that, even your father will see the necessity of breaking with him." "Dr. Thorne! Oh, mamma, you must have misunderstood him." "My dear, I am not apt to misunderstand people, especially when I am so much in earnest as I was in talking to Dr. Thorne." "But, mamma, I know so well what Mary herself thinks about it." "And I know what Dr. Thorne thinks about it. He, at any rate, has been candid in what he said. There can be no doubt on earth that he has spoken his true thoughts. There can be no reason to doubt him. Of course such a match would be all that he could wish." "Mamma, I feel sure that there is some mistake." "Very well, my dear. I know that you are infatuated about these people, and that you are always inclined to contradict what I say to you. But remember, I expect that you will obey me when I tell you not to go to Dr. Thorne's house any more." "But, mamma—" "I expect you to obey me, Beatrice. Though you are so prone to contradict, you have never disobeyed me, and I fully trust that you will not do so now." Lady Arabella had begun by exacting, or trying to exact, a promise, but as she found that this was not forthcoming, she thought it better to give up the point without a dispute. It might be that Beatrice would absolutely refuse to pay this respect to her mother's authority, and then where would she have been? At this moment a servant came up to say that the squire was in his room, and Lady Arabella was opportunely saved the necessity of discussing the matter further with her daughter. "I am now," she said, "going to see your father on the same subject. You may be quite sure, Beatrice, that I should not willingly speak to him on any matter relating to Dr. Thorne, did I not find it absolutely necessary to do so." This Beatrice knew was true, and she did therefore feel convinced that something terrible must have happened. While Lady Arabella opened her budget, the squire sat quite silent, listening to her with apparent respect. She found it necessary that her description to him should be much more elaborate than that which she had vouchsafed to her daughter, and in telling her grievance she insisted most especially on the personal insult which had been offered to herself. "After what has now happened," said she, not quite able to repress a tone of triumph as she spoke, "I do expect, Mr. Gresham, that you will what, my dear?" "Will at least protect me from the repetition of such treatment." "You are not afraid that Dr. Thorne will come here to attack you? As far as I can understand, he never comes near the place, unless when you send for him." "No, I do not think that he will come to Greshamsbury any more. I believe I have put a stop to that." "Then what is it, my dear, that you want me to do?" Lady Arabella paused a minute before she replied. The game which she now had to play was not very easy. She knew or thought she knew, that her husband in his heart of hearts much preferred his friend to the waif of his bosom, and that he would, if he could, shuffle out of noticing the doctor's iniquities. It behoved her, therefore, to put them forward in such a way that they must be noticed. I suppose, Mr. Gresham, you do not wish that Frank should marry the girl?
I do not think there is the slightest chance of such a thing, and I am quite sure that Dr. Thorne would not encourage it.
But I tell you, Mr. Gresham, that he says he will encourage it.
Oh, you have misunderstood him.
Of course, I always misunderstand everything. I know that. I misunderstood it when I told you how you would distress yourself if you took those nasty hounds.
I have had other troubles more expensive than the hounds, said the poor squire, sighing.
Oh yes, I know what you mean. A wife and family are expensive, of course. It is a little too late now to complain of that.
My dear, it is always too late to complain of any troubles when they are no longer to be avoided. We need not, therefore, talk any more about the hounds at present.
I do not wish to speak of them, Mr. Gresham.
Nor I.
But I hope you will not think me unreasonable if I am anxious to know what you intend to do about Doctor Thorne.
To do?
Yes, I suppose you will do something. You do not wish to see your son marry such a girl as Mary Thorne?
As far as the girl herself is concerned, said the squire, turning rather red, I am not sure that he could do much better. I know nothing whatever against Mary. Frank, however, cannot afford to make such a match. It would be his ruin.
Of course it would. Utter ruin. He never could hold up his head again. Therefore it is I ask, what do you intend to do?
The squire was bothered. He had no intention whatever of doing anything, and no belief in his wife's assertion as to Dr. Thorne's iniquity, but he did not know how to get her out of the room. She asked him the same question over and over again, and on each occasion urged on him the heinousness of the insult to which she personally had been subjected, so that at last he was driven to ask her what it was she wished him to do.
Well then, Mr. Gresham, if you ask me, I must say that I think you should abstain from any intercourse with Dr. Thorne whatever.
Break off all intercourse with him?
Yes.
What do you mean? He has been turned out of this house, and I'm not to go to see him at his own?
I certainly think that you ought to discontinue your visits to Dr. Thorne altogether.
Nonsense, my dear. Absolute nonsense.
Nonsense? Mr. Gresham, it is no nonsense. As you speak in that way, I must let you know plainly what I feel. I am endeavouring to do my duty by my son. As you justly observe, such a marriage as this would be utter ruin to him. When I found that the young people were actually talking of being in love with each other, making vows and all that sort of thing, I did think it time to interfere. I did not, however, turn them out of Greshamsbury, as you accuse me of doing, in the kindest possible manner.
Well, 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 I know all that. There, they are gone, and that's enough. I don't complain. Surely that ought to be enough.
Enough, Mr. Gresham?
No, it is not enough.
I find that in spite of what has occurred, the closest intimacy exists between the two families, that poor Beatrice was so very young,
and not so prudent as she should be, is made to act as a go-between; and when I speak to the doctor, hoping that he will assist me in preventing this, he not only tells me that he means to encourage Mary in her plans, but positively insults me to my face, laughs at me for being an earl's daughter, and tells me, yes, he absolutely told me to get out of his house. Let it be told, with some shame as to the squire's conduct, that his first feeling on hearing this was one of envy and regret that he could not make the same uncivil request. Not that he wished to turn his wife absolutely out of his house, but he would have been very glad to have had the power of dismissing her summarily from his own room. This, however, was at present impossible, so he was obliged to make some mild reply. You must have mistaken him, my dear. He could not have intended to say that. Oh, of course, Mr. Gresham, it is all a mistake. Of course, it will be a mistake, only a mistake, when you find your son married to Mary Thorne. Well, my dear, I cannot undertake to quarrel with Doctor Thorne. This was true, for the squire could hardly have quarrelled with Doctor Thorne, even had he wished it. Then I think it right to tell you that I shall. And, Mr. Gresham, I did not expect much cooperation from you, but I did think that you would have shown some little anger when you heard that I had been so ill-treated. I shall, however, know how to take care of myself, and I shall continue to do the best I can to protect Frank from these wicked intrigues." So saying, her ladyship arose and left the room, having succeeded in destroying the comfort of all our Greshamsbury friends. It was very well for the squire to declare that he would not quarrel with Doctor Thorne, and of course he did not do so; but he himself had no wish whatever that his son should marry Mary Thorne, and as a falling drop will hollow a stone, so did the continual harping of his wife on the subject give rise to some amount of suspicion in his own mind. Then, as to Beatrice, though she had made no promise that she would not again visit Mary, she was by no means prepared to set her mother's authority altogether at defiance, and she also was sufficiently uncomfortable. Dr. Thorne said nothing of the matter to his niece, and she therefore would have been absolutely bewildered by Beatrice's absence, had she not received some tidings of what had taken place at Greshamsbury through Patience Oriel. Beatrice and Patience discussed the matter fully, and it was agreed between them that it would be better that Mary should know what sterner orders respecting her had gone forth from the tyrant at Greshamsbury, and that she might understand that Beatrice's absence was compulsory. Patience was thus placed in this position, that on one day she walked and talked with Beatrice, and on the next with Mary, and so matters went on for a while at Greshamsbury, not very pleasantly. Very unpleasantly and very uncomfortably did the months of May and June pass away. Beatrice and Mary occasionally met, drinking tea together at the parsonage, or in some other of the ordinary meetings of country society, but there were no more confidentially distressing confidential discourses, no more whispering of Frank's name, no more sweet allusions to the inexpediency of a passion which, according to Beatrice's views, would have been so delightful had it been expedient. The squire and the doctor also met constantly. There were unfortunately many subjects on which they were obliged to meet. Louis Philippe, or Sir Louis as we must call him, though he had no power over his own property, was wide awake to all the coming privileges of ownership, and he would constantly point out to his guardian the manner in which, according to his ideas, the most should be made of it. The young baronet's ideas of good taste were not of the most refined description, and he did not hesitate to tell Dr. Thorne that his, the doctor's, friendship with Mr. Gresham must be no bar to his, the baronet's, interest. Sir Louis also had his own lawyer, who gave Dr. Thorne to understand that, according to his ideas, the sum due on Mr. Gresham's property was too large to be left on its present footing. The title deeds, he said, should be surrendered, or the mortgage foreclosed. All this added to the sadness which now seemed to envelop the village of Greshamsbury. Early in July, Frank was to come home. The manner in which the comings and goings of poor Frank were allowed to disturb the arrangements of all the ladies and some of the gentlemen of Greshamsbury was most abominable, and yet it can hardly be said to have been his fault. He would have been only too well pleased had things been allowed to go on after their old fashion. Things were not allowed so to go on. At Christmas, Miss Oriel had submitted to be exiled, in order that she might carry Mary away from the presence of the young Bashaw, an arrangement by which all the winter festivities of the poor doctor had been thoroughly sacrificed, and now it began to be said that some similar plan for the summer must be suggested. It must not be supposed that any direction to this effect was conveyed either to Mary or to the doctor. The suggestion came from them, and was mentioned only to Patience. But Patience, as a matter of course, told Beatrice, and Beatrice told her mother somewhat triumphantly, hoping thereby to convince the she-dragon of Mary's innocence. Alas, she-dragons are not easily convinced of the innocence of any one. Lady Arabella quite coincided in the propriety of Mary's being sent off, whither she never inquired, in order that the coast might be clear for poor Frank. But she did not a whit the more abstain from talking of the wicked intrigues of those Thornes. As it turned out, Mary's absence caused her to talk all the more. The Boxall Hill property, including the house and furniture, had been left to the contractor's son, it being understood that the property would not be at present in his own hands, but that he might inhabit the house if he chose to do so. It would thus be necessary for Lady Scatcherd to find a home for herself, unless she could remain at Boxall Hill by her son's permission. In this position of affairs, the doctor had been obliged to make a bargain between them. Sir Louis did wish to have the comfort, or perhaps the honour, of a country house, but he did not wish to have the expense of keeping it up. He was also willing to let his mother live at the house, but not without a consideration. After a prolonged degree of haggling, terms were agreed upon, and a few weeks after her husband's death, Lady Scatcherd found herself alone at Boxall Hill. Alone as regards society in the ordinary sense, but not quite alone as concerned her ladyship, for the faithful Hannah was still with her. The doctor was of course often at Boxall Hill, and never left it without an urgent request from Lady Scatcherd that he would bring his niece over to see her. Now, Lady Scatcherd was no fit companion for Mary Thorne, and though Mary had often asked to be taken to Boxall Hill, certain considerations had hitherto induced the doctor to refuse the request. But there was that about Lady Scatcherd, a kind of homely honesty of purpose, an absence of all conceit as to her own position, and a strength of womanly confidence in the doctor as her friend, which by degrees won upon his heart. When, therefore, both he and Mary felt that it would be better for her again to absent herself for a while from Greshamsbury, it was, after much deliberation, agreed that she should go on a visit to Boxall Hill. To Boxall Hill accordingly she went, and was received almost as a princess. Mary had all her life been accustomed to women of rank, and had never habituated herself to feel much trepidation in the presence of titled grandees, but she had prepared herself to be more than ordinarily submissive to Lady Scatcherd. Her hostess was a widow, was not a woman of high birth, was a woman of whom her uncle spoke well, and for all these reasons Mary was determined to respect her and pay to her every consideration. But when she settled down in the house, she found it almost impossible to do so. Lady Scatcherd treated her as a farmer's wife might have treated some convalescent young lady who had been sent to her charge for a few weeks, in order that she might benefit by the country air. Her ladyship could hardly bring herself to sit still and eat her dinner tranquilly in her guest's presence, and then nothing was good enough for Mary. Lady Scatcherd besought her almost with tears to say what she liked best to eat and drink, and was in despair when Mary declared she didn't care, that she liked anything, and that she was in nowise particular in such matters. "A roast fowl, Miss Thorne." "Very nice, Lady Scatcherd." "And bread sauce?" "Bread sauce? Yes. Oh yes, I like bread sauce." And poor Mary tried hard to show a little interest. "And just a few sausages. We make them all in the house, Miss Thorne. We know what they are. And mashed potatoes. Do you like them best mashed or baked?" Mary, finding herself obliged to vote, voted for mashed potatoes. "Very well. But, Miss Thorne, if you like boiled fowl better, with a little bit of ham, you know, I do hope you'll say so. And there's lamb in the house, quite beautiful. Now do 'ee say something, do 'ee, Miss Thorne?" So invoked, Mary felt herself obliged to say something, and declared for the roast fowl and sausages; but she found it very difficult to pay much outward respect to a person who would pay so much outward respect to her. A day or two after her arrival, it was decided that she should ride about the place on a donkey. She was accustomed to riding, the doctor having generally taken care that one of his own horses should, when required, consent to carry a lady; but there was no steed at Boxall Hill that she could mount, and when Lady Scatcherd had offered to get a pony for her, she had willingly compromised matters by expressing the delight she would have in making a campaign on a donkey. Upon this, Lady Scatcherd had herself set off in quest of the desired animal, much to Mary's horror, and did not return till the necessary purchase had been effected. Then she came back with the donkey close at her heels, almost holding its collar, and stood there at the hall door till Mary came to approve. "I hope she'll do. I don't think she'll kick," said Lady Scatcherd, patting the head of her purchase quite triumphantly. "Oh, you are so kind, Lady Scatcherd. I'm sure she'll do quite nicely. She seems very quiet," said Mary. "Please, my lady, it's a he," said the boy who held the halter. "Oh, a he, is it?" said her ladyship. "But the he donkeys are quite as quiet as the she's, ain't they?" "Oh yes, my lady, a deal quieter all the world over, and twice as useful." "I'm so glad of that, Miss Thorne," said Lady Scatcherd, her eyes bright with joy. And so Mary was established with her donkey, who did all that could be expected from an animal in his position. "But, dear Lady Scatcherd," said Mary, as they sat together at the open drawing room window the same evening, "you must not go on calling me Miss Thorne. My name is Mary, you know. Won't you call me Mary?" And she came and knelt at Lady Scatcherd's feet, and took hold of her, looking up into her face. Lady Scatcherd's cheeks became rather red, as though she was somewhat ashamed of her position. "You are so very kind to me," continued Mary, "and it seems so cold to hear you call me Miss Thorne." "Well, Miss Thorne, I'm sure I'd call you anything to please you.
only I didn't think whether you'd like it from me, else I do think Mary is the prettiest name in all the language. I should like it very much. My dear Roger always loved that name better than any other, 10 times better. I used to wish sometimes that I'd been called Mary." "Did he? Why?" "He once had a sister called Mary. Such a beautiful creature! I declare I sometimes think you were like her." "Oh dear, then she must have been beautiful indeed," said Mary, laughing. "She was very beautiful. I just remember her. Oh, so beautiful! She was quite a poor girl, you know, and so was I then. Isn't it odd that I should have to be called my lady now? Do you know, Miss Thorne, Mary, said her guest. "Ah, yes, but somehow I hardly like to make so free. But as I was saying, I do so dislike being called my lady. I always think the people are laughing at me, and so they are." "Oh, nonsense!" "Yes, they are, though. Poor dear Roger, he used to call me my lady just to make fun of me. I didn't mind it so much from him. But Miss Thorne, Mary. Ah, well, I shall do it in time. But Miss Mary, ha! Never mind, let me alone. But what I want to say is this: do you think I could drop it? Hannah says that if I go the right way about it, she is sure I can." "Oh, but Lady Scatcherd, you shouldn't think of such a thing." "Shouldn't I now?" "Oh, no. For your husband's sake you should be proud of it. He gained great honour, you know." "Ah, well," said she, sighing after a short pause, "if you think it will do him any good, of course I'll put up with it. And then I know Louis would be mad if I talked of such a thing. But Miss Thorne, dear, a woman like me don't like to have to be made a fool of all the days of her life if she can help it." "But Lady Scatcherd," said Mary, when this question of the title had been duly settled, and her ladyship made to understand that she must bear the burden for the rest of her life, "but Lady Scatcherd, you were speaking of Sir Roger's sister. What became of her?" "Oh, she did very well at last, as Sir Roger did himself; but in early life she was very unfortunate, just at the time of my marriage with dear Roger. And then, just as she was about to commence so much as she knew of the history of Mary Scatcherd, she remembered that the author of her sister-in-law's misery had been a Thorne, a brother of the doctor, and therefore, as she presumed, a relative of her guest, and suddenly she became mute." "Well," said Mary, "just as you were married, Lady Scatcherd?" Poor Lady Scatcherd had very little worldly knowledge, and did not in the least know how to turn the conversation or escape from the trouble into which she had fallen. All manner of reflections began to crowd upon her. In her early days she had known very little of the Thornes, nor had she thought much of them since, except as regarded her friend the doctor; but at this moment she began for the first time to remember that she had never heard of more than 2 brothers in the family. Who then could have been Mary's father? She felt at once that it would be improper for to say anything as to Henry Thorne's terrible faults and sudden fate, improper also to say more about Mary Scatcherd, but she was quite unable to drop the matter otherwise than abruptly and with a start. "She was very unfortunate, you say, Lady Scatcherd?" "Yes, Miss Thorne, Mary, I mean. Never mind me, I shall do it in time. Yes, she was; but now I think of it, I had better say nothing more about it. There are reasons, and I ought not to have spoken of it. You won't be provoked with me, will you?" Mary assured her that she would not be provoked, and of course asked no more questions about Mary Scatcherd, nor did she think much more about it. It was not so, however, with her ladyship, who could not keep herself from reflecting that the old clergyman in the close at Barchester certainly had but 2 sons, one of whom was now the doctor at Greshamsbury.
and the other of whom had perished so wretchedly at the gate of that farmyard. Who then was the father of Mary Thorne? The days passed very quietly at Boxall Hill. Every morning Mary went out on her donkey, who justified by his demeanour all that had been said in his praise. Then she would read or draw, then walk with Lady Scatcherd, then dine, then walk again, and so the days passed quietly away. Once or twice a week the doctor would come over and drink his tea there, riding home in the cool of the evening. Mary also received one visit from her friend Patience. So the days passed quietly away till the tranquillity of the house was suddenly broken by tidings from London. Lady Scatcherd received a letter from her son, contained in 3 lines, in which he intimated that on the following day he meant to honour her with a visit. He had intended, he said, to have gone to Brighton with some friends, but as he felt himself a little out of sorts, he would postpone his marine trip and do his mother the grace of spending a few days with her. This news was not very pleasant to Mary, by whom it had been understood, as it had also by her uncle, that Lady Scatcherd would have had the house to herself. But as there were no means of preventing the evil, Mary could only inform the doctor, and prepare herself to meet Sir Louis Scatcherd. End of chapter 27. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 28 of Doctor Thorne by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 28. The Doctor hears something to his advantage. Sir Louis Scatcherd had told his mother that he was rather out of sorts, and when he reached Boxall Hill, it certainly did not appear that he had given any exaggerated statement of his own maladies. He certainly was a good deal out of sorts. He had had more than one attack of delirium tremens since his father's death, and had almost been at death's door. Nothing had been said about this by Doctor Thorne at Boxall Hill, but he was by no means ignorant of his ward's state. Twice he had gone up to London to visit him. Twice he had begged him to go down into the country and place himself under his mother's care. On the last occasion the doctor had threatened him with all manner of pains and penalties, with pains as to his speedy departure from this world and all its joys, and with penalties in the shape of poverty if that departure should by any chance be retarded. But these threats had at the moment been in vain, and the doctor had compromised matters by inducing Sir Louis to promise that he would go to Brighton. The baronet, however, who was at length frightened by some renewed attack, gave up his Brighton scheme, and without any notice to the doctor, hurried down to Boxall Hill. Mary did not see him on the first day of his coming, but the doctor did. He received such intimation of the visit as enabled him to be at the house soon after the young man's arrival, and knowing that his assistance might be necessary, he rode over to Boxall Hill. It was a dreadful task to him, this of making the same fruitless endeavour for the son that he had made for the father, and in the same house. But he was bound by every consideration to perform the task. He had promised the father that he would do for the son all that was in his power, and he had moreover the consciousness that should Sir Louis succeed in destroying himself, the next heir to all the property was his own niece, Mary Thorne. He found Sir Louis in a low, wretched, miserable state. Though he was a drunkard as his father was, he was not at all such a drunkard as was his father. The physical capacities of the men were very different. The daily amount of alcohol which the father had consumed would have burnt up the son in a week.
whereas though the son was continually tipsy, what he swallowed would hardly have had an injurious effect upon the father.
"You are all wrong, quite wrong," said Sir Louis, petulantly. "It isn't that at all. I have taken nothing this week past, literally nothing. I think it's the liver."
Dr. Thorne wanted no one to tell him what was the matter with his ward. It was his liver and his head and his stomach and his heart. Every organ in his body had been destroyed, or was in the course of destruction. His father had killed himself with brandy. The son, more elevated in his tastes, was doing the same thing with curaçao, maraschino, and cherry bounce.
"Sir Louis," said the doctor, "he was obliged to be much more punctilious with him than he had been with the contractor. The matter is in your own hands entirely. If you cannot keep your lips from that accursed poison, you have nothing in this world to look forward to. Nothing.
Mary proposed to return with her uncle to Greshamsbury,
and he was at first well inclined that she should do so.
but this idea was overruled, partly in compliance with Lady Scatcherd's entreaties, and partly because it would have seemed as though they had both thought the presence of its owner had made the house an unfit habitation for decent people. The doctor therefore returned, leaving Mary there, and Lady Scatcherd busied herself between her two guests. On the next day Sir Louis was able to come down to a late dinner, and Mary was introduced to him. He had dressed himself in his best array, and as he had, at any rate for the present moment, been frightened out of his libations, he was prepared to make himself as agreeable as possible. His mother waited on him almost as a slave might have done, but she seemed to do so with the fear of a slave rather than the love of a mother. She was fidgety in her attentions, and worried him by endeavouring to make her evening sitting room agreeable. But Sir Louis, though he was not very sweetly behaved under these manipulations from his mother's hands, was quite complacent to Miss Thorne. Nay, after the expiration of a week, he was almost more than complacent. He piqued himself on his gallantry, and now found that in the otherwise dull seclusion of Boxall Hill he had a good opportunity of exercising it. To do him justice, it must be admitted that he would not have been incapable of a decent career had he stumbled upon some girl who could have loved him before he stumbled upon his maraschino bottle. Such might have been the case with many a lost rake. The things that are bad are accepted because the things that are good do not come easily in his way. How many a miserable father reviles with bitterness of spirit the low tastes of his son, who has done nothing to provide his child with higher pleasures! Sir Louis, partly in the hopes of Mary's smiles, and partly frightened by the doctor's threats, did for a while keep himself within decent bounds. He did not usually appear before Mary's eyes till 3 or 4 in the afternoon, but when he did come forth, he came forth sober and resolute to please. His mother was delighted, and was not slow to sing his praises, and even the doctor, who now visited Boxall Hill more frequently than ever, began to have some hopes. One constant subject, I must not say of conversation on the part of Lady Scatcherd, but rather of declamation, had hitherto been the beauty and manly attributes of Frank Gresham. She had hardly ceased to talk to Mary of the infinite good qualities of the young squire, and especially of his prowess in the matter of Mr. Moffat. Mary had listened to all this eloquence, not perhaps with inattention, but without much reply. She had not been exactly sorry to hear Frank talked about. Indeed, had she been so minded, she could herself have said something on the same subject. but she did not wish to take Lady Scatcherd altogether into her confidence, and she had been unable to say much about Frank Gresham without doing so.
Lady Scatcherd had therefore gradually conceived the idea that her darling was not a favourite with her guest. Now, therefore, she changed the subject, and as her own son was behaving with such unexampled propriety, she dropped Frank, and confined her eulogies to Louis. He had been a little wild, she admitted; young men so often were so; but she hoped that it was now over. "He does still take a little drop of those French drinks in the morning," said Lady Scatcherd in her confidence, for she was too honest to be false even in her own cause. "He does do that, I know; but that's nothing, my dear, to swelling all day, and everything can't be done at once, can it, Miss Thorne?"
On this subject Mary found her tongue loosened. She could not talk about Frank Gresham, but she could speak with hope to the mother of her only son. She could say that Sir Louis was still very young, that there was reason to trust that he might now reform, that his present conduct was apparently good, and that he appeared capable of better things. So much she did say, and the mother took her sympathy for more than it was worth. On this matter, and on this matter perhaps alone, Sir Louis and Lady Scatcherd were in accord. There was much to recommend Mary to the baronet.
Not only did he see her to be beautiful, and perceive her to be attractive and ladylike, but she was also the niece of the man who, for the present, held the purse strings of his wealth. Mary, it is true, had no fortune, but Sir Louis knew that she was acknowledged to be a lady, and he was ambitious that his lady should be a lady.
There was also much to recommend Mary to the mother, to any mother, and thus it came to pass that Miss Thorne had no obstacle between her and the dignity of being Lady Scatcherd the second, no obstacle whatever, if only she could bring herself to wish it. It was some time, 2 or 3 weeks perhaps, before Mary's mind was first opened to this new brilliancy in her prospects.
Sir Louis at first was rather afraid of her, and did not declare his admiration in any very determined terms. He certainly paid her many compliments,
which from any one else she would have regarded as abominable. But she did not expect great things from the baronet's taste. She concluded that he was only doing what he thought a gentleman should do, and she was willing to forgive much for Lady Scatcherd's sake. His first attempts were perhaps more ludicrous than passionate. He was still too much an invalid to take walks, and Mary was therefore saved from his company in her rambles. But he had a horse of his own at Boxall Hill, and had been advised to ride by the doctor. Mary also rode, on a donkey only, it is true, but Sir Louis found himself bound in gallantry to accompany her. Mary's steed had answered every expectation, and proved himself very quiet, so quiet that without the admonition of a cudgel behind him, he could hardly be persuaded into the demurest trot. Now, as Sir Louis's horse was of a very different mettle, he found it rather difficult not to step faster than his inamorata, and, let him struggle as he would, was generally so far ahead as to be debarred the delights of conversation. When, for the second time, he proposed to accompany her, Mary did what she could to hinder it. She saw that he had been rather ashamed of the manner in which his companion was mounted, and she herself would have enjoyed her ride much more without him. He was an invalid, however. It was necessary to make much of him, and Mary did not absolutely refuse his offer.
"Lady Scatcherd," said he, as they were standing at the door previous to mounting, he always called his mother Lady Scatcherd, "why don't you have a horse for Miss Thorne? This donkey is really so very can't go at all, you know." Lady Scatcherd began to declare that she would willingly have got a pony if Mary would have let her do so.
Oh no, Lady Scatcherd, not on any account. I do like the donkey so much, I do indeed.
But he won't go, said Sir Louis. And for a person who rides like you, Miss Thorne, such a horsewoman, you know, why, you know, Lady Scatcherd, it's positively ridiculous, dashed absurd, you know.
And then, with an angry look at his mother, he mounted his horse and was soon leading the way down the avenue.
Miss Thorne, said he, pulling himself up at the gate, if I had known that I was to be so extremely happy as to have found you here, I would have brought you down the most beautiful creature, an Arab. She belongs to my friend Jenkins, but I wouldn't have stood at any price in getting her for you. By Jove, if you were on that mare, I'd back you for style and appearance against anything in Hyde Park.
The offer of this sporting wager, which naturally would have been very gratifying to Mary, was lost upon her, for Sir Louis had again unwittingly got on in advance. But he stopped himself in time to hear Mary again declare her passion was a donkey.
If you could only see Jenkins's little mare, Miss Thorne, only say one word, and she shall be down here before the week's end. Price shall be no obstacle, none whatever. By Jove, what a pair you would be!
This generous offer was repeated 4 or 5 times, but on each occasion Mary only half heard what was said, and on each occasion the baronet was far too much in advance to hear Mary's reply. At last he recollected that he wanted to call on one of the tenants, and begged his companion to allow him to ride on.
If you at all dislike being left alone, you know.
Oh dear no, not at all, Sir Louis. I am quite used to it.
Because I don't care about it, you know, only I can't make this horse walk the same pace as that brute.
You mustn't abuse my pet, Sir Louis.
It's a dashed shame on my mother's part, said Sir Louis,
who, even when in his best behaviour, could not quite give up his ordinary mode of conversation.
When she was fortunate enough to get such a girl as you to come and stay with her, she ought to have had something proper for her to ride upon. But I'll look to it as soon as I am a little stronger, you see if I don't.
And so saying, Sir Louis trotted off, leaving Mary in peace with her donkey. Sir Louis had now been living cleanly and forswearing sack for what was to him a very long period, and his health felt the good effects of it. No one rejoiced at this more cordially than did the doctor.
To rejoice at it was with him a point of conscience. He could not help telling himself now and again that, circumstanced as he was most specially bound to take joy in any sign of reformation which the baronet might show. Not to do so would be almost tantamount to wishing that he might die in order that Mary might inherit his wealth. And therefore the doctor did with all his energy devote himself to the difficult task of hoping and striving that Sir Louis might yet live to enjoy what was his own.
But the task was altogether a difficult one, for as Sir Louis became stronger in health, so also did he become more exorbitant in his demands on the doctor's patience, and more repugnant to the doctor's tastes. In his worst fits of disreputable living, he was ashamed to apply to his guardian for money, and in his worst fits of illness he was, through fear, somewhat patient under his doctor's hands. But just at present he had nothing of which to be ashamed, and was not at all patient. "Doctor," said he one day at Boxall Hill, "how about those Greshamsbury title deeds?" "Oh, that will all be properly settled between my lawyer and your own." "Oh, yes, no doubt the lawyers will settle it with a fine bill of costs, of course.
But, as Finney says," Finney was Sir Louis's legal adviser, "I have got a tremendously large interest at stake in this matter. £80,000 is no joke. It ain't everybody that can shell out £80,000 when they're wanted, and I should like to know how the thing's going on. I've a right to ask, you know, Doctor?" "The title deeds of a large portion of the Greshamsbury estate will be placed with the mortgage deeds before the end of next month." "Oh, that's all right. I choose to know about these things, for though my father did make such a confounded will, there's no reason I shouldn't know how things are going." "You shall know everything that I know, Sir Louis. And now, Doctor, what are we to do about money?"
"About money?"
"Yes, money. Rhino, ready. Put money in your purse and cut a dash, Doctor? Not that I want to cut a dash. No, I'm going on the quiet line altogether now. I've done with all that sort of thing."
"I'm heartily glad of it, heartily," said the doctor.
"Yes, I'm not going to make way for my far-away cousin yet, not if I know it, at least. I shall soon be all right now, Doctor, shan't I?"
"All right is a long word, Sir Louis, but I do hope you will be all right in time, if you will live with decent prudence. You shouldn't take that filth in the morning, though."
"Filth in the morning? That's my mother, I suppose. That's her ladyship. She's been talking, has she? Don't you believe her, Doctor. There's not a young man in Barsetshire is going more regular, all right within the posts, than I am."
The doctor was obliged to acknowledge that there did seem to be some improvement.
"And now, Doctor, how about money,
Doctor Thorne, like other guardians similarly circumstanced, began to explain that Sir Louis had already had a good deal of money, and had begun also to promise that more should be forthcoming in the event of good behaviour, when he was somewhat suddenly interrupted by Sir Louis.
"Well, now, I'll tell you what, Doctor, I've got a bit of news for you, something that I think will astonish you."
The doctor opened his eyes and tried to look as though ready to be surprised.
"Something that will really make you look about, and something too that will be very much to the hearer's advantage, as the newspaper advertisements say."
"Something to my advantage?" said the doctor.
"Well, I hope you'll think so. Doctor, what would you think now of my getting married?"
"I should be delighted to hear of it, more delighted than I can express. That is, of course, if you were to marry well. It was your father's most eager wish that you should marry early."
"That's partly my reason," said the young hypocrite. "But then, if I marry, I must have an income fit to live on, Doctor?"
The doctor had some fear that his interesting protégé was desirous of a wife for the sake of the income, instead of desiring the income for the sake of the wife; but, let the cause be what it would, marriage would probably be good for him, and he had no hesitation, therefore, in telling him that if he married well, he should be put in possession of sufficient income to maintain the new Lady Scatcherd in a manner becoming her dignity.
"As to marrying well," said Sir Louis, "you, I take it, will be the last man, Doctor, to quarrel with my choice."
"Shall I?"
said the doctor, smiling. "Well, you won't disapprove, I guess, as the Yankee says. What would you think of Miss Mary Thorne?"
It must be said in Sir Louis's favour that he had probably no idea whatever of the estimation in which such young ladies as Mary Thorne are held by those who are nearest and dearest to them. He had no sort of conception that she was regarded by her uncle as an inestimable treasure, almost too precious to be rendered up to the arms of any man.
and infinitely beyond any price in silver and gold, baronets' incomes of 8,000 or 10,000 a year, and such coins usually current in the world's markets. He was a rich man and a baronet, and Mary was an unmarried girl without a portion. In Sir Louis's estimation, he was offering everything and asking for nothing. He certainly had some idea that girls were apt to be coy and required a little wooing in the shape of presents, civil speeches, perhaps kisses also. For civil speeches he had, he thought, done, and imagined that they had been well received. The other things were to follow, an Arab pony, for instance, and the kisses probably with it, and then all these difficulties would be smoothed. But he did not for a moment conceive that there would be any difficulty with the uncle. How should there be? Was he not a baronet with 10,000 a year coming to him? Had he not everything which fathers want for portionless daughters, and uncles for dependent nieces? Might he not well inform the doctor that he had something to tell him for his advantage? And yet, to tell the truth, the doctor did not seem to be overjoyed when the announcement was first made to him. He was by no means overjoyed. On the contrary, even Sir Louis could perceive his guardian's surprise was altogether unmixed with delight. What a question was this that was asked him! What would he think of a marriage between Mary Thorne, his Mary, and Sir Louis Scatcherd? Between the alpha of the whole alphabet, and him whom he could not but regard as the omega. Think of it! Why, he would think of it as though a lamb and a wolf were to stand at the altar together. Had Sir Louis been a Hottentot or an Eskimo, the proposal could not have astonished him more. The two persons were so totally of a different class that the idea of the one falling in love with the other had never occurred to him. What would you think of Miss Mary Thorne? Sir Louis had asked, and the doctor, instead of answering him with ready and pleased alacrity, stood silent, thunderstruck with amazement. "Well, wouldn't she be a good wife?" said Sir Louis, rather in a tone of disgust at the evident disapproval shown at his choice. "I thought you'd have been so delighted." "Mary Thorne!" ejaculated the doctor at last. "Have you spoken to my niece about this, Sir Louis?" "Well, I have, and yet I haven't. I haven't, and yet in a manner I have." "I don't understand you," said the doctor. "Why, you see, I haven't exactly popped to her yet, but I have been doing the civil, and if she's up to snuff, as I take her to be, she knows very well what I'm after by this time." Up to snuff! Mary Thorne, his Mary Thorne, up to snuff! To snuff, too, of such a very disagreeable description. "I think, Sir Louis, that you are in mistake about this. I think you will find that Mary will not be disposed to avail herself of the great advantages, for great they undoubtedly are, which you are able to offer to your intended wife. If you will take my advice, you will give up thinking of Mary. She would not suit you." "Not suit me? Oh, but I think she just would. She's got no money, you mean?" "No, I did not mean that. It will not signify to you whether your wife has money or not. You need not look for money, but you should think of someone more nearly of your own temperament. I am quite sure that my niece would refuse you." These last words the doctor uttered with much emphasis. His intention was to make the baronet understand that the matter was quite hopeless, and to induce him, if possible, to drop it on the spot.
But he did not know Sir Louis. He ranked him too low in the scale of human beings, and gave him no credit for any strength of character. Sir Louis, in his way, did love Mary Thorne, and could not bring himself to believe that Mary did not, or at any rate would not, soon return his passion. He was, moreover, sufficiently obstinate, firm, we ought perhaps to say, for his pursuit in this case was certainly not an evil one, and he at once made up his mind to succeed in spite of the uncle. "If she consents, however, you will do so too?" asked he.
"It is impossible she should consent," said the doctor.
"Impossible? I don't see anything at all impossible. But if she does—"
"But she won't."
"Very well, that's to be seen. But just tell me this: if she does, will you consent?"
"The stars would fall first. It's all nonsense. Give it up, my dear friend. Believe me, you are only preparing unhappiness for yourself."
And the doctor put his hand kindly on the young man's arm.
"She will not, cannot accept such an offer."
"Will not, cannot?" said the baronet, thinking over all the reasons which in his estimation could possibly be inducing the doctor to be so hostile in his views, and shaking the hand off his arm. "Will not, cannot? But come, doctor, answer my question fairly. If she'll have me for better or worse, you won't say aught against it, will you?"
"But she won't have you. Why should you give her and yourself the pain of a refusal?"
"Oh, as for that, I must stand my chances like another. And as for her, why, dash, doctor, you wouldn't have me believe that any young lady thinks it so very dreadful to have a baronet with £10,000 a year at her feet, especially when that same baronet ain't very old, nor yet particularly ugly. I ain't so green as that, doctor."
"I suppose she must go through it then," said the doctor, musing.
"But, Doctor Thorne, I did look for a kinder answer from you, considering all that you so often say about your great friendship with my father. I did think you'd at any rate answer me when I asked you a question."
But the doctor did not want to answer that special question. Could it be possible that Mary should wish to marry this odious man? Could such a state of things be imagined to be the case? He would not refuse his consent, infinitely as he would be disgusted by her choice. But he would not give Sir Louis any excuse for telling Mary that her uncle approved of so odious a match. "I cannot say that in any case I should approve of such a marriage, Sir Louis. I cannot bring myself to say so, for I know it would make you both miserable. But on that matter my niece will choose wholly for herself."
"And about the money, doctor?"
"If you marry a decent woman, you shall not want the means of supporting her decently."
And so saying, the doctor walked away, leaving Sir Louis to his meditations. End of chapter 28. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 29 of Doctor Thorne by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 29. The Donkey Ride. Sir Louis, when left to himself, was slightly dismayed and somewhat discouraged, but he was not induced to give up his object. The first effort of his mind was made in conjecturing what private motive Dr. Thorne could possibly have in wishing to debar his niece from marrying a rich young baronet. That the objection was personal to himself
Sir Louis did not for a moment imagine. Could it be that the doctor did not wish that his niece should be richer and grander, and altogether bigger than himself? Or was it possible that his guardian was anxious to prevent him from marrying from some view of the reversion of the large fortune? That there was some such reason, Sir Louis was well sure; but let it be what it might, he would get the better of the doctor. He knew, so he said to himself, what stuff girls were made of. Baronets did not grow like blackberries; and so, assuring himself with such philosophy, he determined to make his offer. The time he selected for doing this was the hour before dinner, but on the day on which his conversation with the doctor had taken place, he was deterred by the presence of a strange visitor. To account for this strange visit, it will be necessary that we should return to Greshamsbury for a few minutes. Frank, when he returned home for his summer vacation, found that Mary had again flown, and the very fact of her absence added fuel to the fire of his love, more perhaps than even her presence might have done, for the flight of the quarry ever adds eagerness to the pursuit of the huntsman. Lady Arabella, moreover, had a bitter enemy, a foe utterly opposed to her side in the contest, where she had once fondly looked for her staunchest ally. Frank was now in the habit of corresponding with Miss Dunstable, and received from her most energetic admonitions to be true to the love which he had sworn. True to it he resolved to be, and therefore, when he found that Mary was flown, he resolved to fly after her. He did not, however, do this till he had been in a measure provoked to it by the sharp-tongued cautions and blunted irony of his mother. It was not enough for her that she had banished Mary out of the parish, and made Doctor Thorne's life miserable; not enough that she harassed her husband with harangues on the constant subject of Frank's marrying money, and dismayed Beatrice with invectives against the iniquity of her friend. The snake was so but scotched. To kill it outright, she must induce Frank utterly to renounce Miss Thorne. This task she essayed, but not exactly with success. "Well, mother," said Frank, at last turning very red, partly with shame and partly with indignation, as he made the frank avowal, "since you press me about it, I tell you fairly that my mind is made up to marry Mary sooner or later, if—" "Oh, Frank!" "Good heavens, you wicked boy! You are saying this purposely to drive me distracted. If," continued Frank, not attending to his mother's interjections, "if she will consent." "Consent!" said Lady Arabella. "Oh, heavens!" And falling into the corner of the sofa, she buried her face in her handkerchief. "Yes, mother, if she will consent. And now that I have told you so much, it is only just that I should tell you this also, that as far as I can see at present, I have no reason to hope that she will do so." "Oh, Frank, the girl is doing all she can to catch you," said Lady Arabella, not prudently. "No, mother, there you wrong her altogether, wrong her most cruelly." "You ungracious, wicked boy! You call me cruel!" "I don't call you cruel, but you wrong her cruelly, most cruelly. When I have spoken to her about this, for I have spoken to her, she has behaved exactly as you would have wanted her to do, but not at all as I wished her. She has given me no encouragement. You have turned her out among you." Frank was beginning to be very bitter now. "But she has done nothing to deserve it. If there has been any fault, it has been mine. but it is well that we should all understand each other. My intention is to marry Mary if I can." And so speaking, certainly without due filial respect, he turned towards the door. "Frank," said his mother, raising herself up with energy to make one last appeal, "Frank, do you wish to see me die of a broken heart?" "You know, mother, I would wish to make you happy if I could." "If you wish to see me ever happy again, if you do not wish to see me sink broken-hearted to my grave, you must give up this mad idea, Frank." And now all Lady Arabella's energy came out. "Frank, there is but one course left open to you. You must marry money." And then Lady Arabella stood up before her son, as Lady Macbeth might have stood, had Lady Macbeth lived to have a son of Frank's years. "Miss Dunstable, I suppose," said Frank scornfully. "No, mother, I made an ass, and worse than an ass of myself once in that way, and I won't do it again. I hate money." "Oh, Frank!" "I hate money." "But, Frank, the estate." "I hate the estate. At least I shall hate it, if I am expected to buy it at such a price as that. The estate is my father's." "Oh no, Frank, it is not." "It is in the sense I mean. He may do with it as he pleases. He will never have a word of complaint from me. I am ready to go into a profession tomorrow. I'll be a lawyer, or a doctor, or an engineer. I don't care what." Frank, in his enthusiasm, probably overlooked some of the preliminary difficulties. "Or I'll take a farm under him, and earn my bread that way. But, mother, don't talk to me any more about marrying money." And so saying, Frank left the room. Frank, it will be remembered, was 21 when he was first introduced to the reader. He is now 22. It may be said that there was a great difference between his character then and now. A year at that period will make a great difference. But the change has been, not in his character, but in his feelings. Frank went out from his mother, and immediately ordered his black horse to be got ready for him. He would at once go over to Boxall Hill. He went himself to the stables to give his orders, and as he returned to get his gloves and whip, he met Beatrice in the corridor. "Beatrice," said he, "step in here," and she followed him into his room. "I'm not going to bear this any longer. I'm going to Boxall Hill." "Oh, Frank, how can you be so imprudent? You, at any rate, have some decent feeling for Mary. I believe you have some regard for her, and therefore I tell you. Will you send her any message?" "Oh, yes, my best love. That is, if you will see her. But, Frank, you are very foolish, very, and she will be infinitely distressed." "Do not mention this. That is, not at present. Not that I mean to make any secret of it. I shall tell my father everything. I'm off now." And then, paying no attention to her remonstrance, he turned down the stairs and was soon on horseback. He took the road to Boxall Hill, but he did not ride very fast. He did not go jauntily as a jolly, thriving wooer, but musingly, and often with diffidence, meditating every now and then whether it would not be better for him to turn back, but not from fear of his mother, not from prudential motives, not because that often repeated lesson as to marrying money was beginning to take effect, not from such causes as these, but because he doubted how he might be received by Mary. He did, it is true, think something about his worldly prospects. He had talked rather grandiloquently to his mother as to his hating money and hating the estate. His mother's never ceasing worldly cares on such subjects perhaps demanded that a little grandiloquence should be opposed to them. But Frank did not hate the estate. nor did he at all hate the position of an English country gentleman. Miss Dunstable's eloquence, however, rang in his ears; for Miss Dunstable had an eloquence of her own, even in her letters. "Never let them talk you out of your own true, honest, hearty feelings," she had said. "Greshamsbury is a very nice place, I am sure, and I hope I shall see it some day; but all its green knolls are not half so nice, should not be half so precious, as the pulses of your own heart. That is your own estate, your own, your very own, your own and another's. Whatever may go to the moneylenders, don't send that there. Don't mortgage that, Mr. Gresham." "No," said Frank pluckily, as he put his horse into a faster trot, "I won't mortgage that. They may do what they like with the estate, but my heart's my own." And so, speaking to himself almost aloud, he turned a corner of the road rapidly, and came at once upon the doctor. "Hello, doctor, is that you?" said Frank, rather disgusted. "What, Frank? I hardly expected to meet you here," said Doctor Thorne, not much better pleased. They were now not above a mile from Boxall Hill, and the doctor therefore could not but surmise whither Frank was going. They had repeatedly met since Frank's return from Cambridge, both in the village and in the doctor's house, but not a word had been said between them about Mary, beyond what the merest courtesy had required. Not that each did not love the other sufficiently to make a full confidence between them desirable to both, but neither had had the courage to speak out, nor had either of them the courage to do so now. "Yes," said Frank, blushing, "I am going to Lady Scatcherd's. Shall I find the ladies at home?" "Yes, Lady Scatcherd is there, but Sir Louis is there also, an invalid. Perhaps you would not wish to meet him." "Oh, I don't mind," said Frank, trying to laugh. "He won't bite, I suppose?" The doctor longed in his heart to pray to Frank to return with him, not to go and make further mischief, not to do that which might cause a more bitter estrangement between himself and the squire, but he had not the courage to do it. He could not bring himself to accuse Frank of being in love with his niece. So after a few more senseless words on either side, words which each knew to be senseless as he uttered them, they both rode on their own ways. And then the doctor silently and almost unconsciously made such a comparison between Louis Scatcherd and Frank Gresham as Hamlet made between the dead and live king. It was Hyperion to a satire. Was it not as impossible that Mary should not love the one as that she should love the other? Frank's offer of his affections had at first probably been but a boyish ebullition of feeling, but if it should now be that this had grown into a manly and disinterested love, how could Mary remain unmoved? What could her heart want more, better, more beautiful, more rich than such a love as his? Was he not personally all that a girl could like? Were not his disposition, mind, character, acquirements, all such as women most delight to love? Was it not impossible that Mary should be indifferent to him? So meditated the doctor as he rode along, with only too true a knowledge of human nature. Ah, it was impossible. It was quite impossible that Mary should be indifferent. She had never been indifferent since Frank had uttered his first half-joking word of love. Such things are more important to women than they are to men, to girls than they are to boys. When Frank had first told her that he loved her, aye, months before that, when he merely looked his love, her heart had received the whisper.
had acknowledged the glance, unconscious as she was herself, and resolved as she was to rebuke his advances. When in her hearing he had said soft nothings to Patience Oriel, a hated, irrepressible tear had gathered in her eye. When he had pressed in his warm, loving grasp the hand which she had offered him as a token of mere friendship, her heart had forgiven him the treachery, nay, almost thanked him for it, before her eyes or her words had been ready to rebuke him. When the rumour of his liaison with Miss Dunstable reached her ears, when she heard of Miss Dunstable's fortune, she had wept outright in her chamber, wept as she said to herself, to think that he should be so mercenary. But she had wept, as she should have said to herself, at finding that he was so faithless. Then, when she knew at last that this rumour was false, when she found that she was banished from Greshamsbury for his sake, when she was forced to retreat with her friend Patience, how could she but love him in that he was not mercenary? How could she not love him in that he was so faithful? It was impossible that she should not love him. Was he not the brightest and the best of men that she had ever seen, or was like to see? That she could possibly ever see, she would have said to herself, could she have brought herself to own the truth. And then, when she heard how true he was, how he persisted against father, mother, and sisters, how could it be that that should not be a merit in her eyes, which was so great a fault in theirs? When Beatrice, with would-be solemn face, but with eyes beaming with feminine affection, would gravely talk of Frank's tender love as a terrible misfortune, as a misfortune to them all, to Mary herself as well as others, how could Mary do other than love him? Beatrice is his sister, she would say within her own mind, otherwise she would never talk like this. Were she not his sister, she could not but know the value of such love as this. Ah, yes, Mary did love him with all the strength of her heart, and the strength of her heart was very great. And now, by degrees, in those lonely donkey rides at Boxall Hill, in those solitary walks, she was beginning to own to herself the truth. And now that she did own it, what should be her course? What should she do? How should she act if this loved one persevered in his love? And what should she do? How should she act if he did not persevere? Could it be that there should be happiness in store for her? Was it not too clear that, let the matter go how it would, there was no happiness in store for her? Much as she might love Frank Gresham, she could never consent to be his wife unless the squire would smile on her as his daughter-in-law. The squire had been all that was kind, all that was affectionate. And then, too, Lady Arabella. As she thought of the Lady Arabella, a sterner form of thought came across her brow. Why should Lady Arabella rob her of her heart's joy? What was Lady Arabella that she, Mary Thorne, need quail before her? Had Lady Arabella stood only in her way, Lady Arabella flanked by the de Courcy legion, Mary felt sure that she could have demanded Frank's hand as her own before them all, without a blush of shame or a moment's hesitation. Thus, when her heart was all but ready to collapse within her, would she gain some little strength by thinking of the Lady Arabella. "Please, my lady, here be young Squire Gresham," said one of the untutored servants at Boxall Hill, opening Lady Scatcherd's little parlour door, as her ladyship was amusing herself by pulling down and turning and refolding and putting up again a heap of household linen,
which was kept in a huge press for the express purpose of supplying her with occupation. Lady Scatcherd, holding a vast counterpane in her arms, looked back over her shoulders, and perceived that Frank was in the room. Down went the counterpane on the ground, and Frank soon found himself in the very position which that useful article had so lately filled. "Oh, Master Frank! Oh, Master Frank!" said her ladyship, almost in an hysterical fit of joy. And then she hugged and kissed him as she had never kissed and hugged her own son since that son had first left the parent nest. Frank bore it patiently and with a merry laugh. "But, Lady Scatcherd," said he, "what will they all say? You forget I am a man now." And he stooped his head as she again pressed her lips upon his forehead. "I don't care what none of 'em say," said her ladyship, quite going back to her old days. "I will kiss my own boy, so I will. But, Master Frank, this is good of you. A sight of you is good for sore eyes, and my eyes have been sore enough too since I saw you." And she put her apron up to wipe away a tear. "Yes," said Frank, gently trying to disengage himself, but not successfully. "Yes, you have had a great loss, Lady Scatcherd. I was so sorry when I heard of your grief." "You always had a soft, kind heart, Master Frank, so you had. God's blessing on you. What a fine man you have grown! Deary me, well, it seems as though it were only just t'other day, like." And she pushed him a little off from her, so that she might look the better into his face. "Well, is it all right? I suppose you would hardly know me again now I've got a pair of whiskers." "Know you? I should know you well if I saw but the heel of your foot. Why, what a head of hair you have got, and so dark too, but it doesn't curl as it used once." And she stroked his hair, and looked into his eyes, and put her hand to his cheeks. "You'll think me an old fool, Master Frank, I know that, but you may think what you like. If I live for the next 20 years, you'll always be my own boy, so you will." By degrees, slow degrees, Frank managed to change the conversation, and to induce Lady Scatcherd to speak on some other topic than his own infantine perfections. He affected an indifference as he spoke of her guest, which would have deceived no one but Lady Scatcherd, but her it did deceive. And then he asked where Mary was. "She's just gone out on a donkey, somewhere about the place. She rides on a donkey mostly every day. But you'll stop and take a bit of dinner with her, say? Now do we, Master Frank?" But Master Frank excused himself. He did not choose to pledge himself to sit down to dinner with Mary. He did not know in what mood they might return with regard to each other at dinner time. He said, therefore, that he would walk out, and, if possible, find Miss Thorne, and that he would return to the house again before he went. Lady Scatcherd then began making apologies for Sir Louis. He was an invalid. The doctor had been with him all the morning, and he was not yet out of his room. These apologies Frank willingly accepted, and then made his way as he could onto the lawn. A gardener, of whom he inquired, offered to go with him in pursuit of Miss Thorne. This assistance, however, he declined, and set forth in quest of her, having learnt what were her most usual haunts. Nor was he directed wrongly, for after walking about 20 minutes, he saw through the trees the legs of a donkey moving on the greensward at about 200 yards from him. On that donkey doubtless sat Mary Thorne. The donkey was coming towards him, not exactly in a straight line, but so much so as to make it impossible that Mary should not see him if he stood still. He did stand still, and soon, emerging from the trees, Mary saw him all but close to her. Her heart gave a leap within her, but she was so far mistress of herself as to repress any visible sign of outward emotion. She did not fall from her donkey, or scream, or burst into tears. She merely uttered the words "Mr. Gresham" in a tone of not unnatural surprise. "Yes," said he, trying to laugh, but less successful than she had been in suppressing a show of feeling. "Mr. Gresham, I have come over at last to pay my respects to you. You must have thought me very uncourteous not to do so before." This she denied. She had not, she said, thought him at all uncivil. She had come to Boxall Hill to be out of the way, and of course had not expected any such formalities. As she uttered this, she almost blushed at the abrupt truth of what she was saying, but she was taken so much unawares that she did not know how to make the truth other than abrupt. "To be out of the way," said Frank; "and why should you want to be out of the way?" "Oh, there were reasons," said she, laughing. "Perhaps I have quarrelled dreadfully with my uncle." Frank at the present moment had not about him a scrap of badinage. He had not a single easy word at his command. He could not answer her with anything in guise of a joke, so he walked on, not answering at all. "I hope all my friends at Greshamsbury are well," said Mary. "Is Beatrice quite well?" "Quite well," said he. "And Patience?" "What, Miss Oriel? Yes, I believe so. I haven't seen her this day or two." How was it that Mary felt a little flush of joy as Frank spoke in this indifferent way about Miss Oriel's health? "I thought she was always a particular friend of yours," said she. "What? Who? Miss Oriel? So she is. I like her amazingly. So does Beatrice." And then he walked about 6 steps in silence, plucking up courage for the great attempt. He did pluck up his courage, and then rushed at once to the attack. "Mary," said he, and as he spoke he put his hand on the donkey's neck and looked tenderly into her face. He looked tenderly, and as Mary's ear at once told her, his voice sounded more soft than it had ever sounded before. "Mary, do you remember the last time that we were together?" Mary did remember it well. It was on that occasion when he had treacherously held her hand, on that day when, according to law, he had become a man, when he had outraged all the propriety of the De Courcy interest by offering his love to Mary in Augusta's hearing. Mary did remember it well, but how was she to speak of it? "It was your birthday, I think," said she. "Yes, it was my birthday. I wonder whether you remember what I said to you then?" "I remember that you were very foolish, Mr. Gresham." "Mary, I have come to repeat my folly, that is, if it be folly. I told you then that I loved you, and I dare say that I did so awkwardly, like a boy. Perhaps I may be just as awkward now, but you ought at any rate to believe me when you find that a year has not altered me." Mary did not think him at all awkward, and she did believe him. But how was she to answer him? She had not yet taught herself what answer she ought to make if he persisted in his suit. She had hitherto been content to run away from him, but she had done so because she would not submit to be accused of the indelicacy of putting herself in his way. She had rebuked him when he first spoke of his love, but she had done so because she looked on what he said as a boy's nonsense. She had schooled herself in obedience to the Greshamsbury doctrines. Was there any real reason, any reason founded on truth and honesty, why she should not be a fitting wife to Frank Gresham, Francis Newbold Gresham of Greshamsbury though he was, or was to be? He was well born as any gentleman in England. She was basely born as any lady could be. Was this sufficient bar against such a match?
Mary felt in her heart that some 12 months since, before she knew what little she did now know of her own story, she would have said it was so. And would she indulge her own love by inveigling him she loved into a base marriage? But then reason spoke again. What, after all, was this blood, of which she had taught herself to think so much? Would she have been more honest, more fit to grace an honest man's hearthstone, had she been the legitimate descendant of a score of legitimate duchesses? Was it not her first duty to think of him, of what would make him happy? Then of her uncle, what he would approve. Then what of herself? What would best become her modesty, her sense of honour? Could it be well that she should sacrifice the happiness of 2 persons to a theoretic love of pure blood? So she had argued within herself; not now, sitting on the donkey with Frank's hand before her on the tame brute's neck, but on other, former occasions, as she had ridden along demurely among those trees. So she had argued, but she had never brought her arguments to a decision. All manner of thoughts crowded on her to prevent her doing so. She would think of the squire, and resolve to reject Frank, and would then remember Lady Arabella, and resolve to accept him. Her resolutions, however, were most irresolute, and so, when Frank appeared in person before her, carrying his heart in his hand, she did not know what answer to make to him. Thus it was with her, as with so many other maidens similarly circumstanced. At last she left it all to chance. "You ought at any rate to believe me," said Frank, "when you find that a year has not altered me." "A year should have taught you to be wiser," said she. "You should have learnt by this time, Mr. Gresham, that your lot and mine are not cast in the same mould, that our stations in life are different. Would your father or mother approve of your even coming here to see me?" Mary, as she spoke these sensible words, felt that they were flat, stale, and unprofitable. She felt also that they were not true in sense, that they did not come from her heart, that they were not such as Frank deserved at her hands, and she was ashamed of herself. "My father, I hope, will approve of it," said he. "That my mother should disapprove of it is a misfortune which I cannot help; but on this point I will take no answer from my father or mother. The question is one too personal to myself. Mary, if you say that you will not or cannot return my love, I will go away, not from here only, but from Greshamsbury. My presence shall not banish you from all that you hold dear. If you can honestly say that I am nothing to you, can be nothing to you, I will then tell my mother that she may be at ease, and I will go away somewhere, and get over it as I may." The poor fellow got so far, looking apparently at the donkey's ears, with hardly a gasp of hope in his voice, and he so far carried Mary with him that she also had hardly a gasp of hope in her heart. There he paused for a moment, and then, looking up into her face, he spoke but one word more. "But," said he, and there he stopped. It was clearly told in that "but." Thus he would do if Mary would declare that she did not care for him. If, however, she could not bring herself so to declare, then was he ready to throw his father and mother to the winds. Then would he stand his ground. Then would he look all other difficulties in the face, sure that they might finally be overcome. Poor Mary! The whole onus of settling the matter was thus thrown upon her.
She had only to say that he was indifferent to her. That was all. If all the blood of the Howards had depended upon it, she could not have brought herself to utter such a falsehood. Indifferent to her, as he walked there by her donkey's side, talking thus earnestly of his love for her! Was he not to her like some god come from the heavens to make her blessed? Did not the sun shine upon him with a halo, so that he was bright as an angel? Indifferent to her! Could the open, unadulterated truth have been practicable for her, she would have declared her indifference in terms that would truly have astonished him. As it was, she found it easier to say nothing. She bit her lips to keep herself from sobbing. She struggled hard, but in vain, to prevent her hands and feet from trembling. She seemed to swing upon her donkey as though like to fall, and would have given much to be upon her own feet upon the sward. Si la jeunesse savait. There is so much in that wicked old French proverb. Had Frank known more about a woman's mind, had he, that is, been 42 instead of 22, he would at once have been sure of his game, and have felt that Mary's silence told him all he wished to know. But then, had he been 42 instead of 22, he would not have been so ready to risk the acres of Greshamsbury for the smiles of Mary Thorne. If you can't say one word to comfort me, I will go, said he disconsolately. I made up my mind to tell you this, and so I came over. I told Lady Scatcherd I should not stay, not even for dinner. I did not know you were so hurried, said she, almost in a whisper. On a sudden he stood still, and pulling the donkey's rein, caused him to stand still also. The beast required very little persuasion to be so guided, and obligingly remained meekly passive. Mary, Mary, said Frank, throwing his arms round her knees as she sat upon her steed, and pressing his face against her body. Mary, you were always honest. Be honest now. I love you with all my heart. Will you be my wife? But still Mary said not a word. She no longer bit her lips. She was beyond that, and was now using all her efforts to prevent her tears from falling absolutely on her lover's face. She said nothing. She could no more rebuke him now, and send him from her, than she could encourage him. She could only sit there shaking and crying, and wishing she was on the ground. Frank, on the whole, rather liked the donkey. It enabled him to approach somewhat nearer to an embrace than he might have found practicable had they both been on their feet. The donkey himself was quite at his ease, and looked as though he was approvingly conscious of what was going on behind his ears. I have a right to a word, Mary. Say go, and I will leave you at once. But Mary did not say go. Perhaps she would have done so had she been able, but just at present she could say nothing. This came from her having failed to make up her mind in due time as to what course it would best become her to follow. One word, Mary, one little word. There, if you will not speak, here is my hand. If you will have it, let it lie in yours. If not, push it away. So saying, he managed to get the end of his fingers onto her palm, and there it remained, unrepulsed. La jeunesse was beginning to get a lesson. Experience, when duly sought after, sometimes comes early in life. In truth, Mary had not strength to push the fingers away. My love, my own, my own," said Frank, presuming on the very negative sign of acquiescence. "My life, my own one, my own Mary." And then the hand was caught hold of, and was at his lips, before an effort could be made to save it from such treatment. "Mary, look at me. Say one word to me." There was a deep sigh, and then came the one word. "Oh, Frank!" "Mr. Gresham, I hope I have the honour of seeing you quite well," said a voice close to his ear. "I beg to say that you are welcome to Boxall Hill." Frank turned round, and instantly found himself shaking hands with Sir Louis Scatcherd. How Mary got over her confusion Frank never saw, for he had enough to do to get over his own. He involuntarily deserted Mary, and began talking very fast to Sir Louis. Sir Louis did not once look at Miss Thorne, but walked back towards the house with Mr. Gresham, sulky enough in temper, but still making some effort to do the fine gentleman. Mary, glad to be left alone, merely occupied herself with sitting on the donkey, and the donkey, when he found that the two gentlemen went towards the house, for company's sake and for his stable's sake, followed after them. Frank stayed but 3 minutes in the house, gave another kiss to Lady Scatcherd, getting 3 in return, and thereby infinitely disgusting Sir Louis, shook hands, anything but warmly, with the young baronet, and just felt the warmth of Mary's hand within his own. He felt also the warmth of her eye's last glance, and rode home a happy man. End of chapter 29. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 30 of Doctor Thorne by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 30. Post Prandial. Frank rode home a happy man, cheering himself, as successful lovers do cheer themselves, with the brilliancy of his late exploit. Nor was it till he had turned the corner into the Greshamsbury stables that he began to reflect what he would do next. It was all very well to have induced Mary to allow his 3 fingers to lie half a minute in her soft hand. The having done so might certainly be sufficient evidence that he had overcome one of the lions in his path, but it could hardly be said that all his difficulties were now smoothed. How was he to make further progress? To Mary also the same ideas no doubt occurred, with many others, but then it was not for Mary to make any progress in the matter. To her at least belonged this passive comfort, that at present no act hostile to the de Courcy interest would be expected from her. All that she could do would be to tell her uncle so much as it was fitting that he should know. The doing this would doubtless be in some degree difficult, but it was not probable that there would be much difference, much of anything but loving anxiety for each other, between her and Doctor Thorne. One other thing indeed she must do. Frank must be made to understand what her birth had been. This, she said to herself, will give him an opportunity of retracting what he has done, should he choose to avail himself of it. It is well he should have such opportunity. But Frank had more than this to do. He had told Beatrice that he would make no secret of his love, and he fully resolved to be as good as his word. To his father he owed an unreserved confidence, and he was fully minded to give it. It was, he knew, altogether out of the question that he should at once marry a portionless girl without his father's consent, probably out of the question that he should do so even with it.
but he would at any rate tell his father, and then decide as to what should be done next. So resolving, he put his black horse into the stable and went in to dinner. After dinner he and his father would be alone. Yes, after dinner he and his father would be alone. He dressed himself hurriedly, for the dinner bell was almost on the stroke as he entered the house. He said this to himself once and again, but when the meats and the puddings, and then the cheese, were borne away, as the decanters were placed before his father, and Lady Arabella sipped her one glass of claret, and his sisters ate their portion of strawberries, his pressing anxiety for the coming interview began to wax somewhat dull. His mother and sisters, however, rendered him no assistance by prolonging their stay. With unwonted assiduity he pressed a second glass of claret on his mother. But Lady Arabella was not only temperate in her habits, but also at the present moment very angry with her son. She thought that he had been to Boxall Hill, and was only waiting a proper moment to cross-question him sternly on the subject. Now she departed, taking her train of daughters with her. "Give me one big gooseberry," said Nina, as she squeezed herself in under her brother's arm, prior to making her retreat. Frank would willingly have given her a dozen of the biggest had she wanted them, but having got the one, she squeezed herself out again and scampered off. The squire was very cheery this evening. From what cause cannot now be said. Perhaps he had succeeded in negotiating a further loan, thus temporarily sprinkling a drop of water over the ever-rising dust of his difficulties. "Well, Frank, what have you been after to-day? Peter told me you had the black horse out," said he, pushing the decanter to his son. "Take my advice, my boy, and don't give him too much summer road work. Legs won't stand it, let them be ever so good." "Why, sir, I was obliged to go out to-day, and therefore it had to be either the old mare or the young horse." "Why didn't you take Ramble?" Now Ramble was the squire's own saddle hack, used for farm surveying and occasionally for going to cover. "I shouldn't think of doing that, sir." "My dear boy, he is quite at your service. For goodness sake, do let me have a little wine, Frank. Quite at your service. Any riding I have now is after the haymakers, and that's all on the grass." "Thank ye, sir. Well, perhaps I will take a turn out of Ramble, should I want it." "Do, and pray take care of that black horse's legs. He is turning out more of a horse than I took him to be, and I should be sorry to see him injured. Where have you been to-day?" "Well, father, I have something to tell you." "Something to tell me?" And then the squire's happy and gay look, which had been only rendered more happy and more gay by his assumed anxiety about the black horse, gave place to that heaviness of visage which acrimony and misfortune had made so habitual to him. "Something to tell me." Any grave words like these always presaged some money difficulty to the squire's ears. He loved Frank with the tenderest love. He would have done so under almost any circumstances, but doubtless that love had been made more palpable to himself by the fact that Frank had been a good son as regards money, not exigent as was Lady Arabella, or selfishly reckless as was his nephew Lord Porlock. But now Frank must be in difficulty about money. This was his first idea. "What is it, Frank? You have seldom had anything to say that has not been pleasant for me to hear." And then the heaviness of visage again gave way for a moment as his eye fell upon his son. "I have been to Boxall Hill, sir." The tenor of his father's thoughts was changed in an instant, and the dread of immediate temporary annoyance gave place to true anxiety for his son. He, the squire, had been no party to Mary's exile from his own domain,
and he had seen with pain that she had now a second time been driven from her home, but he had never hitherto questioned the expediency of separating his son from Mary Thorne. Alas, it became too necessary through his own default, that Frank should marry money. At Boxall Hill, Frank, has that been prudent? Or indeed, has it been generous to Miss Thorne, who has been driven there, as it were, by your imprudence?
Father, it is well that we should understand each other about this.
Fill your glass, Frank.
Frank mechanically did as he was told, and passed the bottle. I should never forgive myself were I to deceive you or keep anything from you.
I believe it is not in your nature to deceive me, Frank.
The fact is, sir, that I have made up my mind that Mary Thorne shall be my wife, sooner or later, that is, unless, of course, she should utterly refuse. Hitherto she has utterly refused me. I believe I may now say that she has accepted me. The squire sipped his claret, but at the moment said nothing.
There was a quiet, manly, but yet modest determination about his son that he had hardly noticed before.
Frank had become legally of age, legally a man, when he was 21. Nature, it seems, had postponed the ceremony till he was 22. Nature often does postpone the ceremony even to a much later age, sometimes altogether forgets to accomplish it. The squire continued to sip his claret.
He had to think over the matter a while before he could answer a statement so deliberately made by his son.
I think I may say so, continued Frank, with perhaps unnecessary modesty. She is so honest that had she not intended it, she would have said so honestly. Am I right, father, in thinking that as regards Mary personally, you would not reject her as a daughter-in-law?
Personally, said the squire, glad to have the subject presented to him in a view that enabled him to speak out. Oh no, personally I should not object to her, for I love her dearly. She is a good girl. I do believe she is a good girl in every respect. I have always liked her, liked to see her about the house.
But I know what you would say, father. This was rather more than the squire knew himself. Such a marriage is imprudent.
It is more than that, Frank. I fear it is impossible. Impossible?
No, father, it is not impossible.
It is impossible, Frank, in the usual sense. What are you to live upon? What would you do with your children? You would not wish to see your wife distressed and comfortless?
No, I should not like to see that.
You would not wish to begin life as an embarrassed man, and end it as a ruined man. If you were now to marry Miss Thorne, such would, I fear, doubtless be your lot.
Frank caught at the word now. I don't expect to marry immediately. I know that would be imprudent, but I am pledged, father, and I certainly cannot go back. And now that I have told you all this, what is your advice to me? The father again sat silent, still sipping his wine.
There was nothing in his son that he could be ashamed of, nothing that he could meet with anger, nothing that he could not love. But how should he answer him?
The fact was that the son had more in him than the father. This, his mind and spirit, were of a calibre not to be opposed successfully by the mind and spirit of the squire.
Do you know Mary's history?
Said Mr. Gresham at last.
The history of her birth?
Not a word of it, said Frank. I did not know she had a history.
Nor does she know it. At least, I presume not.
But you should know it now. And, Frank, I will tell it you, not to turn you from her, not with that object, though I think that to a certain extent it should have that effect.
Mary's birth was not such as would become your wife and be beneficial to your children." "If so, father, I should have known that sooner. Why was she brought in here among us?" "True, Frank, the fault is mine and your mother's. Circumstances brought it about years ago, when it never occurred to us that all this would arise. But I will tell you her history. And, Frank, remember this, though I tell it you as a secret to be kept from all the world but one, you are quite at liberty to let the doctor know that I have told you. Indeed, I shall be careful to let him know myself, should it ever be necessary that he and I should speak together as to this engagement." The squire then told his son the whole story of Mary's birth, as it is known to the reader. Frank sat silent, looking very blank. He also had, as had every Gresham, a great love for his pure blood. He had said to his mother that he hated money, that he hated the estate, but he would have been very slow to say, even in his warmest opposition to her, that he hated the roll of the family pedigree. He loved it dearly, though he seldom spoke of it, as men of good family seldom do speak of it. It is one of those possessions which to have is sufficient. A man having it need not boast of what he has, or show it off before the world, but on that account he values it more. He had regarded Mary as a cutting duly taken from the Ullathorne tree, not indeed as a grafting branch full of flower, just separated from the parent stalk, but as being not a whit the less truly endowed with the pure sap of that venerable trunk. When, therefore, he heard her true history, he sat a while dismayed. "It is a sad story," said the father. "Yes, sad enough," said Frank, rising from his chair, and standing with it before him, leaning on the back of it. "Poor Mary, poor Mary! She will have to learn it some day." "I fear so, Frank." And then there was again a few moments' silence. "To me, father, it is told too late. It can now have no effect on me." "Indeed," said he, sighing as he spoke, but still relieving himself by the very sigh, "it could have had no effect had I learnt it ever so soon." "I should have told you before," said the father. "Certainly I ought to have done so." "It would have been no good," said Frank. "Ah, sir, tell me this: who were Miss Dunstable's parents? What was that fellow Moffat's family?" This was perhaps cruel of Frank. The squire, however, made no answer to the question. "I have thought it right to tell you," said he. "I leave all commentary to yourself. I need not tell you what your mother will think." "What did she think of Miss Dunstable's birth?" said he, again more bitterly than before. "No, sir," he continued, after a further pause, "all that can make no change, none at any rate now. It can't make my love less, even if it could have prevented it; nor even could it do so, which it can't the least, not in the least. But could it do so, it could not break my engagement. I am now engaged to Mary Thorne." And then he again repeated his question, asking for his father's advice under the present circumstances. The conversation was a very long one, as long as to disarrange all Lady Arabella's plans. She had determined to take her son most stringently to task that very evening, and with this object had ensconced herself in the small drawing room, which had formerly been used for a similar purpose by the august countess herself. Here she now sat, having desired Augusta and Beatrice, as well as the twins, to beg Frank to go to her as soon as he should come out of the dining room. Poor lady, there she waited till 10 o'clock, tealess. There was not much of the Bluebeard about the squire, but he had succeeded in making it understood through the household that he was not to be interrupted by messages from his wife during the post prandial hour, which, though no toper, he loved so well. As a period of 12 months will now have to be passed over, the upshot of this long conversation must be told in as few words as possible. The father found it impracticable to talk his son out of his intended marriage. Indeed, he hardly attempted to do so by any direct persuasion. He explained to him that it was impossible that he should marry at once, and suggested that he, Frank, was very young. "You married, sir, before you were 21," said Frank. "Yes, and repented before I was 22. So did not say the squire. He suggested that Mary should have time to ascertain what would be her uncle's wishes, and ended by inducing Frank to promise that after taking his degree in October he would go abroad for some months, and that he would not indeed return to Greshamsbury till he was 23. He may perhaps forget her," said the father to himself, as this agreement was made between them. "He thinks that I shall forget her," said Frank to himself at the same time, "but he does not know me." When Lady Arabella at last got hold of her son, she found that the time for her preaching was utterly gone by. He told her, almost with sang-froid, what his plans were, and when she came to understand them, and to understand also what had taken place at Boxall Hill, she could not blame the squire for what he had done. She also said to herself, more confidently than the squire had done, that Frank would quite forget Mary before the year was out. "Lord Buckish," said she to herself rejoicingly, "is now with the ambassador at Paris." Lord Buckish was her nephew. "And with him Frank will meet women that are really beautiful, women of fashion, when with Lord Buckish he will soon forget Mary Thorne." But not on this account did she change her resolve to follow up to the furthest point her hostility to the Thornes. She was fully enabled now to do so, for Dr. Filgrave was already reinstalled at Greshamsbury as her medical adviser. One other short visit did Frank pay to Boxall Hill, and one interview had he with Doctor Thorne. Mary told him all she knew of her own sad history, and was answered only by a kiss absolutely not in any way by her to be avoided, the first, the only one that had ever yet reached her lips from his, and then he went away. The doctor told him all the story. "Yes," said Frank, "I knew it all before. Dear Mary, dearest Mary, don't you, doctor, teach yourself to believe that I shall forget her." And then also he went his way from him, went his way also from Greshamsbury, and was absent for the full period of his allotted banishment, 12 months, namely, and a day. End of chapter 30. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 31 of Doctor Thorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 31. The Small End of the Wedge. Frank Gresham was absent from Greshamsbury 12 months and a day. A day is always added to the period of such absences, as shown in the history of Lord Bateman and other noble heroes. We need not detail all the circumstances of his banishment, all the details of the compact that was made. One detail, of course, was this, that there should be no corresponding, a point to which the squire found some difficulty in bringing his son to assent. It must not be supposed that Mary Thorne or the doctor were in any way parties to or privy to these agreements. By no means. The agreements were drawn out and made and signed and sealed at Greshamsbury, and were known of nowhere else. The reader must not imagine that Lady Arabella was prepared to give up her son, if only his love could remain constant for 1 year. Neither did Lady Arabella consent to any such arrangement, nor did the squire. It was settled rather in this wise, that Frank should be subjected to no torturing process, pestered to give no promises, should in no way be bullied about Mary, that is, not at present, if he would go away for a year. Then, at the end of the year, the matter should again be discussed. Agreeing to this, Frank took his departure, and was absent as per agreement. What were Mary's fortunes immediately after his departure must be shortly told, and then we will again join some of our Greshamsbury friends at a period about a month before Frank's return. When Sir Louis saw Frank Gresham standing by Mary's donkey, with his arms round Mary's knees, he began to fear that there must be something in it. He had intended that very day to throw himself at Mary's feet, and now it appeared to his inexperienced eyes as though somebody else had been at the same work before him. This not unnaturally made him cross; so, after having sullenly wished the visitor good-bye, he betook himself to his room, and there drank curaçoa alone, instead of coming down to dinner. This he did for 2 or 3 days, and then, taking heart of grace, he remembered that, after all, he had very many advantages over young Gresham. In the first place, he was a baronet, and could make his wife a lady. In the next place, Frank's father was alive, and liked to live, whereas his own was dead. He possessed Boxall Hill in his own right, but his rival had neither house nor land of his own. After all, might it not be possible for him also to put his arm round Mary's knees, or her waist, or perhaps even her neck? Faint heart never won fair lady. At any rate, he would try. And he did try. With what result as regards Mary need hardly be told. He certainly did not get nearly so far as putting his hand even upon her knee before he was made to understand that it was no go, as he graphically described it to his mother. He tried once and again. On the first time Mary was very civil, though very determined. On the second she was more determined, though less civil, and then she told him that if he pressed her further he would drive her from his mother's house. There was something then about Mary's eye, a fixed composure round her mouth, and an authority in her face, which went far to quell him, and he did not press her again. He immediately left Boxall Hill, and returning to London had more violent recourse to the curaçoa. It was not long before the doctor heard of him and was obliged to follow him, and then again occurred those frightful scenes in which the poor wretch had to expiate, either in terrible delirium or more terrible prostration of spirits, the vile sin which his father had so early taught him. Then Mary returned to her uncle's home. Frank was gone, and she therefore could resume her place at Greshamsbury. Yes, she came back to Greshamsbury, but Greshamsbury was by no means the same place that it was formerly. Almost all intercourse was now over between the doctor and the Greshamsbury people. He rarely ever saw the squire, and then only on business. Not that the squire had purposely quarrelled with him, but Doctor Thorne himself had chosen that it should be so, since Frank had openly proposed for his niece. Frank was now gone, and Lady Arabella was in arms against him. It should not be said that he kept up any intimacy for the sake of aiding the lovers in their love. No one should rightfully accuse him of inveigling the heir to marry his niece.
Mary therefore found herself utterly separated from Beatrice. She was not even able to learn what Beatrice would think or did think of the engagement as it now stood. She could not even explain to her friend that love had been too strong for her, and endeavour to get some comfort from that friend's absolution from her sin. This estrangement was now carried so far that she and Beatrice did not even meet on neutral ground. Lady Arabella made it known to Miss Oriel that her daughter could not meet Mary Thorne, even as strangers meet, and it was made known to others also. Mrs. Yates Umbleby and her dear friend Miss Gushing, to whose charming tea parties none of the Greshamsbury ladies went above once in a 12-month, talked through the parish of this distressing difficulty. They would have been so happy to have asked dear Mary Thorne, only the Greshamsbury ladies did not approve.
Mary was thus tabooed from all society, in the place in which a 12-month since she had been of all its denizens perhaps the most courted. In those days no bevy of Greshamsbury young ladies had fairly represented the Greshamsbury young ladyhood if Mary Thorne was not there. Now she was excluded from all such bevies. Patience did not quarrel with her, certainly, came to see her frequently, invited her to walk, invited her frequently to the parsonage, but Mary was shy of acceding to such invitations, and at last frankly told her friend Patience that she would not again break bread in Greshamsbury in any house in which she was not thought fit to meet the other guests who habitually resorted there. In truth, both the doctor and his niece were very sore, but they were of that temperament that keeps all its soreness to itself. Mary walked out by herself boldly, looking at least as though she were indifferent to all the world. She was indeed hardly treated. Young ladies' engagements are generally matters of profoundest secrecy, and are hardly known of by their near friends till marriage is a thing settled. But all the world knew of Mary's engagement within a month of that day on which she had neglected to expel Frank's finger from her hand. It had been told openly through the countryside that she had confessed her love for the young squire. Now it is disagreeable for a young lady to walk about under such circumstances, especially so when she has no female friend to keep her in countenance, more especially so when the gentleman is of such importance in the neighbourhood as Frank was in that locality. It was a matter of moment to every farmer and every farmer's wife which bride Frank should marry of those bespoken for him, Mary namely, or money. Every yokel about the place had been made to understand that, by some feminine sleight of hand, the doctor's niece had managed to trap Master Frank, and that Master Frank had been sent out of the way so that he might, if yet possible, break through the trapping. All this made life rather unpleasant for her. One day, walking solitary in the lanes, she met that sturdy farmer to whose daughter she had in former days been so serviceable. "God bless 'ee, Miss Mary," said he. He always did bid God bless her when he saw her. "And, Miss Mary, to say my mind out freely, thee be quite good enough for un, quite good enough. So thee beest, though thee were 10 squires." There may perhaps have been something pleasant in the heartiness of this, but it was not pleasant to have this heart affair of hers thus publicly scanned and talked over, to have it known to every one that she had set her heart on marrying Frank Gresham, and that all the Greshams had set their hearts on preventing it, and yet she could in no wise help it. No girl could have been more staid and demure, less demonstrative and boastful about her love. She had never yet spoken freely out of her full heart to one human being. Oh, Frank! All her spoken sin had been contained in that. But Lady Arabella had been very active. It suited her better that it should be known far and wide that a nameless pauper— Lady Arabella only surmised that her foe was nameless, but she did not scruple to declare it— was intriguing to catch the heir of Greshamsbury. None of the Greshams must meet Mary Thorne. That was the edict sent about the country, and the edict was well understood. Those, therefore, were bad days for Miss Thorne. She had never yet spoken on the matter freely, out of her full heart, to one human being. Not to one, not to him, not to her uncle, no, not even to him, fully and freely. She had told him that that had passed between Frank and her, which amounted, at any rate on his part, to a proposal. "Well, dearest, and what was your answer?" said her uncle, drawing her close to him, and speaking in his kindest voice. "I hardly made any answer, uncle." "You did not reject him, Mary?" "No, uncle." And then she paused. He had never known her tremble as she now trembled. "But if you say that I ought, I will," she added, drawing every word from herself with difficulty. "I say you ought, Mary? Nay, but this question you must answer yourself." "Must I?" said she, plaintively; and then she sat for the next half hour with her head against his shoulder. But nothing more was said about it. They both acquiesced in the sentence that had been pronounced against them, and went on together more lovingly than before. The doctor was quite as weak as his niece, nay, weaker. She hesitated fearfully as to what she ought to do, whether she should obey her heart or the dictates of Greshamsbury. But he had other doubts than hers, which nearly set him wild when he strove to bring his mind to a decision. He himself was now in possession, of course as a trustee only, of the title deeds of the estate. More of the estate, much more, belonged to the heirs under Sir Roger Scatcherd's will than to the squire. It was now more than probable that that heir must be Mary Thorne. His conviction became stronger and stronger that no human efforts would keep Sir Louis in the land of the living till he was 25. Could he, therefore, wisely or honestly, in true friendship to the squire, to Frank, or to his niece, take any steps to separate two persons who loved each other, and whose marriage would in all human probability be so suitable? And yet he could not bring himself to encourage it then. The idea of looking after dead men's shoes was abhorrent to his mind, especially when the man whose death he contemplated had been so trusted to him as had been Sir Louis Scatcherd. He could not speak of the event, even to the squire, as being possible, so he kept his peace from day to day, and gave no counsel to Mary in the matter. And then he had his own individual annoyances, and very aggravating annoyances they were. The carriage, or rather post chaise, of Dr. Filgrave was now frequent in Greshamsbury, passing him constantly in the street, among the lanes, and on the high roads. It seemed as though Dr. Filgrave could never get to his patients at the big house without showing himself to his beaten rival, either on his way thither or on his return. This alone would perhaps not have hurt the doctor much, but it did hurt him to know that Dr. Filgrave was attending the squire for a little incipient gout, and that dear Nina was in measles under those unloving hands. And then also the old-fashioned phaeton of old-fashioned old Dr. Century was seen to rumble up to the big house, and it became known that Lady Arabella was not very well. Not very well, when pronounced in a low, grave voice about Lady Arabella, always meant something serious, and in this case something serious was meant. Lady Arabella was not only ill, but frightened. It appeared even to her that Dr. Filgrave himself hardly knew what he was about, that he was not so sure in his opinion, so confident in himself, as Doctor Thorne used to be. How should he be, seeing that Doctor Thorne had, medically, had Lady Arabella in his hands for the last 10 years? If sitting with dignity in his hired carriage, and stepping with authority up the big front steps, would have done anything, Dr. Filgrave might have done much. Lady Arabella was greatly taken with his looks when he first came to her, and it was only when she by degrees perceived that the symptoms which she knew so well did not yield to him that she began to doubt those looks. After a while, Dr. Filgrave himself suggested Dr. Century. "Not that I fear anything, Lady Arabella," said he, lying hugely, for he did fear both for himself and for her. "But Dr. Century has great experience, and in such a matter, when the interests are so important, one cannot be too safe." So Dr. Century came, and toddled slowly into her ladyship's room. He did not say much. He left the talking to his learned brother, who certainly was able to do that part of the business. But Dr. Century, though he said very little, looked very grave, and by no means quieted Lady Arabella's mind. She, as she saw the two putting their heads together, already had misgivings that she had done wrong. She knew that she could not be safe without Doctor Thorne at her bedside, and she already felt that she had exercised a most injudicious courage in driving him away. "Well, doctor," said she, as soon as Dr. Century had toddled downstairs to see the squire. "Oh, we shall be all right, Lady Arabella, all right very soon, but we must be careful, very careful. I am glad I've had Century here, very, but there's nothing to alter, little or nothing." There were but few words spoken between Dr. Century and the squire, but few as they were, they frightened Mr. Gresham. When Dr. Filgrave came down the grand stairs, a servant waited at the bottom to ask him also to go to the squire. Now there never had been much cordiality between the squire and Dr. Filgrave, though Mr. Gresham had consented to take a preventative pill from his hands, and the little man therefore swelled himself out somewhat more than ordinarily as he followed the servant. "Dr. Filgrave," said the squire, at once beginning the conversation, "Lady Arabella is, I fear, in danger." "Well, no, I hope not in danger, Mr. Gresham. I certainly believe I may be justified in expressing a hope that she is not in danger. Her state is, no doubt, rather serious, as Dr. Century has probably told you." And Dr. Filgrave made a bow to the old man, who sat quiet in one of the dining room armchairs. "Well, doctor," said the squire, I have not any grounds on which to doubt your judgment." Dr. Filgrave bowed, but with the stiffest, slightest inclination which a head could possibly make. "He rather thought that Mr. Gresham had no ground for doubting his judgment." "Nor do I." The doctor bowed, and a very little less stiffly. "But, doctor, I think that something ought to be done." The doctor this time did his bowing merely with his eyes and mouth. The former he closed for a moment, the latter he pressed, and then decorously rubbed his hands one over the other. "I am afraid, Dr. Filgrave, that you and my friend Thorne are not the best friends in the world." "No, Mr. Gresham, no. I may go so far as to say we are not." "Well, I am sorry for it. Perhaps, Mr. Gresham, we need hardly discuss it, but there have been circumstances—" "I am not going to discuss anything, Dr. Filgrave. I say I am sorry for it, because I believe that prudence will imperatively require Lady Arabella to have Dr. Thorne back again. Now, if you would not object to meet him—" "Mr. Gresham, I beg pardon indeed, but you must really excuse me. Dr. Thorne has, in my estimation—" "But, Dr. Filgrave—" "Mr. Gresham, you really must excuse me. You really must indeed. Anything else that I could do for Lady Arabella I should be most happy to do, but after what has passed I cannot meet Dr. Thorne. I really cannot. You must not ask me to do so, Mr. Gresham. And, Mr. Gresham," continued the doctor, "I did understand from Lady Arabella that that is, Dr. Thorne's conduct to her ladyship had been so very outrageous, I may say, that of course, Mr. Gresham, you know best. But I did think that Lady Arabella herself was quite unwilling to see Dr. Thorne again." And Dr. Filgrave looked very big, and very dignified, and very exclusive. "The squire did not ask again. He had no warrant for supposing that Lady Arabella would receive Dr. Thorne if he did come, and he saw that it was useless to attempt to overcome the rancour of a man so pig-headed as the little Galen now before him." Other propositions were then broached, and it was at last decided that assistance should be sought for from London, in the person of the great Sir Omicron Pye. Sir Omicron came, and Doctors Filgrave and Century were there to meet him. When they all assembled in Lady Arabella's room, the poor woman's heart almost sank within her, as well it might at such a sight, if she could only reconcile it with her honour, her consistency, with her high de Courcy principles, to send once more for Dr. Thorne. Oh, Frank, Frank, to what misery your disobedience brought your mother! Sir Omicron and the lesser provincial lights had their consultation, and the lesser lights went their way to Barchester and Silverbridge, leaving Sir Omicron to enjoy the hospitality of Greshamsbury. "You should have Thorne back here, Mr. Gresham," said Sir Omicron, almost in a whisper, when they were quite alone. "Dr. Filgrave is a very good man, and so is Dr. Century, very good, I am sure; but Thorne has known her ladyship so long." And then on the following morning Sir Omicron also went his way. And then there was a scene between the squire and her ladyship. Lady Arabella had given herself credit for great good generalship when she found that the squire had been induced to take that pill. We have all heard of the little end of the Wedge, and we have most of us an idea that the little end is the difficulty. That pill had been the little end of Lady Arabella's Wedge. Up to that period she had been struggling in vain to make a severance between her husband and her enemy. That pill should do the business. She well knew how to make the most of it. To have it published in Greshamsbury that the squire had put his gouty toe into Dr. Filgrave's hands, how to let it be known, especially at that humble house in the corner of the street, that Filgrave's prescriptions now ran current through the whole establishment. Dr. Thorne did hear of it, and did suffer. He had been a true friend to the squire, and he thought the squire should have stood to him more staunchly. After all, said he himself, perhaps it's as well. Perhaps it will be best that I should leave this place altogether. And then he thought of Sir Roger and his will, and of Mary and her lover, and then of Mary's birth, and of his own theoretical doctrines as to pure blood. And so his troubles multiplied, and he saw no present daylight through them. Such had been the way in which Lady Arabella had got in the little end of the wedge, and she would have triumphed joyfully had not her increased doubts and fears as to herself then come in to check her triumph and destroy her joy. She had not yet confessed to anyone her secret regret for the friend she had driven away. She hardly yet acknowledged to herself that she did regret him, but she was uneasy, frightened, and in low spirits. "My dear," said the squire, sitting down by her bedside, "I want to tell you what Sir Omicron said as he went away." "Well?" said her ladyship, sitting up and looking frightened. "I don't know how you may take it, Bell, but I think it very good news." The squire never called his wife Bell, except when he wanted her to be on particularly good terms with him. "Well," said she again. She was not over anxious to be gracious, and did not reciprocate his familiarity. "Sir Omicron says that you should have Thorne back again, and upon my honour I cannot but agree with him. Now Thorne is a clever man, a very clever man. Nobody denies that. And then, you know—" "Why did not Sir Omicron say that to me?" said her ladyship sharply, all her disposition in Dr. Thorne's favour becoming wonderfully damped by her husband's advocacy. "I suppose he thought it better to say it to me," said the squire rather curtly. "He should have spoken to myself," said Lady Arabella, who, though she did not absolutely doubt her husband's word, gave him credit for having induced and led on Sir Omicron to the uttering of this opinion. "Dr. Thorne has behaved to me in so gross, so indecent a manner, and then, as I understand, he is absolutely encouraging that girl—" "Now, Bell, you are quite wrong." "Of course I am. I always am quite wrong." "Quite wrong in mixing up two things: Dr. Thorne as an acquaintance, and Dr. Thorne as a doctor." "It is dreadful to have him here, even standing in the room with me. How can one talk to one's doctor openly and confidentially when one looks upon him as one's worst enemy?" And Lady Arabella, softening, almost melted into tears. "My dear, you cannot wonder that I should be anxious for you." Lady Arabella gave a little snuffle, which might be taken as a not very eloquent expression of thanks for the squire's solicitude, or as an ironical jeer at his want of sincerity. "And therefore I have not lost a moment in telling you what Sir Omicron said. You should have Thorne back here. Those were his very words. You can think it over, my dear." And remember this, Bell, if he is to do any good, no time should be lost." And then the squire left the room, and Lady Arabella remained alone, perplexed by many doubts. End of chapter 31. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 32 of Doctor Thorne by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 32. Mr. Oriel. I must now shortly as it is in my power to do it, introduce a new character to my reader. Mention has been made of the rectory of Greshamsbury, but hitherto no opportunity has offered itself for the Reverend Caleb Oriel to come upon the boards. Mr. Oriel was a man of family and fortune, who, having gone to Oxford with the usual views of such men, had become inoculated there with very high church principles, and had gone into orders influenced by a feeling of enthusiastic love for the priesthood. He was by no means an ascetic, such men indeed seldom are, nor was he a devotee. He was a man well able, and certainly willing, to do the work of a parish clergyman, and when he became one, he was efficacious in his profession. But it may perhaps be said of him, without speaking slanderously, that his original calling as a young man was rather to the outward and visible signs of religion than to its inward and spiritual graces. He delighted in lecterns and credence tables, in services at dark hours of winter mornings when no one would attend, in high waistcoats and narrow white neckties, in chanted services, and intoned prayers, and in all the paraphernalia of Anglican formalities which have given such offence to those of our brethren who live in daily fear of the Scarlet Lady. Many of his friends declared that Mr. Oriel would sooner or later deliver himself over, body and soul, to that lady. But there was no need to fear for him, for though sufficiently enthusiastic to get out of bed at 5 a.m. on winter mornings, he did so at least all through his first winter at Greshamsbury, he was not made of that stuff which is necessary for a staunch, burning, self-denying convert. It was not in him to change his very sleek black coat for a capuchin's filthy cassock, nor his pleasant parsonage for some dirty hole in Rome, and it was better so, both for him and others. There are but few, very few, to whom it is given to be a Huss, a Wycliffe, or a Luther, and a man gains but little by being a false Huss or a false Luther, and his neighbours gain less. But certain lengths in self-privation Mr. Oriel did go, at any rate for some time. He eschewed matrimony, imagining that it became him as a priest to do so. He fasted rigorously on Fridays, and the neighbours declared that he scourged himself. Mr. Oriel was, as it has been said, a man of fortune. That is to say, when he came of age, he was master of £30,000. When he took it into his head to go into the church, his friends bought for him the next presentation to the living at Greshamsbury, and a year after his ordination, the living falling in, Mr. Oriel brought himself and his sister to the rectory. Mr. Oriel soon became popular. He was a dark-haired, good-looking man, of polished manners, agreeable in society, not given to monkish austerities, except in the matter of Fridays, nor yet to the Low Church severity of demeanour. He was thoroughly a gentleman, good-humoured, inoffensive, and sociable. But he had one fault: he was not a marrying man. On this ground there was a feeling against him so strong as almost at one time to throw him into serious danger. It was not only that he should be sworn against matrimony in his individual self, he whom fate had made so able to sustain the weight of a wife and family, but what an example he was setting! If other clergymen all around should declare against wives and families, what was to become of the country? What was to be done in the rural districts? The religious observances as regards women of a Brigham Young were hardly so bad as this. There were around Greshamsbury very many unmarried ladies. I believe there generally are so round most such villages. From the great house he did not receive much annoyance. Beatrice was then only just on the verge of being brought out, and was not perhaps inclined to think very much of a young clergyman, and Augusta certainly intended to fly at higher game. But there were the Miss Athelings, the daughters of a neighbouring clergyman, who were ready to go all lengths with him in high church matters, except as that one tremendously papal step of celibacy, and the two Miss Hesterwells of Hesterwell Park, the younger of whom boldly declared her purpose of civilizing the savage, and Mrs. Opie Green, a very pretty widow with a very pretty jointure, who lived in a very pretty house about a mile from Greshamsbury, and who declared her opinion that Mr. Oriel was quite right in his view of a clergyman's position. How could a woman situated as she was have the comfort of a clergyman's attention if he were to be regarded just as any other man? She could now know in what light to regard Mr. Oriel, and would be able without scruple to avail herself of his zeal. So she did avail herself of his zeal, and that without any scruple. And then there was Miss Gushing, a young thing. Miss Gushing had a great advantage over the other competitors for the civilization of Mr. Oriel, namely in this, that she was able to attend his morning services. If Mr. Oriel was to be reached in any way, it was probable that he might be reached in this way. If anything could civilize him, this would do it. Therefore the young thing, through all one long tedious winter, tore herself from her warm bed, and was to be seen, no, not seen, but heard, entering Mr. Oriel's church at 6 o'clock. With indefatigable assiduity the responses were made, uttered from under a close bonnet, and out of a dark corner, in an enthusiastically feminine voice, through the whole winter. Nor did Miss Gushing altogether fail in her object. When a clergyman's daily audience consists of but one person, and that person is a young lady, it is hardly possible that he should not become personally intimate with her, hardly possible that he should not be in some measure grateful. Miss Gushing's responses came from her with such fervour, and she begged for ghostly advice with such eager longing to have her scruples satisfied, that Mr. Oriel had nothing for it but to give way to a certain amount of civilization. By degrees it came to pass that Miss Gushing could never get her final prayer said, her shawl and boa adjusted, and stow away her nice new prayer book with the red letters inside and the cross on the back, till Mr. Oriel had been into his vestry and got rid of his surplice, and then they met at the church porch, and naturally walked together till Mr. Oriel's cruel gateway separated them. The young thing did sometimes think that as the parson's civilization progressed, he might have taken the trouble to walk with her as far as Mr. Yates Umbleby's hall door, but she had hoped
to sustain her, and a firm resolve to merit success, even though she might not attain it. Is it not 10,000 pities, she once said to him, that none here should avail themselves of the inestimable privilege which your coming has conferred upon us? Oh, Mr. Oriel, I do so wonder at it. To me it is so delightful. The morning service in the dark church is so beautiful, so touching."
"I suppose they think it is a bore getting up so early," said Mr. Oriel.
"Ah, a bore!"
said Miss Gushing, in an enthusiastic tone of depreciation.
"How insensate they must be! To me it gives a new charm to life. It quiets one for the day, makes one so much fitter for one's daily trials and daily troubles. Does it not, Mr. Oriel?"
"I look upon morning prayer as an imperative duty, certainly."
"Oh, certainly, a most imperative duty, but so delicious at the same time. I spoke to Mrs. Umbleby about it, but she said she could not leave the children."
"No, I dare say not," said Mr. Oriel.
"And Mr. Umbleby said his business kept him up so late at night."
"Very probably. I hardly expect the attendance of men of business."
"But the servants might come, mightn't they, Mr. Oriel?"
"I fear that servants seldom can have time for daily prayers in church."
No, perhaps not." And then Miss Gushing began to bethink herself of whom should be composed the congregation which it must be presumed that Mr. Oriel wished to see around him.
But on this matter he did not enlighten her. Then Miss Gushing took to fasting on Fridays, and made some futile attempts to induce her priest to give her the comfort of confessional absolution. But unfortunately the zeal of the master waxed cool as that of the pupil waxed hot, and at last, when the young thing returned to Greshamsbury from an autumn excursion which she had made with Mrs. Umbleby to Weston-super-Mare, she found that the delicious morning services had died a natural death. Miss Gushing did not on that account give up the game, but she was bound to fight with no particular advantage in her favour. Miss Oriel, though a good churchwoman, was by no means a convert to her brother's extremist views, and perhaps gave but scanty credit to the Gushings, Athelings, and Opie Greens for the sincerity of their religion. But nevertheless she and her brother were staunch friends, and she still hoped to see the day when he might be induced to think that an English parson might get through his parish work with the assistance of a wife better than he could do without such feminine encumbrance. The girl whom she selected for his bride was not the young thing, but Beatrice Gresham. And at last it seemed probable to Mr. Oriel's nearest friends that he was in a fair way to be overcome. Not that he had begun to make love to Beatrice, or committed himself by the utterance of any opinion as to the propriety of clerical marriages, but he daily became looser about his peculiar tenets, raved less immoderately than heretofore as to the atrocity of the Greshamsbury church pews, and was observed to take some opportunities of conversing alone with Beatrice. Beatrice had always denied the imputation. This had usually been made by Mary in their happy days, with vehement asseverations of anger, and Miss Gushing had tittered, and expressed herself as supposing that great people's daughters might be as barefaced as they pleased. All this had happened previous to the great Greshamsbury feud. Mr. Oriel gradually got himself into a way of sauntering up to the great house, sauntering into the drawing room for the purpose, as I am sure he thought, of talking to Lady Arabella, and then of sauntering home again, having usually found an opportunity for saying a few words to Beatrice during the visit. This went on all through the feud up to the period of Lady Arabella's illness, and then one morning, about a month before the date fixed for Frank's return, Mr. Oriel found himself engaged to Miss Beatrice Gresham. From the day that Miss Gushing heard of it, which was not, however, for some considerable time after this, she became an independent Methodist. She could no longer, she said at first, have any faith in any religion, and for an hour or so she was almost tempted to swear that she could no longer have any faith in any man. She had nearly completed a worked cover for a credence table when the news reached her, as to which, in the young enthusiasm of her heart, she had not been able to remain silent. It had already been promised to Mr. Oriel. That promise she swore should not be kept. He was an apostate, she said, from his principles, an utter pervert, a false, designing man, with whom she would never have trusted herself alone on dark mornings, had she known that he had such grovelling, worldly inclinations. So Miss Gushing became an independent Methodist. The credence table covering was cut up into slippers for the preacher's feet, and the young thing herself, more happy in this direction than she had been in the other, became the arbiter of that preacher's domestic happiness. But this little history of Miss Gushing's future life is premature. Mr. Oriel became engaged demurely, nay, almost silently, to Beatrice, and no one out of their own immediate families was at the time informed of the matter. It was arranged very differently from those two other matches, embryo or not embryo, those, namely, of Augusta with Mr. Moffat and Frank with Mary Thorne. All Barsetshire had heard of them, but that of Beatrice and Mr. Oriel was managed in a much more private manner. "I do think you are a happy girl," said Patience to her one morning. "Indeed I am. He is so good. You don't know how good he is as yet. He never thinks of himself, and thinks so much of those he loves." Beatrice took her friend's hand in her own and kissed it. She was full of joy. When a girl is about to be married, when she may lawfully talk of her love, there is no music in her ears so sweet as the praises of her lover. "I made up my mind from the first that he should marry you." "Nonsense, Patience." "I did, indeed. I made up my mind that he should marry, and there were only two to choose from." "Me and Miss Gushing," said Beatrice, laughing. "No, not exactly Miss Gushing. I had not many fears for Caleb there." "I declare she's very pretty," said Beatrice, who could afford to be good-natured. Now Miss Gushing certainly was pretty, and would have been very pretty had her nose not turned up so much, and could she have parted her hair in the centre. "Well, I am very glad you chose me, if it was you who chose," said Beatrice modestly, having, however, in her own mind, a strong opinion that Mr. Oriel had chosen for himself, and had never had any doubt in the matter. "And who was the other? Can't you guess?" "I won't guess any more. Perhaps Mrs. Green." "Oh no, certainly not a widow. I don't like widows marrying. But of course you could guess if you would. Of course it was Mary Thorne, but I soon saw Mary would not do, for two reasons. Caleb would never have liked her well enough, nor would she ever have liked him." "Not like him? Oh, I hope she will. I do so love Mary Thorne." "So do I, dearly, and so does Caleb, but he could never have loved her as he loves you." "But, Patience, have you told Mary?"
No, I have told no one, and shall not without your leave.
Oh, you must tell her. Tell it her with my best and kindest, warmest love. Tell her how happy I am, and how I long to talk to her. Tell that I will have her for my bridesmaid. Oh, I do hope that before that all this horrid quarrel will be settled."
Patience undertook the commission, and did tell Mary, did give her also the message which Beatrice had sent, and Mary was rejoiced to hear it, for though, as Patience had said of her, she had never herself felt any inclination to fall in love with Mr. Oriel, she believed him to be one in whose hands her friend's happiness would be secure. Then, by degrees, the conversation changed from the loves of Mr. Oriel and Beatrice to the troubles of Frank Gresham and herself. She says that let what will happen, you shall be one of her bridesmaids.
Ah, yes, dear Trishy, that was settled between us in auld lang syne.
But those settlements are all unsettled now, must all be broken. No, I cannot be her bridesmaid, but I shall yet hope to see her once before her marriage. And why not be her bridesmaid? Lady Arabella will hardly object to that.
Lady Arabella,
said Mary, curling her lip with deep scorn.
I do not care that for Lady Arabella.
And she let her silver thimble fall from her fingers onto the table.
If Beatrice invited me to her wedding, she might manage as to that. I should ask no question as to Lady Arabella.
Then why not come to it? She remained silent for a while, and then boldly answered,
"Though I do not care for Lady Arabella, I do care for Mr. Gresham,
and I do care for his son. But the squire always loved you."
"Yes, and therefore I will not be there to vex his sight. I will tell you the truth, Patience. I can never be in that house again till Frank Gresham is a married man, or till I am about to be a married woman. I do not think they have treated me well, but I will not treat them ill."
"I am sure you will not do that," said Miss Oriel.
"I will endeavour not to do so, and therefore will go to none of their fêtes. No, Patience."
And then she turned her head to the arm of the sofa, and silently, without audible sobs, hiding her face, she endeavoured to get rid of her tears unseen.
For one moment she had all but resolved to pour out the whole truth of her love into her friend's ears, but suddenly she changed her mind. Why should she talk of her own unhappiness? Why should she speak of her own love when she was fully determined not to speak of Frank's promises?
"Mary, dear Mary."
"Anything but pity, Patience, anything but that,"
said she convulsively, swallowing down her sobs and rubbing away her tears.
"I cannot bear that. Tell Beatrice from me that I wish her every happiness, and with such a husband I am sure she will be happy. I wish her every joy. Give her my kindest love, but tell her I cannot be at her marriage. Oh, I should so like to see her, not there, you know, but here, in my own room, where I still have liberty to speak."
"But why should you decide now? She is not to be married yet, you know."
"Now or this day 12 months can make no difference. I will not go into that house again unless... But never mind, I will not go into it at all. Never, never again. If I could forgive her for myself, I could not forgive her for my uncle. But tell me, Patience, might not Beatrice now come here? It is so dreadful to see her every Sunday in church, and never to speak to her, never to kiss her. She seems to look away from me as though she too had chosen to quarrel with me."
Miss Oriel promised to do her best. She could not imagine, she said, that such a visit could be objected to on such an occasion. She would not advise Beatrice to come without telling her mother, but she could not think that Lady Arabella would be so cruel as to make any objection, knowing, as she could not but know, that her daughter, when married, would be at liberty to choose her own friends. "Good-bye, Mary," said Patience. "I wish I knew how to say more to comfort you." "Oh, comfort! I don't want comfort. I want to be let alone. That's just it. You are so ferocious in your scorn, so unbending, so determined to take all the punishment that comes in your way." "What I do take, I'll take without complaint," said Mary, and then they kissed each other and parted. End of chapter 32. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 33 of Doctor Thorne by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 33. A morning visit. It must be remembered that Mary, among her miseries, had to suffer this, that since Frank's departure, now nearly 12 months ago, she had not heard a word about him, or rather, she had only heard that he was very much in love with some lady in London. This news reached her in a manner so circuitous, and from such a doubtful source, it seemed to her to savour so strongly of Lady Arabella's precautions, that she attributed it at once to malice, and blew it to the winds. It might not improbably be the case that Frank was untrue to her, but she would not take it for granted because she was now told so. It was more than probable that he should amuse himself with someone. Flirting was his prevailing sin, and if he did flirt, the most would of course be made of it. But she found it to be very desolate to be thus left alone without a word of comfort or a word of love, without being able to speak to any one of what filled her heart, doubting, nay, more than doubting, being all but sure that her passion must terminate in misery. Why had she not obeyed her conscience and her better instinct in that moment when the necessity for deciding had come upon her? Why had she allowed him to understand that he was master of her heart? Did she not know that there was everything against such a marriage as that which he proposed? Had she not done wrong, very wrong, even to think of it? Had she not sinned deeply against Mr. Gresham, who had ever been so kind to her? Could she hope, was it possible, that a boy like Frank should be true to his first love? And if he were true, if he were ready to go to the altar with her to-morrow, ought she to allow him to degrade himself by such a marriage? There was, alas, some truth about the London lady. Frank had taken his degree as arranged, and had then gone abroad for the winter, doing the fashionable things, going up the Nile, crossing over to Mount Sinai, thence over the long desert to Jerusalem, and home by Damascus, Beirut, and Constantinople, bringing back a long beard, a red cap, and a chibouque, just as our fathers used to go through Italy and Switzerland, and our grandfathers to spend a season in Paris. He had then remained for a couple of months in London, going through all the society which the de Courcys were able to open to him. And it was true that a certain belle of the season, of that season and some others, had been captivated, for the 10th time, by the silken sheen of his long beard. Frank had probably been more demonstrative, perhaps even more susceptible, than he should have been, and hence the rumour, which had all too willingly been forwarded to Greshamsbury. But young Gresham had also met another lady in London, namely Miss Dunstable. Mary would indeed have been grateful to Miss Dunstable,
could she have known all that lady did for her. Frank's love was never allowed to flag. When he spoke of the difficulties in his way, she twitted him by being overcome by straws, and told him that no one was worth having who was afraid of every lion that he met in his path. When he spoke of money, she bade him earn it, and always ended by offering to smooth for him any real difficulty which want of means might put in his way. No, Frank used to say to himself, when these offers were made, I never intended to take her and her money together, and therefore I certainly will never take the money alone. A day or two after Miss Oriel's visit, Mary received the following note from Beatrice.
Dearest, dearest Mary, I shall be so happy to see you, and will come tomorrow at 12. I have asked mamma, and she says that for once she has no objection. You know it is not my fault that I have never been with you, don't you? Frank comes home on the 12th. Mr. Oriel wants the wedding to be on the 1st of September, but that seems to be so very, very soon, doesn't it? However, mamma and papa are all on his side. I won't write about this, though, for we shall have such a delicious talk. Oh, Mary, I have been so unhappy without you. Ever your own affectionate Trichy. Monday. Though Mary was delighted at the idea of once more having her friend in her arms, there was nevertheless something in this letter which oppressed her. She could not put up with the idea that Beatrice should have permission given to come to her just for once. She hardly wished to be seen by permission. Nevertheless, she did not refuse the proffered visit, and the first sight of Beatrice's face, the first touch of the first embrace, dissipated for the moment all her anger. And then Beatrice fully enjoyed the delicious talk which she had promised herself. Mary let her have her way, and for 2 hours all the delights and all the duties, all the comforts and all the responsibilities of a parson's wife were discussed with almost equal ardour on both sides. The duties and responsibilities were not exactly those which too often fall to the lot of the mistress of an English vicarage. Beatrice was not doomed to make her husband comfortable, to educate her children, dress herself like a lady, and exercise open-handed charity on an income of £200 a year. Her duties and responsibilities would have to spread themselves over 7 or 8 times that amount of worldly burden. Living also close to Greshamsbury, and not far from Courcy Castle, she would have the full advantages and all the privileges of county society. In fact, it was all couleur de rose, and so she chatted deliciously with her friend. But it was impossible that they should separate without something having been said as to Mary's own lot. It would perhaps have been better that they should do so, but this was hardly within the compass of human nature. And, Mary, you know I shall be able to see you as often as I like. You and Doctor Thorne, too, when I have a house of my own.
Mary said nothing, but essayed to smile. It was but a ghastly attempt.
You know how happy that will make me,
continued Beatrice.
Of course, mamma won't expect me to be led by her then. If he likes it, there can be no objection, and he will like it, you may be sure of that.
You are very kind, Trichy, said Mary, but she spoke in a tone very different from that she would have used 18 months ago.
Why, what is the matter, Mary? Shan't you be glad to come to see us?
I do not know, dearest. That must depend on circumstances. To see you yourself, your own dear, sweet, loving face, must always be pleasant to me.
And shan't you be glad to see him?
Yes, certainly, if he loves you.
Of course he loves me.
All that alone would be pleasant enough, Trichy. But what if there should be circumstances which should still make us enemies, should make your friends and my friends, friend, I should say, for I have only one, should make them opposed to each other?
Circumstances? What circumstances?
You are going to be married, Trishie, to the man you love, are you not?
Indeed I am.
And it is not pleasant? Is it not a happy feeling?
Pleasant? Happy? Yes, very pleasant, very happy.
But, Mary, I am not at all in such a hurry as he is, said Beatrice, naturally thinking of her own little affairs. And suppose I should wish to be married to the man that I love. Mary said this slowly and gravely, and as she spoke she looked her friend full in the face. Beatrice was somewhat astonished, and for the moment hardly understood.
I am sure I hope you will some day.
No, Trishie, no, you hope the other way. I love your brother. I love Frank Gresham. I love him quite as well, quite as warmly as you love Caleb Oriel.
Do you?
Said Beatrice, staring with all her eyes and giving one long sigh, as this new subject for sorrow was so distinctly put before her. Is that so odd? Said Mary. You love Mr. Oriel, though you have been intimate with him hardly more than 2 years. Is it so odd that I should love your brother, whom I have known almost all my life?
But, Mary, I thought it was always understood between us that you were not to care about him, not in the way of loving him, you know. I thought you always said so. I have always told mamma so, as if it came from yourself.
Beatrice, do not tell anything to Lady Arabella as though it came from me. I do not want anything to be told to her, either of me or from me. Say what you like to me yourself. Whatever you say will not anger me. Indeed, I know what you would say, and yet I love you. Oh, I love you, Trishie. Trishie, I do love you so much. Don't turn away from me. There was such a mixture in Mary's manner of tenderness and almost ferocity that poor Beatrice could hardly follow her.
Turn away from you, Mary? No, never. But this does make me unhappy.
It is better that you should know it all, and then you will not be led into fighting my battles again. You cannot fight them so that I should win. I do love your brother, love him truly, fondly, tenderly. I would wish to have him for my husband, as you wish to have Mr. Oriel.
But, Mary, you cannot marry him. Why not? Said she in a loud voice. Why can I not marry him?
If the priest says a blessing over us, shall we not be married as well as you and your husband?
But you know he cannot marry unless his wife shall have money.
Money, money! And he is to sell himself for money? Oh, Trishie, do not you talk about money. It is horrible. But, Trishie, I will grant it. I cannot marry him, but still I love him. He has a name, a place in the world, and fortune, family, high blood, position, everything. He has all this, and I have nothing. Of course I cannot marry him, but yet I do love him.
Are you engaged to him, Mary?
He is not engaged to me, but I am to him.
Oh, Mary, that is impossible.
It is not impossible. It is the case. I am pledged to him, but he is not pledged to me.
But, Mary, don't look at me in that way.
I do not quite understand you. What is the good of your being engaged if you cannot marry him? Good? There is no good. But can I help it if I love him? Can I make myself not love him by just wishing it? Oh, I would do it if I could. But now you will understand why I shake my head when you talk of my coming to your house. Your ways and my ways must be different. Beatrice was startled, and for a time silenced.
What Mary said of the difference of their ways was quite true. Beatrice had dearly loved her friend, and had thought of her with affection through all this long period in which they had been separated; but she had given her love and her thoughts on the understanding, as it were, that they were in unison as to the impropriety of Frank's conduct. She had always spoken with a grave face of Frank and his love as of a great misfortune, even to Mary herself, and her pity for Mary had been founded on the conviction of her innocence. Now all those ideas had to be altered. Mary owned her fault, confessed herself to be guilty of all that Lady Arabella so frequently laid to her charge, and confessed herself anxious to commit every crime as to which Beatrice had been ever so ready to defend her.
Had Beatrice, up to this, dreamt that Mary was in love with Frank, she would doubtless have sympathized with her, more or less, sooner or later. As it was beyond all doubt that she would soon sympathize with her; but at the moment the suddenness of the declaration seemed to harden her heart, and she forgot, as it were, to speak tenderly to her friend. She was silent, therefore, and dismayed, and looked as though she thought that her ways and Mary's ways must be different. Mary saw all that was passing in the other's mind. No, not all. All the hostility, the disappointment, the disapproval, the unhappiness she did see, but not the undercurrent of love, which was strong enough to well up and drown all these, if only time could be allowed for it to do so. "I am glad I have told you," said Mary, curbing herself, "for deceit and hypocrisy are detestable."
"It was a misunderstanding, not deceit," said Beatrice.
"Well, now we understand each other. Now you know that I have a heart within me which, like those of some others, has not always been under my own control. Lady Arabella believes that I am intriguing to be the mistress of Greshamsbury. You, at any rate, will not think that of me. If it could be discovered to-morrow that Frank were not the heir, I might have some chance of happiness."
"But, Mary—"
"Well?"
"You say you love him."
"Yes, I do say so."
"But if he does not love you, will you cease to do so?"
"If I have a fever, I will get rid of it if I can. In such case I must do so, or die."
"I fear," continued Beatrice, "you hardly know, perhaps do not think, what is Frank's real character. He is not made to settle down early in life. Even now I believe he is attached to some lady in London, whom of course he cannot marry."
Beatrice said this in perfect trueness of heart. She had heard of Frank's new love affair, and, believing what she had heard, thought it best to tell the truth, but the information was not of a kind to quiet Mary's spirit. "Very well," said she, "let it be so. I have nothing to say against it."
"But are you not preparing wretchedness and unhappiness for yourself?"
"Very likely."
"Oh, Mary, do not be so cold with me. You know how delighted I should be to have you for a sister-in-law, if only it were possible."
"Yes, Trissy, but it is impossible, is it not? Impossible that Francis Gresham of Greshamsbury should disgrace himself by marrying such a poor creature as I am. Of course I know it. Of course I am prepared for unhappiness and misery. He can amuse himself as he likes, with me or others, with anybody. It is his privilege. It is quite enough to say that he is not made for settling down. I know my own position, and yet I love him."
"But, Mary, has he asked you to be his wife? If so—"
"You ask home questions, Beatrice. Let me ask you one. Has he ever told you that he has done so?"
At this moment Beatrice was not disposed to repeat all that Frank had said. A year ago, before he went away,
He had told his sister a score of times that he meant to marry Mary Thorne if she would have him, but Beatrice now looked on all that as idle boyish vapouring. The pity was that Mary should have looked on it differently.
"We will each keep our secret," said Mary. "Only remember this: should Frank marry tomorrow, I shall have no ground for blaming him. He is free as far as I am concerned. He can take the London lady if he likes. You may tell him so from me. But, Trishie, what else I have told you, I have told you only."
"Oh yes," said Beatrice, sadly. "I shall say nothing of it to anybody. It is very sad, very, very. I was so happy when I came here, and now I am so wretched."
This was the end of that delicious talk to which she had looked forward with so much eagerness. "Don't be wretched about me, dearest. I shall get through it. I sometimes think I was born to be unhappy, and that unhappiness agrees with me best. Kiss me now, Trishie, and don't be wretched any more. You owe it to Mr. Oriel to be as happy as the day is long." And then they parted.
Beatrice, as she went out, saw Doctor Thorne in his little shop on the right-hand side of the passage,
deeply engaged in some derogatory branch of an apothecary's mechanical trade, mixing a dose perhaps for a little child.
She would have passed him without speaking if she could have been sure of doing so without notice, for her heart was full and her eyes were red with tears. But it was so long since she had been in his house that she was more than ordinarily anxious not to appear uncourteous or unkind to him. "Good morning, Doctor," she said, changing her countenance as best she might, and attempting a smile.
"Ah, my fairy," said he, leaving his villainous compounds and coming out to her, "and you too are about to become a steady old lady."
"Indeed I am not, Doctor. I don't mean to be either steady or old for the next 10 years. But who has told you? I suppose Mary has been a traitor."
"Well, I will confess Mary was the traitor. But hadn't I a right to be told, seeing how often I have brought you sugar plums in my pocket? But I wish you joy with all my heart, with all my heart. Oriel is an excellent good fellow."
"Is he not, Doctor?"
"An excellent good fellow. I never heard but of one fault that he had."
"What was that one fault, Doctor Thorne?"
"He thought that clergymen should not marry. But you have cured that, and now he's perfect."
"Thank you, Doctor. I declare that you say the prettiest things of all my friends."
"And none of your friends wish prettier things for you. I do congratulate you, Beatrice, and hope you may be happy with the man you have chosen." And taking both her hands in his, he pressed them warmly, and bade God bless her.
"Oh, Doctor, I do so hope the time will come when we shall all be friends again."
"I hope it as well, my dear; but let it come or let it not come, my regard for you will be the same." And then she parted from him also and went her way. Nothing was spoken of that evening between Dr. Thorne and his niece, excepting Beatrice's future happiness; nothing, at least, having reference to what had passed that morning. But on the following morning circumstances led to Frank Gresham's name being mentioned. At the usual breakfast hour the doctor entered the parlour with a harassed face. He had an open letter in his hand, and it was at once clear to Mary that he was going to speak on some subject that vexed him. "That unfortunate fellow is again in trouble. Here is a letter from Grayson."
Grayson was a London apothecary who had been appointed as medical attendant to Sir Louis Scatcherd, and whose real business consisted in keeping a watch on the baronet, and reporting to Dr. Thorne when anything was very much amiss.
"Here is a letter from Grayson. He has been drunk for the last 3 days, and is now laid up in a terribly nervous state.
You won't go up to town again, will you, uncle?
I hardly know what to do. No, I think not. He talks of coming down here to Greshamsbury.
Who, Sir Louis?
Yes, Sir Louis. Grayson says that he will be down as soon as he can get out of his room.
What, to this house?
What other house can he come to?
Oh, uncle, I hope not. Pray, pray do not let him come here.
I cannot prevent it, my dear. I cannot shut my door on him.
They sat down to breakfast, and Mary gave him his tea in silence.
I am going over to Boxall Hill before dinner, said he. Have you any message to send to Lady Scatcherd?
Message? No, I have no message, not especially. Give her my love, of course, she said listlessly, and then, as though a thought had suddenly struck her, she spoke with more energy. But couldn't I go to Boxall Hill again? I should be so delighted.
What, to run away from Sir Louis? No, dearest, we will have no more running away. He will probably also go to Boxall Hill, and he could annoy you much more there than he can here.
But, uncle, Mr. Gresham will be home on the 12th, she said, blushing.
What, Frank?
Yes, Beatrice said he was to be here on the 12th.
And would you run away from him too, Mary?
I do not know. I do not know what to do.
No, we will have no more running away. I am sorry that you ever did so. It was my fault, altogether my fault, but it was foolish.
Uncle, I am not happy here.
As she said this, she put down the cup which she had held, and leaning her elbows on the table, rested her forehead on her hands. And would you be happier at Boxall Hill? It is not the place makes the happiness.
No, I know that. It is not the place. I do not look to be happy in any place. But I should be quieter, more tranquil elsewhere than here.
I also sometimes think that it will be better for us to take up our staves and walk away out of Greshamsbury. Leave it altogether and settle elsewhere, miles, miles, miles away from here. Should you like that, dearest?
Miles, miles, miles away from Greshamsbury. There was something in the sound that fell very cold on Mary's ears. Unhappy as she was, Greshamsbury had been so dear to her, in spite of all that had passed, was still so dear to her. Was she prepared to take up her staff, as her uncle said, and walk forth from the place, with the full understanding that she was to return to it no more, with a mind resolved that there should be an inseparable gulf between her and its inhabitants? Such, she knew, was the proposed nature of the walking away of which her uncle spoke. So she sat there, resting on her arms, and gave no answer to the question that had been asked her.
No, we will stay a while yet, said her uncle. It may come to that, but this is not the time. For one season longer let us face, I will not say our enemies. I cannot call anybody my enemy who bears the name of Gresham. And then he went on for a moment with his breakfast. So Frank will be here on the 12th?
Yes, uncle.
Well, dearest, I have no questions to ask you, no directions to give. I know how good you are and how prudent. I am anxious only for your happiness, not at all.
Happiness, uncle, is out of the question.
I hope not. It is never out of the question, never can be out of the question. But as I was saying, I am quite satisfied your conduct will be good, and therefore I have no questions to ask. We will remain here, and whether good or evil come, we will not be ashamed to show our faces.
She sat for a while again silent, collecting her courage on the subject that was nearest her heart. She would have given the world that he should ask her questions, but she could not bid him to do so, and she found it impossible to talk openly to him about Frank unless he did so. "Will he come here?" at last she said, in a low-toned voice.
"Who? He, Louis? Yes, I think that in all probability he will."
"No, but Frank,"
she said, in a still lower voice. "Ah, my darling, that I cannot tell. But will it be well that he should come here?"
"I do not know," she said. "No, I suppose not. But, uncle, I don't think he will come." She was now sitting on a sofa away from the table, and he got up, sat down beside her, and took her hands in his.
"Mary," said he, "you must be strong now. Strong to endure, not to attack. I think you have that strength. But if not, perhaps it will be better that we should go away."
"I will be strong," said she, rising up and going towards the door. "Never mind me, uncle. Don't follow me. I will be strong. It will be base, cowardly, mean to run away. Very base in me to make you do so."
"No, dearest, not so. It will be the same to me."
"No," said she, "I will not run away from Lady Arabella. And as for him, if he loves this other one, he shall hear no reproach from me. Uncle, I will be strong." And running back to him, she threw her arms round him and kissed him, and still restraining her tears, she got safely to her bedroom. In what way she may there have shown her strength, it would not be well for us to inquire. End of chapter 33. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 34 of Doctor Thorne by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 34. A Barouche and 4 arrives at Greshamsbury. During the last 12 months, Sir Louis Scatcherd had been very efficacious in bringing trouble, turmoil, and vexation upon Greshamsbury. Now that it was too late to take steps to save himself, Doctor Thorne found that the will left by Sir Roger was so made as to entail upon him duties that he would find it almost impossible to perform. Sir Louis, though his father had wished to make him still a child in the eye of the law, was no child. He knew his own rights, and was determined to exact them. And before Sir Roger had been dead 3 months, the doctor found himself in continual litigation with a low Barchester attorney, who was acting on behalf of the doctor's own ward. And if the doctor suffered, so did the squire, and so did those who had hitherto had the management of the squire's affairs. Doctor Thorne soon perceived that he was to be driven into litigation, not only with Mr. Finney, the Barchester attorney, but with the squire himself. While Finney harassed him, he was compelled to harass Mr. Gresham. He was no lawyer himself, and though he had been able to manage very well between the squire and Sir Roger, and had perhaps given himself some credit for his lawyer-like ability in so doing, he was utterly unable to manage between Sir Louis and Mr. Gresham. He had therefore to employ a lawyer on his own account, and it seemed probable that the whole amount of Sir Roger's legacy to himself would by degrees be expended in this manner. And then the squire's lawyers had to take up the matter, and they did so greatly to the detriment of poor Mr. Yates Umbleby,
who was found to have made a mess of the affairs entrusted to him. Mr. Umbleby's accounts were incorrect. His mind was anything but clear, and he confessed, when put to it by the very sharp gentleman that came down from London, that he was bothered, and so after a while he was suspended from his duties, and Mr. Gazeby, the sharp gentleman from London, reigned over the diminished rent roll of the Greshamsbury estate. Thus everything was going wrong at Greshamsbury, with the one exception of Mr. Oriel and his love suit. Miss Gushing attributed the deposition of Mr. Umbleby to the narrowness of the victory which Beatrice had won in carrying off Mr. Oriel, for Miss Gushing was a relation of the Umblebys, and had been for many years one of their family. If she had only chosen to exert herself as Miss Gresham had done, she could have had Mr. Oriel easily. Oh, too easily. But she had despised such work. So she said. But though she had despised it, the Greshams had not been less irritated, and therefore Mr. Umbleby had been driven out of his house. We can hardly believe this, as victory generally makes men generous. Miss Gushing, however, stated it as a fact so often that it is probable she was induced to believe it herself. Thus everything was going wrong at Greshamsbury, and the squire himself was especially a sufferer. Umbleby had at any rate been his own man, and he could do what he liked with him. He could see him when he liked, and where he liked, and how he liked; could scold him if in an ill humour, and laugh at him when in a good humour. All this Mr. Umbleby knew and bore. But Mr. Gazeby was a very different sort of gentleman. He was the junior partner in the firm of Gumption, Gazeby and Gazeby of Mount Street, a house that never defiled itself with any other business than the agency business, and that in the very highest line. They drew out leases and managed property, both for the Duke of Omnium and Lord de Courcy, and ever since her marriage it had been one of the objects dearest to Lady Arabella's heart that the Greshamsbury acres should be superintended by the polite skill and polished legal ability of that all but elegant firm in Mount Street. The squire had long stood firm, and had delighted in having everything done under his own eye by poor Mr. Yates Umbleby. But now, alas, he could stand it no longer. He had put off the evil day as long as he could. He had deferred the odious work of investigation till things had seemed resolved on investigating themselves. And then, when it was absolutely necessary that Mr. Umbleby should go, there was nothing for him left but to fall into the ready hands of Messrs. Gumption, Gazeby and Gazeby. It must not be supposed that Messrs. Gumption, Gazeby and Gazeby were in the least like the ordinary run of attorneys. They wrote no letters for 6 and 8 each. They collected no debts, filed no bills, made no charge per folio for whereases and as aforesaid. They did no dirty work, and probably were as ignorant of the interior of a court of law as any young lady living in their Mayfair vicinity. No, their business was to manage the property of great people, draw up leases, make legal assignments, get the family marriage settlements made, and look after wills. Occasionally also they had to raise money, but it was generally understood that this was done by proxy. The firm had been going on for 150 years, and the designation had often been altered, but it always consisted of Gumptions and Gazebys, differently arranged, and no less hallowed names had ever been permitted to appear. It had been Gazeby, Gazeby and Gumption, then Gazeby and Gumption, then Gazeby, Gumption and Gumption, then Gumption, Gumption and Gazeby, and now it was Gumption, Gazeby and Gazeby. Mr. Gazeby, the junior member of this firm, was a very elegant young man. While looking at him riding in Rotten Row, you would hardly have taken him for an attorney, and had he heard that you had so taken him, he would have been very much surprised indeed. He was rather bald, not being, as people say, quite so young as he was once. His exact age was 38, but he had a really remarkable pair of jet black whiskers, which fully made up for any deficiency as to his head. He had also dark eyes and a beaked nose, what may be called a distinguished mouth, and was always dressed in fashionable attire. The fact was that Mr. Mortimer Gazeby, junior partner in the firm Gumption, Gazeby and Gazeby, by no means considered himself to be made of that very disagreeable material which mortals call small beer. When this great firm was applied to get Mr. Gresham through his difficulties, and when the state of his affairs was made known to them, they at first expressed rather a disinclination for the work, but at last, moved doubtless by their respect for the de Courcy interest, they assented, and Mr. Gazeby, junior, went down to Greshamsbury. The poor squire passed many a sad day after that before he again felt himself to be master even of his own domain. Nevertheless, when Mr. Mortimer Gazeby visited Greshamsbury, which he did on more than one or two occasions, he was always received en grand seigneur. To Lady Arabella he was by no means an unwelcome guest, for she found herself able for the first time in her life to speak confidentially on her husband's pecuniary affairs with the man who had the management of her husband's property. Mr. Gazeby also was a pet with Lady de Courcy, and being known to be a fashionable man in London, and quite a different sort of person from poor Mr. Umbleby, he was always received with smiles. He had 100 little ways of making himself agreeable, and Augusta declared to her cousin, the Lady Amelia, after having been acquainted with him for a few months,
that he would be a perfect gentleman, only that his family had never been anything but attorneys. The Lady Amelia smiled in her own peculiarly aristocratic way, shrugged her shoulders slightly, and said that Mr. Mortimer Gazeby was a very good sort of a person. Very.
Poor Augusta felt herself snubbed, thinking perhaps of the tailor's son; but as there was never any appeal against the Lady Amelia, she said nothing more at that moment in favour of Mr. Mortimer Gazeby. All these evils, Mr. Mortimer Gazeby being the worst of them, had Sir Louis Scatcherd brought down on the poor squire's head. There may be those who will say that the squire had brought them on himself by running into debt, and so doubtless he had, but it was not the less true that the baronet's interference was unnecessary, vexatious, and one might almost say malicious. His interest would have been quite safe in the doctor's hands, and he had in fact no legal right to meddle, but neither the doctor nor the squire could prevent him. Mr. Finney knew very well what he was about, if Sir Louis did not. And so the three went on, each with his own lawyer, and each of them distrustful, unhappy, and ill at ease. This was hard upon the doctor, for he was not in debt, and had borrowed no money. There was not much reason to suppose that the visit of Sir Louis to Greshamsbury would much improve matters. It must be presumed that he was not coming with any amicable views, but with the object rather of looking after his own, a phrase which was now constantly in his mouth. he might probably find it necessary, while looking after his own at Greshamsbury, to say some very disagreeable things to the squire, and the doctor therefore hardly expected that the visit would go off pleasantly. When last we saw Sir Louis, now nearly 12 months since, he was intent on making a proposal of marriage to Miss Thorne. This intention he carried out about 2 days after Frank Gresham had done the same thing. He had delayed doing so till he had succeeded in purchasing his friend Jenkins's Arab pony, imagining that such a present could not but go far in weaning Mary's heart from her other lover. Poor Mary was put to the trouble of refusing both the baronet and the pony, and a very bad time she had of it while doing so. Sir Louis was a man easily angered, and not very easily pacified, and Mary had to endure a good deal of annoyance. From any other person, indeed, she would have called it impertinence. Sir Louis, however, had to bear his rejection as best he could, and after perseverance of 3 days, returned to London in disgust, and Mary had not seen him since. Mr. Grayson's first letter was followed by a second, and the second was followed by the baronet in person. He also required to be received en grand seigneur, perhaps more imperatively than Mr. Mortimer Gazeby himself. He came with 4 posters from the Barchester station, and had himself rattled up to the doctor's door in a way that took the breath away from all Greshamsbury. Why, the squire himself, for a many long year, had been contented to come home with a pair of horses, and 4 were never seen in the place, except when the de Courcys came to Greshamsbury, or Lady Arabella with all her daughters returned from her hard-fought metropolitan campaigns. Sir Louis, however, came with 4, and very arrogant he looked, leaning back in the barouche belonging to the George and Dragon, and wrapped up in fur, although it was now midsummer. And up in the dickey behind was a servant, more arrogant, if possible, than his master, the baronet's own man, who was the object of Doctor Thorne's special detestation and disgust. He was a little fellow, chosen originally on account of his light weight on horseback, but if that may be considered a merit, it was the only one he had. His outdoor show dress was a little tight frock coat, round which a polished strap was always buckled tightly, a stiff white choker, leather breeches, top boots, and a hat with a cockade stuck on one side of his head. His name was Jonah, which his master and his master's friends shortened into Joe. None, however, but those who were very intimate with his master were allowed to do so with impunity. This Joe was Doctor Thorne's special aversion, in his anxiety to take every possible step to keep Sir Louis from poisoning himself. He had at first attempted to enlist the baronet's own man in the cause. Joe had promised fairly, but had betrayed the doctor at once, and had become the worst instrument of his master's dissipation. When, therefore, his hat and the cockade were seen as the carriage dashed up to the door, the doctor's contentment was by no means increased. Sir Louis was now 23 years old, and was a great deal too knowing to allow himself to be kept under the doctor's thumb. It had indeed become his plan to rebel against his guardian in almost everything. He had at first been decently submissive, with the view of obtaining increased supplies of ready money; but he had been sharp enough to perceive that, let his conduct be what it would, the doctor would keep him out of debt, but that the doing so took so large a sum that he could not hope for any further advances. In this respect Sir Louis was perhaps more keen-witted than Doctor Thorne. Mary, when she saw the carriage, at once ran up to her own bedroom. The doctor, who had been with her in the drawing room, went down to meet his ward, but as soon as he saw the cockade, he darted almost involuntarily into his shop and shut the door. This protection, however, lasted only for a moment. He felt that decency required him to meet his guest, and so he went forth and faced the enemy.
"I say,"
said Joe, speaking to Janet, who stood curtsying at the gate, with Bridget, the other maid, behind her.
"I say, are there any chaps about the place to take these things, eh? Come, look sharp here."
It so happened that the doctor's groom was not on the spot, and
"Other chaps?"
the doctor had none. "Take those things, Bridget," he said, coming forward and offering his hand to the baronet. Sir Louis, when he saw his host, roused himself slowly from the back of his carriage.
"How do, doctor?" said he. "What terrible bad roads you have here, and upon my word, it's as cold as winter."
And so saying, he slowly proceeded to descend. Sir Louis was a year older than when we last saw him, and in his generation a year wiser. He had then been somewhat humble before the doctor,
but now he was determined to let his guardian see that he knew how to act the baronet, that he had acquired the manners of a great man, and that he was not to be put upon. He had learnt some lessons from Jenkins in London, and other friends of the same sort, and he was about to profit by them.
The doctor showed him to his room, and then proceeded to ask after his health.
"Oh, I'm right enough," said Sir Louis. "You mustn't believe all that fellow Grayson tells you. He wants me to take salts and senna, a poddeldock, and all that sort of stuff. Looks after his bill, you know, like all the rest of you. But I won't have it, not at any price. And then he writes to you."
"I'm glad to see you able to travel," said Doctor Thorne, who could not force himself to tell his guest that he was glad to see him at Greshamsbury.
"Oh, travel, yes, I can travel well enough, but I wish you had some better sort of trap down in these country parts. I'm shaken to bits. And, doctor, would you tell your people to send that fellow of mine up here with hot water?"
So dismissed, the doctor went his way, and met Joe swaggering in one of the passages, while Janet and her colleague dragged along between them a heavy article of baggage. "Janet," said he, "go downstairs and get Sir Louis some hot water. And Joe, do you take hold of your master's portmanteau." Joe sulkily did as he was bid.
"Seems to me,"
said he, turning to the girl, and speaking before the doctor was out of hearing,
"seems to me, my dear, you've been rather short-handed here. Lots of work and nothing to get. That's about the ticket, ain't it?"
Bridget was too demurely modest to make any answer upon so short an acquaintance, so, putting her end of the burden down at the strange gentleman's door, she retreated into the kitchen. Sir Louis, in answer to the doctor's inquiries,
had declared himself to be all right,
but his appearance was anything but all right. 12 months since, a life of dissipation, or rather perhaps a life of drinking, had not had upon him so strong an effect but that some of the salt of youth was still left. Some of the freshness of young years might still be seen in his face, but this was now all gone. His eyes were sunken and watery, his cheeks were hollow and wan, his mouth was drawn, and his lips dry. His back was even bent, and his legs were unsteady under him, so that he had been forced to step down from his carriage as an old man would do. Alas, alas, he had no further chance now of ever being all right again. Mary had secluded herself in her bedroom as soon as the carriage had driven up to the door, and there she remained till dinner time.
but she could not shut herself up altogether. It would be necessary that she should appear at dinner, and therefore, a few minutes before the hour, she crept out into the drawing room. As she opened the door, she looked in timidly, expecting Sir Louis to be there; but when she saw that her uncle was the only occupant of the room, her brow cleared, and she entered with a quick step. "He'll come down to dinner, won't he, uncle?"
"Oh, I suppose so."
"What's he doing now?"
"Dressing, I suppose. He's been at it this hour."
"But, uncle—"
"Well?"
"Will he come up after dinner, do you think?"
Mary spoke of him as though he were some wild beast whom her uncle insisted on having in his house. "Goodness knows what he will do. Come up? Yes, he will not stay in the dining room all night."
"But, dear uncle, do be serious."
"Serious?"
"Yes, serious. Don't you think that I might go to bed instead of waiting?" The doctor was saved the trouble of answering by the entrance of the baronet.
He was dressed in what he considered the most fashionable style of the day.
He had on a new dress coat lined with satin, new dress trousers, a silk waistcoat covered with chains, a white cravat, polished pumps, and silk stockings, and he carried a scented handkerchief in his hand. He had rings on his fingers and carbuncle studs in his shirt, and he smelt as sweet as patchouli could make him; but he could hardly do more than shuffle into the room, and seemed almost to drag one of his legs behind him. Mary, in spite of her aversion, was shocked and distressed when she saw him.
He, however, seemed to think himself perfect, and was nowhere abashed by the unfavourable reception which 12 months since had been paid to his suit.
Mary came up and shook hands with him, and he received her with a compliment which no doubt he thought must be acceptable.
"Upon my word, Miss Thorne, every place seems to agree with you, one better than another. You were looking charming at Boxall Hill, but upon my word, charming isn't half strong enough now."
Mary sat down quietly, and the doctor assumed a face of unutterable disgust.
This was the creature for whom all his sympathies had been demanded, all his best energies put in requisition, on whose behalf he was to quarrel with his oldest friends, lose his peace and quietness of life, and exercise all the functions of a loving friend. This was his self-invited guest, whom he was bound to foster, and whom he could not turn from his door.
Then dinner came, and Mary had to put her hand upon his arm. She certainly did not lean upon him, and once or twice felt inclined to give him some support. They reached the dining room, however, the doctor following them, and then sat down, Janet waiting in the room as was usual.
"I say, doctor," said the baronet, "hadn't my man better come in and help? He's got nothing to do, you know. We should be more cosy, shouldn't we?"
"Janet will manage pretty well," said the doctor.
"Oh, you'd better have Joe. There's nothing like a good servant at table. I say, Janet, just send that fellow in, will you?"
"We shall do very well without him," said the doctor, becoming rather red about the cheekbones, and with a slight gleam of determination about the eye. Janet, who saw how matters stood, made no attempt to obey the baronet's order.
"Oh, nonsense, doctor! You think he's an abbish sort of fellow, I know, and you don't like to trouble him; but when I'm near him, he's all right. Just send him in, will you?"
"Sir Louis," said the doctor, "I'm accustomed to none but my own old woman here in my own house, and if you will allow me, I'll keep my old ways. I shall be sorry if you are not comfortable." The baronet said nothing more, and the dinner passed off slowly and wearily enough. When Mary had eaten her fruit and escaped, the doctor got into one armchair and the baronet into another, and the latter began the only work of existence of which he knew anything.
"That's good port," said he. "Very fair port." The doctor loved his port wine, and thawed a little in his manner. He loved it not as a toper, but as a collector loves his pet pictures. He liked to talk about it, and think about it, to praise it, and hear it praised, to look at it turned towards the light, and to count over the years it had lain in his cellar. "Yes," said he, "it's pretty fair wine. It was, at least, when I got it 20 years ago, and I don't suppose time has hurt it." And he held the glass up to the window, and looked at the evening light through the ruby tint of the liquid. "Ah dear, there's not much of it left, more's the pity. A good thing won't last for ever. I'll tell you what now, I wish I'd brought down a dozen or two of claret. I've got some prime stuff in London, got it from Muzzle and Drug at 96 shillings. It was a great favour, though. I'll tell you what now, I'll send up for a couple of dozen tomorrow. I mustn't drink you out of house high and dry, must I, Doctor?" The doctor froze immediately. "I don't think I need trouble you," said he. "I never drink claret, at least not here, and there's enough of the old bin left to last some little time longer yet." Sir Louis drank 2 or 3 glasses of wine very quickly after each other, and they immediately began to tell upon his weak stomach. But before he was tipsy he became more impudent and more disagreeable. "Doctor," said he, "when are we to see any of this Greshamsbury money? That's what I want to know." "Your money is quite safe, Sir Louis, and the interest is paid to the day." "Interest, yes, but how do I know how long it will be paid? I should like to see the principal. £100,000, or something like it, is a precious large stake to have in one man's hands, and he preciously hard up himself. I'll tell you what, Doctor, I shall look the squire up myself." "Look him up?" "Yes, look him up, ferret him out, tell him a bit of my mind. I'll thank you to pass the bottle. Dash me, Doctor, I mean to know how things are going on." "Your money is quite safe," repeated the doctor, "and to my mind could not be better invested." "That's all very well, dash well, I dare say, for you and Squire Gresham." "What do you mean, Sir Louis?" "Mean? Why, I mean that I'll sell the squire up, that's what I mean. Hallo! Beg pardon, I'm blessed if I haven't broken the water jug. That comes of having water on the table. Oh, dash me, it's all over me." And then, getting up to avoid the flood he himself had caused, he nearly fell into the doctor's arms. "You're tired with your journey, Sir Louis. Perhaps you'd better go to bed." "Well, I am a bit seedy or so. Those cursed roads of yours shake a fellow so." The doctor rang the bell, and on this occasion did request that Joe might be sent for. Joe came in, and though he was much steadier than his master, looked as though he also had found some bin of which he had approved. "Sir Louis wishes to go to bed," said the doctor. "You had better give him your arm." "Oh yes, in course I will," said Joe, standing immovable about halfway between the door and the table. "I'll just take one more glass of the old port, eh, Doctor?" said Sir Louis, putting out his hand and clutching the decanter. It is very hard for any man to deny his guest in his own house, and the doctor at the moment did not know how to do it. So Sir Louis got his wine, after pouring half of it over the table. "Come in, sir, and give Sir Louis your arm," said the doctor angrily. "So I will, in course, if my master tells me. But if you please, Doctor Thorne," and Joe put his hand up to his hair in a manner that had a great deal more of impudence than reverence in it, "I just want to ask one question. Where be I to sleep?" Now this was a question which the doctor was not prepared to answer on the spur of the moment, however well Janet or Mary might have been able to do so. "Sleep?" said he. "I don't know where you are to sleep, and don't care. Ask Janet." "That's all very well, master." "Hold your tongue, sirrah," said Sir Louis. "What the devil do you want of sleep? Come here." And then, with his servant's help, he made his way up to his bedroom, and was no more heard of that night.
"Did he get tipsy?"
asked Mary, almost in a whisper, when her uncle joined her in the drawing room. "Don't talk of it," said he. "Poor wretch, poor wretch! Let's have some tea now, Molly, and pray don't talk any more about him to night." Then Mary did make the tea, and did not talk any more about Sir Louis that night. What on earth were they to do with him? He had come there self-invited, but his connection with the doctor was such that it was impossible he should be told to go away, either he himself or that servant of his. There was no reason to disbelieve him when he declared that he had come down to ferret out the squire. Such was doubtless his intention. He would ferret out the squire. Perhaps he might ferret out Lady Arabella also. Frank would be home in a few days, and he too might be ferreted out. But the matter took a very singular turn, and one quite unexpected on the doctor's part. On the morning following the little dinner of which we have spoken, one of the Greshamsbury grooms rode up to the doctor's door with two notes. One was addressed to the doctor in the squire's well-known large handwriting, and the other was for Sir Louis. Each contained an invitation to dinner for the following day, and that to the doctor was in this wise: "Dear Doctor, do come and dine here tomorrow, and bring Sir Louis Scatcherd with you. If you're the man I take you to be, who won't refuse me. Lady Arabella sends a note for Sir Louis. There will be nobody here but Oriel and Mr. Gazeby, who is staying in the house. Yours ever, F.N. Gresham, Greshamsbury, July, 1850 P.S. I make a positive request that you'll come, and I think you will hardly refuse me." The doctor read it twice before he could believe it, and then ordered Janet to take the other note up to Sir Louis. As these invitations were rather in opposition to the then existing Greshamsbury tactics, the cause of Lady Arabella's special civility must be explained. Mr. Mortimer Gazeby was now at the house, and therefore it must be presumed that things were not allowed to go on after their old fashion. Mr. Gazeby was an acute as well as a fashionable man, one who knew what he was about, and who, moreover, had determined to give his very best efforts on behalf of the Greshamsbury property. His energy in this respect will explain itself hereafter. It was not probable that the arrival in the village of such a person as Sir Louis Scatcherd should escape attention. He had heard of it before dinner, and before the evening was over had discussed it with Lady Arabella. Her ladyship was not at first inclined to make much of Sir Louis, and expressed herself as but little inclined to agree with Mr. Gazeby when that gentleman suggested that he should be treated with civility at Greshamsbury. But she was at last talked over. She found it pleasant enough to have more to do with the secret management of the estate than Mr. Gresham himself, and when Mr. Gazeby proved to her, by sundry nods and winks, and subtle allusions to her own infinite good sense, that it was necessary to catch this obscene bird which had come to prey upon the estate by throwing a little salt upon his tail, she also nodded and winked, and directed Augusta to prepare the salt according to order. But won't it be odd, Mr. Gazeby, asking him out of Doctor Thorne's house? Oh, we must have the doctor too, Lady Arabella. By all means ask the doctor also. Lady Arabella's brow grew dark. "Mr. Gazeby," she said, "you can hardly believe how that man has behaved to me." "He is altogether beneath your anger," said Mr. Gazeby, with a bow. "I don't know. In one way he may be, but not in another. I really do not think I can sit down to table with Doctor Thorne." But nevertheless Mr. Gazeby gained his point. It was now about a week since Sir Omicron Pie had been at Greshamsbury, and the squire had almost daily spoken to his wife as to that learned man's advice. Lady Arabella always answered in the same tone. "You can hardly know, Mr. Gresham, how that man has insulted me." But nevertheless the physician's advice had not been disbelieved. It tallied too well with her own inward convictions. She was anxious enough to have Dr. Thorne back at her bedside, if she could only get him there without damage to her pride. Her husband, she thought, might probably send the doctor there without absolute permission from herself, in which case she would have been able to scold and show that she was offended, and at the same time profit by what had been done. But Mr. Gresham never thought of taking so violent a step as this, and therefore Dr. Filgrave still came, and her ladyship's finesse was wasted in vain. But Mr. Gazeby's proposition opened a door by which her point might be gained. "Well," said she at last, with infinite self-denial, "if you think it is for Mr. Gresham's advantage, and if he chooses to ask Dr. Thorne, I will not refuse to receive him." Mr. Gazeby's next task was to discuss the matter with the squire, nor was this easy, for Mr. Gazeby was no favourite with Mr. Gresham. But the task was at last performed successfully. Mr. Gresham was so glad at heart to find himself able once more to ask his old friend to his own house, and though it would have pleased him better that this sign of relenting on his wife's part should have reached him by other means, he did not refuse to take advantage of it, and so he wrote the above letter to Dr. Thorne. The doctor, as we have said, read it twice, and he at once resolved stoutly that he would not go. "Oh, do go," said Mary. She well knew how wretched this feud had made her uncle. Pray go." "Indeed I will not," said he. "There are some things a man should bear, and some he should not." "You must go," said Mary, who had taken the note from her uncle's hand and read it. "You cannot refuse him when he asks you like that." "It will greatly grieve me, but I must refuse him." "I also am angry, uncle, very angry with Lady Arabella; but for him, for the squire, I would go to him on my knees if he asked me in that way." "Yes, and had he asked you, I also would have gone." "Oh, now I shall be so wretched. It is his invitation, not hers. Mr. Gresham could not ask me. As for her, do not think of her, but do go when he asks you like that. You will make me so miserable if you do not. And then Sir Louis cannot go without you," and Mary pointed upstairs, "and you may be sure that he will go." "Yes, and make a beast of himself." This colloquy was cut short by a message praying the doctor to go up to Sir Louis's room. The young man was sitting in his dressing gown, drinking a cup of coffee at his toilet table, while Joe was preparing his razor and hot water. The doctor's nose immediately told him that there was more in the coffee cup than had come out of his own kitchen, and he would not let the offence pass unnoticed. "Are you taking brandy this morning, Sir Louis?" "Just a little chasse café," said he, not exactly understanding the word he used. "It's all the go now. and a capital thing for the stomach." "It's not a capital thing for your stomach; about the least capital thing you can take. That is, if you wish to live." "Never mind about that now, Doctor. But look here, this is what we call the civil thing, eh?" And he showed the Greshamsbury note. "Not but what they have an object, of course. I understand all that. Lots of girls there, eh?"
The Doctor took the note and read it.
"It is civil," said he, "very civil." "Well, I shall go, of course. I don't bear malice because he can't pay me the money he owes me. I'll eat his dinner and look at the girls. Have you an invite too, Doctor?"
"Yes, I have."
"And you'll go?"
"I think not, but that need not deter you. But Sir Louis—"
"Well, what is it?"
"Step downstairs a moment," said the Doctor, turning to the servant, "and wait till you are called for. I wish to speak to your master." Joe for a moment looked up at the baronet's face as though he wanted but the slightest encouragement to disobey the Doctor's orders, but not seeing it, he slowly retired, and placed himself, of course, at the keyhole. And then the Doctor began a long and very useless lecture. The first object of it was to induce his ward not to get drunk at Greshamsbury; but having got so far, he went on, and did succeed in frightening his unhappy guest. Sir Louis did not possess the iron nerves of his father, nerves which even brandy had not been able to subdue. The Doctor spoke strongly, very strongly; spoke of quick, almost immediate death in case of further excesses; spoke to him of the certainty there would be that he could not live to dispose of his own property if he could not refrain; and thus he did frighten Sir Louis. The father he had never been able to frighten; but there are men who, though they fear death hugely, fear present suffering more, who indeed will not bear a moment of pain if there be any mode of escape. Sir Louis was such. He had no strength of nerve, no courage, no ability to make a resolution and keep it.
He promised the Doctor that he would refrain,
and as he did so, he swallowed down his cup of coffee and brandy, in which the two articles bore about equal proportions. The Doctor did at last make up his mind to go. Whichever way he determined, he found that he was not contented with himself. He did not like to trust Sir Louis by himself, and he did not like to show that he was angry. Still less did he like the idea of breaking bread in Lady Arabella's house till some amends had been made to Mary; but his heart would not allow him to refuse the petition contained in the squire's postscript, and the matter ended in his accepting the invitation. This visit of his ward's was in every way pernicious to the Doctor. He could not go about his business, fearing to leave such a man alone with Mary. On the afternoon of the second day, she escaped to the parsonage for an hour or so, and then walked away among the lanes, calling on some of her old friends among the farmers' wives. But even then the Doctor was afraid to leave Sir Louis. What could such a man do, left alone in a village like Greshamsbury? So he stayed at home, and the two together went over their accounts. The baronet was particular about his accounts, and said a good deal as to having Finney over to Greshamsbury. To this, however, Dr. Thorne positively refused his consent. The evening passed off better than the preceding one, at least the early part of it. Sir Louis did not get tipsy. He came up to tea, and Mary, who did not feel so keenly on the subject as her uncle, almost wished that he had done so. At 10 o'clock he went to bed. But after that new troubles came on. The Doctor had gone downstairs into his study to make up some of the time which he had lost, and had just seated himself at his desk, when Janet, without announcing herself, burst into the room, and Bridget, dissolved in hysterical tears, with her apron to her eyes, appeared behind the senior domestic.
"Please, sir," said Janet, driven by excitement much beyond her usual pace of speaking, and becoming unintentionally a little less respectful than usual, "please, sir, that here young man must go out of this here house, or else no respectable young 'ooman can't stop here. No, indeed, sir, and we be sorry to trouble you, Doctor Thorne, so we be." "What young man? Sir Louis?" asked the doctor. "Oh no, he abides mostly in bad, and don't do nothing amiss, leastway not to us. 'Tain't him, sir, but his man." "Man!" sobbed Bridget from behind. "He ain't no man, nor nothing like a man. If Thomas had been here, he wouldn't have dared, so he wouldn't." Thomas was the groom, and if all Greshamsbury reports were true, it was probable that on some happy future day Thomas and Bridget would become one flesh and one bone. "Please, sir," continued Janet, "there'll be bad work here if that here young man doesn't quit this here house this very night. And I'm sorry to trouble you, doctor, and so I am, but Tom he be given to fight almost for nothing. He's hout now, but if that there young man be's here when Tom comes home, Tom will be punching his head, I know he will." "He wouldn't stand by and see a poor gal put upon, no more he won't," said Bridget through her tears. After many futile inquiries, the doctor ascertained that Mr. Jonah had expressed some admiration for Bridget's youthful charms, and had, in the absence of Janet, thrown himself at the lady's feet in a manner which had not been altogether pleasing to her. She had defended herself stoutly and loudly, and in the middle of the row Janet had come down. "And where is he now?" said the doctor. "Why, sir," said Janet, "the poor girl was so put about that she did give him one touch across the face with the rolling pin, and he be all bloody now in the back kitchen." At hearing this achievement of hers thus spoken of, Bridget sobbed more hysterically than ever; but the doctor, looking at her arm as she held her apron to her face, thought in his heart that Joe must have had so much the worst of it that there could be no possible need for the interference of Thomas the groom. And such turned out to be the case. The bridge of Joe's nose was broken, and the doctor had to set it for him in a little bedroom at the village public house, Bridget having positively refused to go to bed in the same house with so dreadful a character. "Quiet now, or I'll be serving thee the same way. Thee see, I've found the treg of it." The doctor could not but hear so much as he made his way into his own house by the back door, after finishing his surgical operation. Bridget was recounting to her champion the fracas that had occurred, and he, as was so natural, was expressing his admiration at her valour. End of chapter 34. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 35 of Doctor Thorne by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 35. Sir Louis goes out to dinner. The next day Joe did not make his appearance, and Sir Louis, with many execrations, was driven to the terrible necessity of dressing himself. Then came an unexpected difficulty. How were they to get up to the house? Walking out to dinner, though it was merely through the village and up the avenue, seemed to Sir Louis to be a thing impossible. Indeed, he was not well able to walk at all, and positively declared that he should never be able to make his way over the gravel in pumps. His mother would not have thought half as much of walking from Boxall Hill to Greshamsbury and back again. At last the one village fly was sent for, and the matter was arranged. When they reached the house, it was easy to see that there was some unwonted bustle. In the drawing room there was no one but Mr. Mortimer Gazeby, who introduced himself to them both. Sir Louis, who knew that he was only an attorney, did not take much notice of him. But the doctor entered into conversation. "Have you heard that Mr. Gresham has come home?" said Mr. Gazeby. "Mr. Gresham? I did not know that he had been away. Mr. Gresham, junior, I mean. No, indeed, the doctor had not heard." Frank had returned unexpectedly just before dinner, and he was now undergoing his father's smiles, his mother's embraces, and his sister's questions. "Quite unexpectedly," said Mr. Gazeby. "I don't know what has brought him back before his time. I suppose he found London too hot." "Deuced hot," said the baronet. "I found it so, at least. I don't know what keeps men in London when it's so hot, except those fellows who have business to do. They're paid for it." Mr. Mortimer Gazeby looked at him. He was managing an estate which owed Sir Louis an enormous sum of money, and therefore he could not afford to disabuse the baronet. But he thought to himself what a very abject fellow the man would be if he were not a baronet and had not a large fortune. And then the squire came in. His broad, honest face was covered with a smile when he saw the doctor. "Thorne," he said, almost in a whisper, "you're the best fellow breathing. I have hardly deserved this." The doctor, as he took his old friend's hand, could not but be glad that he had followed Mary's counsel. "So Frank has come home?" "Oh yes, quite unexpectedly. He was to have stayed a week longer in London. You would hardly know him if you met him. Sir Louis, I beg your pardon." And the squire went up to his other guest, who had remained somewhat sullenly standing in one corner of the room. "He was the man of highest rank present, or to be present, and he expected to be treated as such. I am happy to have the pleasure of making your acquaintance, Mr. Gresham," said the baronet, intending to be very courteous. "Though we have not met before, I very often see your name in my accounts." And Sir Louis laughed as though he had said something very good. The meeting between Lady Arabella and the doctor was rather distressing to the former, but she managed to get over it. She shook hands with him graciously, and said that it was a fine day. The doctor said that it was fine, only perhaps a little rainy, and then they went into different parts of the room. When Frank came in, the doctor hardly did know him. His hair was darker than it had been, and so was his complexion, but his chief disguise was in a long silken beard, which hung down over his cravat. The doctor had hitherto not been much in favour of long beards, but he could not deny that Frank looked very well with the appendage. "Oh, doctor, I am so delighted to find you here," said he, coming up to him. "So very, very glad." And taking the doctor's arm, he led him away into a window where they were alone. "And how is Mary?" said he, almost in a whisper. "Oh, I wish she were here. But, doctor, it shall all come in time. But tell me, doctor, there is no news about her, is there?" "News? What news?" "Oh, well, no news is good news. You will give her my love, won't you?" The doctor said that he would. What else could he say? It appeared quite clear to him that some of Mary's fears were groundless. Frank was again very much altered. It has been said that though he was a boy at 21, he was a man at 22, but now, at 23, he appeared to be almost a man of the world. His manners were easy, his voice under his control, and words were at his command. He was no longer either shy or noisy, but perhaps was open to the charge of seeming, at least, to be too conscious of his own merits. He was indeed very handsome, tall, manly, and powerfully built. His form was such as women's eyes have ever loved to look upon.
"Ah, if he would but marry money," said Lady Arabella to herself, taken up by a mother's natural admiration for her son.
His sisters clung round him before dinner, all talking to him at once. How proud a family of girls are of one big, tall, burly brother! "You don't mean to tell me, Frank, that you are going to eat soup with that beard?" said the squire, when they were seated round the table. He had not ceased to rally his son as to the patriarchal adornment, but nevertheless any one could have seen with half an eye that he was as proud of it as were the others. "Don't I, sir? All I require is a relay of napkins for every course." And he went to work covering it with every spoonful, as men with beards always do. "Well, if you like it," said the squire, shrugging his shoulders. "But I do like it," said Frank.
"Oh, papa, you wouldn't have him cut it off," said one of the twins. "It is so handsome." "I should like to work it into a chair back instead of floss silk," said the other twin.
"Thank ye, Sophie. I'll remember you for that."
"Doesn't it look nice and grand and patriarchal?"
said Beatrice, turning to her neighbour. "Patriarchal, certainly," said Mr. Oriel. "I should grow one myself if I had not the fear of the archbishop before my eyes." What was next said to him was in a whisper, audible only to himself. "Doctor, did you know Wildman of the 9th? He was left as surgeon at Scutari for 2 years.
Why, my beard to his is only a little down."
"A little way down, you mean," said Mr. Gazeby. "Yes," said Frank, resolutely set against laughing at Mr. Gazeby's pun. "Why, his beard descends to his ankles, and he is obliged to tie it in a bag at night,
because his feet get entangled in it when he is asleep."
"Oh, Frank!" said one of the girls. This was all very well for the squire and Lady Arabella and the girls. They were all delighted to praise Frank and talk about him. Neither did it come amiss to Mr. Oriel and the doctor, who had both a personal interest in the young hero. But Sir Louis did not like it at all. He was the only baronet in the room, and yet nobody took any notice of him. He was seated in the post of honour next to Lady Arabella, but even Lady Arabella seemed to think more of her own son than of him. Seeing how he was ill-used, he meditated revenge, but not the less did it behove him to make some effort to attract attention. "Was your ladyship long in London this season?" said he. Lady Arabella had not been in London at all this year, and it was a sore subject with her. "No," said she, very graciously. "Circumstances have kept us at home." Sir Louis only understood one description of circumstances. Circumstances in his idea meant the want of money, and he immediately took Lady Arabella's speech as a confession of poverty. "Ah, indeed, I am very sorry for that. That must be very distressing to a person like your ladyship. But things are mending, perhaps?" Lady Arabella did not in the least understand him. "Mending?" she said, in her peculiar tone of aristocratic indifference, and then turned to Mr. Gazeby, who was on the other side of her. Sir Louis was not going to stand this. He was the first man in the room, and he knew his own importance. It was not to be borne that Lady Arabella should turn to talk to a dirty attorney, and leave him, a baronet, to eat his dinner without notice? If nothing else would move her, he would let her know who was the real owner of the Greshamsbury title deeds. I think I saw your ladyship out to-day taking a ride."
Lady Arabella had driven through the village in her pony chair. "I never ride," said she, turning her head for one moment from Mr. Gazeby.
"In the one-horse carriage, I mean, my lady. I was delighted with the way you whipped him up round the corner."
"Whipped him up round the corner?" Lady Arabella could make no answer to this, so she went on talking to Mr. Gazeby.
Sir Louis, repulsed but not vanquished, resolved not to be vanquished by any Lady Arabella, turned his attention to his plate for a minute or two, and then recommenced. "The honour of a glass of wine with you, Lady Arabella," said he.
"I never take wine at dinner," said Lady Arabella. The man was becoming intolerable to her, and she was beginning to fear that it would be necessary for her to flay the room to get rid of him.
The baronet was again silent for a moment, but he was determined not to be put down. "This is a nice looking country about here," said he.
"Yes, very nice," said Mr. Gazeby, endeavouring to relieve the lady of the mansion.
"I hardly know which I like best, this or my own place at Boxall Hill. You have the advantage here in trees and those sort of things; but as to the house, why, my box there is very comfortable, very. You'd hardly know the place now, Lady Arabella, if you hadn't seen it since my governor bought it. How much do you think he spent about the house and grounds, pineries included, you know, and those sort of things?"
Lady Arabella shook her head.
"Now guess, my lady," said he.
But it was not to be supposed that Lady Arabella should guess on such a subject.
"I never guess," said she, with a look of ineffable disgust. "What do you say, Mr. Gazeby?"
"Perhaps £100,000.
"What, for a house? You can't know much about money, nor yet about building, I think, Mr. Gazeby."
"Not much," said Mr. Gazeby, "as to such magnificent places as Boxall Hill."
"Well, my lady, if you won't guess, I'll tell you. It cost £22,419 4s. and 8d. I've all the accounts exact. Now that's a tidy lot of money for a house for a man to live in."
Sir Louis spoke this in a loud tone, which at least commanded the attention of the table. Lady Arabella, vanquished, bowed her head, and said that it was a large sum. Mr. Gazeby went on sedulously eating his dinner. The squire was struck momentarily dumb in the middle of a long chat with the doctor. Even Mr. Oriel ceased to whisper, and the girls opened their eyes with astonishment. Before the end of his speech, Sir Louis's voice had become very loud.
"Yes, indeed," said Frank. "A very tidy lot of money. I'd have generously dropped the 4 and 8d if I'd been the architect. It wasn't all one bill, but that's the tot. I can show the bills." And Sir Louis, well pleased with his triumph, swallowed a glass of wine. Almost immediately after the cloth was removed, Lady Arabella escaped, and the gentlemen clustered together. Sir Louis found himself next to Mr. Oriel, and began to make himself agreeable. A very nice girl, Miss Beatrice, very nice." Now Mr. Oriel was a modest man, and when thus addressed as to his future wife, found it difficult to make any reply. "You parsons always have your own luck," said Sir Louis. "You get all the beauty, and generally all the money too. Not much of the latter in this case, though, eh?" Mr. Oriel was dumbfounded. He had never said a word to any creature as to Beatrice's dowry, and when Mr. Gresham had told him with sorrow that his daughter's portion must be small, he had at once passed away from the subject as one that was hardly fit for conversation, even between him and his future father-in-law. And now he was abruptly questioned on the subject by a man he had never before seen in his life. Of course he could make no answer. "The squire has muddled his matters most uncommonly," continued Sir Louis, filling his glass for the second time before he passed the bottle. "What do you suppose now he owes me alone, just at one lump, you know?" Mr. Oriel had nothing for it but to run. He could make no answer, nor would he sit there to hear tidings as to Mr. Gresham's embarrassments. So he fairly retreated without having said one word to his neighbour, finding such discretion to be the only kind of valour left to him. "What, Oriel, off already?" said the squire. "Anything the matter?" "Oh no, nothing particular. I'm not just quite. I think I'll go out for a few minutes." "See what it is to be in love," said the squire, half whispering to Doctor Thorne. "You're not in the same way, I hope?" Sir Louis then shifted his seat again, and found himself next to Frank. Mr. Gazeby was opposite to him, and the doctor opposite to Frank. "Parson seems peakish, I think," said the baronet. "Peakish?" said the squire, inquisitively. "Rather down on his luck. He's decently well off himself, isn't he?" There was another pause, and nobody seemed inclined to answer the question. "I mean, he's got something more than his bare living." "Oh yes," said Frank, laughing. "He's got what will buy him bread and cheese when the Rads shut up the church, unless indeed they shut up the funds too." "Ah, there's nothing like land," said Sir Louis. "Nothing like the dirty acres, is there, squire? Land is a very good investment, certainly," said Mr. Gresham. "The best going," said the other, who was now, as people say when they mean to be good-natured, slightly under the influence of liquor. "The best going, eh, Gazeby?" Mr. Gazeby gathered himself up and turned away his head, looking out of the window. "You lawyers never like to give an opinion without money, do they, Mr. Gresham? You and I have had to pay for plenty of them, and we'll have to pay for plenty more before they let us alone." Here Mr. Gazeby got up and followed Mr. Oriel out of the room. He was not, of course, on such intimate terms in the house as was Mr. Oriel, but he hoped to be forgiven by the ladies in consequence of the severity of the miseries to which he was subjected. He and Mr. Oriel were soon to be seen through the dining-room window, walking about the grounds with the two eldest Miss Greshams; and Patience Oriel, who had also been of the party, was also to be seen with the twins. Frank looked at his father with almost a malicious smile, and began to think that he too might be better employed out among the walks. Did he think then of a former summer evening, when he had half broken Mary's heart by walking there too lovingly with Patience Oriel? Sir Louis, if he continued his brilliant career of success, would soon be left the cock of the walk. The squire, to be sure, could not bolt, nor could the doctor very well, but they might be equally vanquished, remaining there in their chairs. Doctor Thorne, during all this time, was sitting with tingling ears. Indeed, it may be said that his whole body tingled. He was in a manner responsible for this horrid scene, but what could he do to stop it? He could not take Sir Louis up bodily and carry him away. One idea did occur to him. The fly had been ordered for 10 o'clock. He could rush out and send for it instantly. "You're not going to leave me?" said the squire, in a voice of horror, as he saw the doctor rising from his chair. "Oh, no, no, no," said the doctor. And then he whispered the purpose of his mission. "I will be back in 2 minutes." The doctor would have given £20 to have closed the scene at once, but he was not the man to desert his friend in such a strait as that. "He's a well-meaning fellow, the doctor," said Sir Louis, when his guardian was out of the room. "Very. But he's not up to trap, not at all." "Up to trap? Well, I should say he was. That is, if I know what trap means," said Frank. "Ah, but that's just the ticket. Do you know? Now, I say Doctor Thorne's not a man of the world. He's about the best man I know, or ever heard of," said the squire. "And if any man ever had a good friend, you have got one in him, and so have I." And the squire silently drank the doctor's health. "All very true, I dare say, but yet he's not up to trap. Now look here, squire." "If you don't mind, sir," said Frank, "I've got something very particular. Perhaps, however—" "Stay till Thorne returns, Frank." Frank did stay till Thorne returned, and then escaped. "Excuse me, doctor," said he, "but I've something very particular to say. I'll explain tomorrow." And then the three were left alone. Sir Louis was now becoming almost drunk, and was knocking his words together. The squire had already attempted to stop the bottle, but the baronet had contrived to get hold of a modicum of Madeira, and there was no preventing him from helping himself, at least none at that moment.
"Oh, we were saying about lawyers," continued Sir Louis. "Let's see, what were we saying? Why, squire, it's just here. Those fellows will fleece us both if we don't mind what we're after."
"Never mind about lawyers now," said Doctor Thorne angrily.
"Ah, but I do mind, most particularly. That's all very well for you, doctor. You've nothing to lose. You've no great stake in the matter. Why now, what sum of money of mine do you think those doctors are handling?"
"Doctors?" said the squire in a tone of dismay.
"Lawyers, I mean, of course. Why now, Gresham, we're all taught it now. You see, you're down in my books, I take it, for pretty near £100,000.
"Hold your tongue, sir," said the doctor, getting up.
"Hold my tongue!"
said Sir Louis. "Sir Louis Scatcherd," said the squire, slowly rising from his chair, "we will not, if you please, talk about business at the present moment. Perhaps we had better go to the ladies." This latter proposition had certainly not come from the squire's heart. Going to the ladies was the very last thing for which Sir Louis was now fit, but the squire had said it as being the only recognized formal way he could think of for breaking up the symposium.
"Very well," hiccuped the baronet. "I'm always ready for ladies."
And he stretched out his hand to the decanter to get a last glass of Madeira. "No," said the doctor, rising stoutly and speaking with a determined voice. "No, you will have no more wine." And he took the decanter from him.
"What's all this about?"
said Sir Louis, with a drunken laugh. "Of course he cannot go into the drawing room, Mr. Gresham. If you will leave him here with me, I will stay with him till the fly comes. Pray tell Lady Arabella from me how sorry I am that this has occurred."
The squire would not leave his friend.
And they sat together till the fly came. It was not long, for the doctor had dispatched his messenger with much haste.
"I am so heartily ashamed of myself,"
said the doctor, almost with tears. The squire took him by the hand affectionately.
"I've seen a tipsy man before to night," said he.
"Yes," said the doctor, "and so have I, but—" He did not express the rest of his thoughts. End of Chapter 35. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 36 of Doctor Thorne by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 36. Will he come again? Long before the doctor returned home, after the little dinner party above described, Mary had learnt that Frank was already at Greshamsbury. She had heard nothing of him or from him, not a word, nothing in the shape of a message, for 12 months, and at her age 12 months is a long period. Would he come and see her in spite of his mother? Would he send her any tidings of his return, or notice her in any way? If he did not, what would she do? And if he did, what then would she do? It was so hard to resolve, so hard to be deserted, and so hard to dare to wish that she might not be deserted. She continued to say to herself that it would be better that they should be strangers, and she could hardly keep herself from tears in the fear that they might be so. What chance could there be that he should care for her after an absence spent in travelling over the world? No, she would forget that affair of his hand, and then, immediately after having so determined, she would confess to herself that it was a thing not to be forgotten, and impossible of oblivion. On her uncle's return she would hear some word about him, and so she sat alone, with a book before her, of which she could not read a line. She expected them about 11, and was therefore rather surprised when the fly stopped at the door before 9. She immediately heard her uncle's voice,
loud and angry, calling for Thomas.
Both Thomas and Bridget were unfortunately out, being at this moment forgetful of all sublunary cares, and seated in happiness under a beech tree in the park. Janet flew to the little gate, and there found Sir Louis
insisting that he would be taken at once to his own mansion at Boxall Hill, and positively swearing that he would no longer submit to the insult of the doctor's surveillance.
In the absence of Thomas, the doctor was forced to apply for assistance to the driver of the fly. Between them the baronet was dragged out of the vehicle. The windows suffered much, and the doctor's hat also. In this way he was taken upstairs, and was at last put to bed, Janet assisting. Nor did the doctor leave the room till his guest was asleep. Then he went into the drawing room to Mary. It may easily be conceived that he was hardly in a humour to talk much about Frank Gresham.
"What am I to do with him?"
said he, almost in tears.
"What am I to do with him?"
"Can you not send him to Boxall Hill?" asked Mary.
"Yes, to kill himself there; but it is no matter. He will kill himself somewhere. Oh, what that family have done for me!" And then, suddenly remembering a portion of their doings, he took Mary in his arms, and kissed and blessed her, and declared that in spite of all this he was a happy man. There was no word about Frank
that night. The next morning the doctor found Sir Louis very weak, and begging for stimulants. He was worse than weak. He was in such a state of wretched misery and mental prostration, so low in heart, in such collapse of energy and spirit, that Doctor Thorne thought it prudent to remove his razors from his reach.
"For God's sake, do let me have a little chasse café. I'm always used to it. Ask Joe if I'm not. You don't want to kill me, do you?"
And the baronet cried piteously, like a child, and when the doctor left him for the breakfast table,
abjectly implored Janet to get him some curaçao, which he knew was in one of his portmanteaus.
Janet, however, was true to her master. The doctor did give him some wine, and then, having left strict orders as to his treatment, Bridget and Thomas being now both in the house, went forth to some of his too much neglected patients. Then Mary was again alone, and her mind flew away to her lover. How should she be able to compose herself when she should first see him? See him she must. People cannot live in the same village without meeting. If she passed him at the church door, as she often passed Lady Arabella, what should she do? Lady Arabella always smiled a peculiar little bitter smile, and this, with half a nod of recognition, carried off the meeting. Should she try the bitter smile, the half nod with Frank? Alas! She knew it was not in her to be so much mistress of her own heart's blood. As she thus thought, she stood at the drawing-room window, looking out into her garden, and as she leant against the sill, her head was surrounded by the sweet creepers. "At any rate, he won't come here," she said, and so, with a deep sigh, she turned from the window into the room. There he was, Frank Gresham himself, standing there in her immediate presence, beautiful as Apollo. Her next thought was how she might escape from out of his arms. How it happened that she had fallen into them, she never knew. "Mary, my own love, my own one, sweetest, dearest, best Mary, dear Mary, have you not a word to say to me?" No, she had not a word, though her life had depended on it. The exertion necessary for not crying was quite enough for her. This, then, was the bitter smile and the half nod that was to pass between them. This was the manner in which estrangement was to grow into indifference. This was the mode of meeting by which she was to prove that she was mistress of her conduct, if not her heart. There he held her close bound to his breast, and she could only protect her face, and that all ineffectually, with her hands. "He loves another," Beatrice had said. "At any rate, he will not love me," her own heart had said also. Here was now the answer. "You know you cannot marry him," Beatrice had said also. Ah, if that really were so, was not this embrace deplorable for them both? And yet, how could she not be happy? She endeavoured to repel him, but with what a weak endeavour! Her pride had been wounded to the core, not by Lady Arabella's scorn, but by the conviction which had grown on her that though she had given her own heart absolutely away, had parted with it wholly and for ever, she had received nothing in return. The world, her world, would know that she had loved, and loved in vain. But here now was the loved one at her feet. The first moment that his enforced banishment was over had brought him there. How could she not be happy? They all said that she could not marry him. Well,
Perhaps it might be so. Nay, when she thought of it, must not that edict too probably be true? But if so, it would not be his fault. He was true to her, and that satisfied her pride. He had taken from her by surprise a confession of her love. She had often regretted her weakness in allowing him to do so, but she could not regret it now. She could endure to suffer. Nay, it would not be suffering while he suffered with her.
Not one word, Mary? Then, after all my dreams, after all my patience, you do not love me at last? Oh, Frank, notwithstanding what has been said in thy praise, what a fool thou art! Was any word necessary for thee? Had not her heart beat against thine? Had she not borne thy caresses? Had there been one touch of anger when she warded off thy threatened kisses? Bridget, in the kitchen, when Jonah became amorous, smashed his nose with the rolling pin, but when Thomas sinned, perhaps as deeply, she only talked of doing so. Miss Thorne, in the drawing room, had she needed self-protection, could doubtless have found the means, though the process would probably have been less violent. At last Mary succeeded in her efforts at enfranchisement, and she and Frank stood at some little distance from each other. She could not but marvel at him. That long, soft beard, which just now had been so close to her face, was all new. His whole look was altered. His mien and gait and very voice were not the same. Was this indeed the very Frank who had chattered of his boyish love 2 years since, in the gardens at Greshamsbury? Not one word of welcome, Mary? Indeed, Mr. Gresham, you are welcome home. Mr. Gresham! Tell me, Mary, tell me at once, has anything happened? I could not ask up there.
Frank, she said, and then stopped, not being able at the moment to get any further.
Speak to me honestly, Mary, honestly and bravely. I offered you my hand once before. There it is again. Will you take it?
She looked wistfully up in his eyes. She would fain have taken it, but though a girl may be honest in such a case, it is so hard for her to be brave.
He still held out his hand. Mary, said he, if you can value it, it shall be yours through good fortune or ill fortune. There may be difficulties, but if you can love me, we will get over them. I am a free man, free to do as I please with myself, except so far as I am bound to you. There is my hand. Will you have it? And then he too looked into her eyes, and waited composedly, as though determined to have an answer.
She slowly raised her hand, and as she did so her eyes fell to the ground. It then drooped again, and was again raised, and at last her light tapering fingers rested on his broad open palm.
They were soon clutched, and the whole hand brought absolutely within his grasp. There, now you are my own, he said, and none of them shall part us. My own Mary, my own wife.
Oh, Frank, is not this imprudent? Is it not wrong?
Imprudent? I am sick of prudence. I hate prudence. And as for wrong, no. I say it is not wrong. Certainly not wrong if we love each other. And you do love me, Mary, eh? You do, don't you? He would not excuse her, or allow her to escape from saying it in so many words. And when the words did come at last, they came freely.
Yes, Frank, I do love you. If that were all, you would have no cause for fear.
and I will have no cause for fear."
"Ah, but your father, Frank, and my uncle! I can never bring myself to do anything that shall bring either of them to sorrow."
Frank, of course, ran through all his arguments. He would go into a profession, or take a farm and live in it. He would wait, that is, for a few months.
"A few months, Frank?" said Mary.
"Well, perhaps 6.
"Oh, Frank!"
But Frank would not be stopped. He would do anything that his father might ask him, anything but the one thing. He would not give up the wife he had chosen. It would not be reasonable, or proper, or righteous that he should be asked to do so, and here he mounted a somewhat high horse.
Mary had no arguments which she could bring from her heart to offer in opposition to all this. She could only leave her hand in his, and feel that she was happier than she had been at any time since the day of that donkey ride at Boxall Hill.
"But, Mary," continued he, becoming very grave and serious, "we must be true to each other, and firm in this. Nothing that any of them can say shall drive me from my purpose. Will you say as much?"
Her hand was still in his, and so she stood thinking for a moment before she answered him. But she could not do less for him than he was willing to do for her. "Yes," said she, said in a very low voice, and with a manner perfectly quiet, "I will be firm. Nothing that they can say shall shake me. But, Frank, it cannot be soon."
Nothing further occurred in this interview which needs recording.
Frank had been 3 times told by Mary that he had better go before he did go, and at last she was obliged to take the matter into her own hands and lead him to the door.
"You are in a great hurry to get rid of me," said he.
"You have been here 2 hours, and you must go now. What will they all think?"
"Who cares what they think? Let them think the truth, that after a year's absence I have much to say to you." However, at last he did go, and Mary was left alone. Frank, although he had been so slow to move, had 1,000 other things to do, and went about them at once. He was very much in love, no doubt, but that did not interfere with his interest in other pursuits. In the first place, he had to see Harry Baker, and Harry Baker's stud. Harry had been specially charged to look after the black horse during Frank's absence, and the holiday doings of that valuable animal had to be inquired into. Then the kennel of the hounds had to be visited, and, as a matter of second-rate importance, the master. This could not be done on the same day, but a plan for doing so must be concocted with Harry, and then there were 2 young pointer pups. Frank, when he left his betrothed, went about these things quite as vehemently as though he were not in love at all, quite as vehemently as though he had said nothing as to going into some profession which must necessarily separate him from horses and dogs. But Mary sat there at her window thinking of her love, and thinking of nothing else. It was all in all to her now. She had pledged herself not to be shaken from her troth by anything, by any person, and it would behove her to be true to this pledge, true to it though all the Greshams but one should oppose her with all their power, true to it even though her own uncle should oppose her. And how could she have done any other than so pledge herself, invoked to it as she had been? How could she do less for him than he was so anxious to do for her? They would talk to her of maiden delicacy, and tell her that she had put a stain on that snow-white coat of proof in confessing her love for one whose friends were unwilling to receive her. Let them so talk. Honour, honesty, and truth, outspoken truth, self-denying truth, and fealty from man to man, are worth more than maiden delicacy, more at any rate than the talk of it. It was not for herself that this pledge had been made.
She knew her position and the difficulties of it. She knew also the value of it. He had much to offer, much to give. She had nothing but herself. He had name and old repute, family, honour, and what eventually would at least be wealth to her. She was nameless, fameless, portionless. He had come there with all his ardour, with the impulse of his character, and asked for her love. It was already his own. He had then demanded her troth, and she acknowledged that he had a right to demand it. She would be his if ever it should be in his power to take her. But there let the bargain end. She would always remember that though it was in her power to keep her pledge, it might too probably not be in his power to keep his. That doctrine, laid down so imperatively by the great authorities of Greshamsbury, that edict which demanded that Frank should marry money, had come home also to her with a certain force. It would be sad that the fame of Greshamsbury should perish, and that the glory should depart from the old house. It might be that Frank also should perceive that he must marry money. It would be a pity that he had not seen it sooner, but she at any rate would not complain. And so she stood, leaning on the open window, with her book unnoticed lying beside her. The sun had been in the mid-sky when Frank had left her, but its rays were beginning to stream into the room from the west before she moved from her position. Her first thought in the morning had been this: would he come to see her? Her last now was more soothing to her, less full of absolute fear. Would it be right that he should come again? The first sounds she heard were the footsteps of her uncle, as he came up to the drawing room 3 steps at a time. His step was always heavy, but when he was disturbed in spirit, it was slow. When merely fatigued in body by ordinary work, it was quick.
"What a broiling day!" he said, and he threw himself into a chair. "For mercy's sake, give me something to drink." Now the doctor was a great man for summer drinks. In his house, lemonade, currant juice, orange mixtures, and raspberry vinegar were used by the quart. He frequently disapproved of these things for his patients, as being apt to disarrange the digestion, but he consumed enough himself to throw a large family into such difficulties. "Ah!" he ejaculated after a draught. "I'm better now. Well, what's the news?"
You've been out, uncle. You ought to have the news. How's Mrs. Green?
Really as bad as ennui and solitude can make her.
And Mrs. Oakleruth?
She's getting better, because she has 10 children to look after, and twins to suckle. What has he been doing?
And the doctor pointed towards the room occupied by Sir Louis. Mary's conscience struck her that she had not even asked. She had hardly remembered during the whole day that the baronet was in the house. "I do not think he has been doing much," she said. "Janet has been with him all day."
"Has he been drinking?"
"Upon my word, I don't know, uncle. I think not, for Janet has been with him. But, uncle—"
"Well, dear, but just give me a little more of that tipple."
Mary prepared the tumbler, and as she handed it to him, she said, "Frank Gresham has been here to-day." The doctor swallowed his draught, and put down the glass before he made any reply, and even then he said but little. "Frank Gresham?" "Yes, uncle."
"You thought him looking pretty well?"
"Yes, uncle, he was very well, I believe."
Doctor Thorne had nothing more to say, so he got up and went to his patient in the next room.
"If he disapproves of it, why does he not say so?" said Mary to herself. "Why does he not advise me?"
But it was not so easy to give advice while Sir Louis Scatcherd was lying there in that state.
End of chapter 36. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom.
Chapter 37 of Doctor Thorne by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 37. Sir Louis leaves Greshamsbury. Janet had been sedulous in her attentions to Sir Louis, and had not troubled her mistress, but she had not had an easy time of it. Her orders had been that either she or Thomas should remain in the room the whole day, and those orders had been obeyed. Immediately after breakfast, the baronet had inquired after his own servant.
"His confounded nose must be right by this time, I suppose."
"It was very bad, Sir Louis," said the old woman, who imagined that it might be difficult to induce Jonah to come into the house again.
"A man in such a place as his has no business to be laid up," said the master, with a whine. "I'll see and get a man who won't break his nose."
Thomas was sent to the inn 3 or 4 times, but in vain. The man was sitting up well enough in the tap room, but the middle of his face was covered with streaks of plaster, and he could not bring himself to expose his wounds before his conqueror.
Sir Louis began by ordering the woman to bring him chasse café.
She offered him coffee as much as he would, but no chasse. A glass of port wine, she said, at 12 o'clock, and another at 3 had been ordered for him.
"I don't care a blankety blank for the orders," said Sir Louis. "Send me my own man."
The man was again sent for, but would not come.
"There's a bottle of that stuff that I take in that portmanteau in the left-hand corner. Just hand it to me."
But Janet was not to be done. She would give him no stuff, except what the doctor had ordered, till the doctor came back. The doctor would then, no doubt, give him anything that was proper.
Sir Louis swore a good deal, and stormed as much as he could. He drank, however, his 2 glasses of wine, and he got no more. Once or twice he essayed to get out of bed and dress, but at every effort he found that he could not do it without Joe, and there he was, still under the clothes, when the doctor returned. "I'll tell you what it is," said he, as soon as his guardian entered the room. "I'm not going to be made a prisoner of here."
"A prisoner? No, surely not."
"It seems very much like it at present. Your servant here, that old woman, takes it upon her to say she'll do nothing without your orders."
"Well, she's right there."
"Right? I don't know what you call right, but I won't stand it. You are not going to make a child of me, Doctor Thorne, so you need not think it."
And then there was a long quarrel between them, and but an indifferent reconciliation.
The baronet said that he would go to Boxall Hill, and was vehement in his intention to do so, because the doctor opposed it. He had not, however, as yet ferreted out the squire, or given a bit of his mind to Mr. Gazeby, and it behoved him to do this before he took himself off to his own country mansion. He ended, therefore, by deciding to go on the next day but one.
"Let it be so, if you are well enough," said the doctor.
"Well enough," said the other, with a sneer. "There's nothing to make me ill that I know of. It certainly won't be drinking too much here."
On the next day Sir Louis was in a different mood, and in one more distressing for the doctor to bear. His compelled abstinence from intemperate drinking had no doubt been good for him, but his mind had so much sunk under the pain of the privation that his state was piteous to behold. He had cried for his servant as a child cries for its nurse,
till at last the doctor, moved to pity, had himself gone out and brought the man in from the public house. But when he did come, Joe was of but little service to his master, as he was altogether prevented from bringing him either wine or spirits; and when he searched for the liqueur case, he found that even that had been carried away. "I believe you want me to die," he said, as the doctor, sitting by his bedside, was trying for the 100th time to make him understand that he had but one chance of living. The doctor was not the least irritated. It would have been as wise to be irritated by the want of reason in a dog. "I am doing what I can to save your life," he said calmly; "but, as you said just now, I have no power over you. As long as you are able to move and remain in my house, you certainly shall not have the means of destroying yourself. You will be very wise to stay here for a week or 10 days. A week or 10 days of healthy living might perhaps bring you round." Sir Louis again declared that the doctor wished him to die, and spoke of sending for his attorney, Finney, to come to Greshamsbury to look after him. "Send for him if you choose," said the doctor. "His coming will cost you £3 or £4, but can do no other harm." "And I will send for Filgrave," threatened the baronet. "I'm not going to die here like a dog." It was certainly hard upon Doctor Thorne that he should be obliged to entertain such a guest in the house, to entertain him and foster him and care for him, almost as though he were a son. But he had no alternative. He had accepted the charge from Sir Roger, and he must go through with it. His conscience, moreover, allowed him no rest in this matter. It harassed him day and night, driving him on sometimes to great wretchedness. He could not love this incubus that was on his shoulders. He could not do other than be very far from loving him. Of what use or value was he to any one? What could the world make of him that would be good, or he of the world? Was not an early death his certain fate? The earlier it might be, would it not be the better? Were he to linger on yet for 2 years longer, and such a space of life was possible for him, how great would be the mischief that he might do, nay, certainly would do. Farewell then to all hopes for Greshamsbury as far as Mary was concerned. Farewell then to that dear scheme which lay deep in the doctor's heart, that hope that he might in his niece's name give back to the son the lost property of the father. And might not 1 year, 6 months, be as fatal? Frank, they all said, must marry money, and even he, the doctor himself, much as he despised the idea for money's sake, even he could not but confess that Frank, as the heir to an old but grievously embarrassed property, had no right to marry at his early age a girl without a shilling. Mary, his niece, his own child, would probably be the heiress of this immense wealth, but he could not tell this to Frank, no, nor to Frank's father while Sir Louis was yet alive. What if by so doing he should achieve this marriage for his niece, and that then Sir Louis should live to dispose of his own? How then would he face the anger of Lady Arabella? "I will never hanker after a dead man's shoes, neither for myself nor for another," he had said to himself 100 times. and as often did he accuse himself of doing so. One path, however, was plainly open before him. He would keep his peace as to the will, and would use such efforts as he might use for a son of his own loins to preserve the life that was so valueless. His wishes, his hopes, his thoughts he could not control, but his conduct was at his own disposal. "I say, Doctor, you don't really think that I'm going to die?" Sir Louis said, when Doctor Thorne again visited him. "I don't think at all. I am sure you will kill yourself if you continue to live as you have lately done. But suppose I go all right for a while, and live just as you tell me, you know." "All of us are in God's hands, Sir Louis. By so doing, you will at any rate give yourself the best chance." "Best chance? Why, dashin', Doctor, there are fellows who have done 10 times worse than I, and they are not going to kick. Come now, I know you are trying to frighten me, ain't you now?" "I am trying to do the best I can for you." "It's very hard on a fellow like me. I have nobody to say a kind word to me. No, not one." And Sir Louis, in his wretchedness, began to weep. "Come, Doctor, if you'll put me once more on my legs, I'll let you draw on the estate for £500. By G*blank, I will." The doctor went away to his dinner, and the baronet also had his, in bed. He could not eat much, but he was allowed 2 glasses of wine, and also a little brandy in his coffee. This somewhat invigorated him, and when Doctor Thorne again went to him in the evening, he did not find him so utterly prostrated in spirit. He had indeed made up his mind to a great resolve, and thus unfolded his final scheme for his own reformation. "Doctor," he began again, "I believe you are an honest fellow. I do indeed." Doctor Thorne could not but thank him for his good opinion. "You ain't annoyed at what I said this morning, are you?" The doctor had forgotten the particular annoyance to which Sir Louis alluded, and informed him that his mind might be at rest on any such matter. "I do believe you'd be glad to see me well, wouldn't you now?" The doctor assured him that such was in very truth the case. "Well now, I'll tell you what, I've been thinking about it a great deal to day. Indeed I have, and I want to do what's right. Mightn't I have a little drop more of that stuff, just in a cup of coffee?" The doctor poured him out a cup of coffee, and put about a teaspoonful of brandy in it. Sir Louis took it with a disconsolate face, not having been accustomed to such measures in the use of his favourite beverage. "I do wish to do what's right, I do indeed, only you see I'm so lonely. As to those fellows up in London, I don't think that one of them cares a straw about me." Doctor Thorne was of the same way of thinking, and he said so. He could not but feel some sympathy with the unfortunate man as he thus spoke of his own lot. It was true that he had been thrown on the world without any one to take care of him. "My dear friend, I will do the best I can in every way. I will indeed. I do believe that your companions in town have been too ready to lead you astray. Drop them, and you may yet do well." "May I though, Doctor? Well, I will drop them. There's Jenkins, he's the best of them, but even he is always wanting to make money of me. Not but what I'm up to the best of them in that way. You had better leave London, Sir Louis, and change your old mode of life. Go to Boxall Hill for a while, for 2 or 3 years or so. Live with your mother there, and take to farming."
"What, farming?"
"Yes, that's what all country gentlemen do. Take the land there into your own hand, and occupy your mind upon it."
"Well, doctor, I will, upon one condition."
Doctor Thorne sat still and listened. He had no idea what the condition might be, but he was not prepared to promise acquiescence till he heard it.
"You know what I told you once before?"
said the baronet. "I don't remember at this moment."
"About my getting married, you know."
The doctor's brow grew black, and promised no help to the poor wretch. Bad in every way, wretched, selfish, sensual, unfeeling, purse-proud, ignorant, as Sir Louis Scatcherd was, still there was left to him the power of feeling something like sincere love. It may be presumed that he did love Mary Thorne, and that he was at the time earnest in declaring that if she could be given to him, he would endeavour to live according to her uncle's counsel. It was only a trifle he asked, but alas, that trifle could not be vouchsafed. "I should much approve of your getting married, but I do not know how I can help you."
"Of course I mean to Miss Mary. I do love her, I really do, Doctor Thorne."
"It is quite impossible, Sir Louis, quite. You do my niece much honour, but I am able to answer for her positively that such a proposition is quite out of the question."
"Look here now, Doctor Thorne, anything in the way of settlements—"
"I will not hear a word on the subject. You are very welcome to the use of my house as long as it may suit you to remain here, but I must insist that my niece shall not be troubled on this matter."
"Do you mean to say she's in love with that young Gresham?"
This was too much for the doctor's patience. "Sir Louis," said he, "I can forgive you much for your father's sake. I can also forgive something on the score of your own ill health. But you ought to know, you ought by this time to have learnt, that there are some things which a man cannot forgive. I will not talk to you about my niece, and remember this also, I will not have her troubled by you." And so saying, the doctor left him. On the next day the baronet was sufficiently recovered to be able to resume his braggadocio airs.
He swore at Janet, insisted on being served by his own man, demanded in a loud voice, but in vain, that his liqueur case should be restored to him, and desired that post horses might be ready for him on the morrow. On that day he got up and ate his dinner in his bedroom. On the next morning he countermanded the horses, informing the doctor that he did so because he had a little bit of business to transact with Squire Gresham before he left the place. With some difficulty the doctor made him understand that the squire would not see him on business, and it was at last decided that Mr. Gazeby should be invited to call on him at the doctor's house, and this Mr. Gazeby agreed to do, in order to prevent the annoyance of having the baronet up at Greshamsbury. On this day, the evening before Mr. Gazeby's visit, Sir Louis condescended to come down to dinner. He dined, however, tête-à-tête with the doctor. Mary was not there, nor was anything said as to her absence. Sir Louis Scatcherd never set eyes upon her again. He bore himself very arrogantly on that evening, having resumed the airs and would-be dignity which he thought belonged to him as a man of rank and property.
In his periods of low spirits he was abject and humble enough, abject and fearful of the lamentable destiny which at these moments he believed to be in store for him. But it was one of the peculiar symptoms of his state that as he partially recovered his bodily health, the tone of his mind recovered itself also, and his fears for the time were relieved. There was very little said between him and the doctor that evening. The doctor sat guarding the wine, and thinking when he should have his house to himself again.
Sir Louis sat moody,
every now and then uttering some impertinence as to the Greshams and the Greshamsbury property, and at an early hour allowed Joe to put him to bed. The horses were ordered on the next day for 3, and at 2 Mr. Gazeby came to the house. He had never been there before, nor had he ever met Doctor Thorne except at the squire's dinner. On this occasion he asked only for the baronet.
I'm glad you've come, Mr. Gazeby, very glad,
said Sir Louis, acting the part of the rich great man with all the power he had.
I want to ask you a few questions, so as to make it all clear sailing between us.
As you have asked to see me, I have come, Sir Louis, said the other, putting on much dignity as he spoke. But would it not be better that any business there may be should be done among the lawyers?
The lawyers are very well, I dare say, but when a man has so large a stake at interest as I have in this Greshamsbury property, why, you see, Mr. Gazeby, he feels a little inclined to look after it himself.
Now, do you know, Mr. Gazeby, how much it is that Mr. Gresham owes me? Mr. Gazeby, of course, did know very well, but he was not going to discuss the subject with Sir Louis if he could help it. Whatever claim your father's estate may have on that of Mr. Gresham is, as far as I understand, vested in Doctor Thorne's hands as trustee. I am inclined to believe that you have not yourself at present any claim on Greshamsbury. The interest, as it becomes due, is paid to Doctor Thorne, and if I may be allowed to make a suggestion, I would say that it will not be expedient to make any change in that arrangement till the property shall come into your own hands.
I differ from you entirely, Mr. Gazeby, in toto, as we used to say at Eden. What you mean to say is, I can't go to law with Mr. Gresham.
I'm not so sure of that, but perhaps not. But I can compel Doctor Thorne to look after my interests. I can force him to foreclose. And to tell you the truth, Gazeby, unless some arrangement is proposed to me which I shall think advantageous, I shall do so at once. There is near £100,000 owing to me. Yes, to me. Thorne is only a name in the matter. The money is my money, and by dash, I mean to look after it. Have you any doubt, Sir Louis, as to the money being secure?
Yes, I have. It isn't so easy to have £100,000 secured. The squire is a poor man, and I don't choose to allow a poor man to owe me such a sum as that. Besides, I mean to invest it in land. I tell you fairly, therefore, I shall foreclose.
Mr. Gazeby, using all the perspicuity which his professional education had left to him, tried to make Sir Louis understand that he had no power to do anything of the kind.
No power? Mr. Gresham shall see whether I have no power. When a man has £100,000 owing to him, he ought to have some power, and, as I take it, he has. But we will see. Perhaps you know Finney, do you?" Mr. Gazeby, with a good deal of scorn in his face, said that he had not had that pleasure. Mr. Finney was not in his lane. "Well, you will know him then, and you'll find he's sharp enough. That is, unless I have some offer made to me that I may choose to accept." Mr. Gazeby declared that he was not instructed to make any offer, and so he took his leave. On that afternoon Sir Louis went off to Boxall Hill, transferring the miserable task of superintending his self-destruction from the shoulders of the doctor to those of his mother. Of Lady Scatcherd the baronet took no account in his proposed sojourn in the country, nor did he take much of the doctor in leaving Greshamsbury. He again wrapped himself in his furs, and with tottering steps climbed up into the barouche which was to carry him away. "Is my man up behind?" he said to Janet, while the doctor was standing at the little front garden gate making his adieu. "No, sir, he's not up yet," said Janet respectfully. "Then send him out, will you? I can't lose my time waiting here all day." "I shall come over to Boxall Hill and see you," said the doctor, whose heart softened towards the man in spite of his brutality as the hour of his departure came. "I shall be happy to see you if you like to come, of course. That is, in the way of visiting and that sort of thing. As for doctoring, if I want any, I shall send for Filgrave." Such were his last words as the carriage with a rush went off from the door. The doctor, as he re-entered the house, could not avoid smiling, for he thought of Dr. Filgrave's last patient at Boxall Hill. "It's a question to me," said he to himself, "whether Dr. Filgrave will ever be induced to make another visit to that house, even with the object of rescuing a baronet out of my hands." "He's gone, isn't he, uncle?" said Mary, coming out of her room. "Yes, my dear, he's gone, poor fellow." "He may be a poor fellow, uncle, but he's a very disagreeable inmate in a house. I have not had any dinner these 2 days." "And I haven't had what can be called a cup of tea since he's been in the house. But I'll make up for that tonight."
End of chapter 37. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 38 of Doctor Thorne by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 38. De Courcy Precepts and De Courcy Practice. There is a mode of novel writing which used to be much in vogue, but which is now gone out of fashion. It is nevertheless one which is very expressive when in good hands, and which enables the author to tell his story, or some portion of his story, with more natural trust than any other. I mean that of familiar letters. I trust I shall be excused if I attempt it as regards this one chapter, though it may be that I shall break down and fall into the commonplace narrative, even before the one chapter be completed. The correspondents are the Lady Amelia de Courcy and Miss Gresham. I, of course, give precedence to the higher rank, but the first epistle originated with the latter named young lady. Let me hope that they will explain themselves. Miss Gresham to Lady Amelia de Courcy, Greshamsbury House, June 1850. My dearest Amelia, I wish to consult you on a subject which, as you will perceive, is of a most momentous nature. You know how much reliance I place in your judgment and knowledge of what is proper, and therefore I write to you before speaking to any other living person on the subject, not even to mamma. For although her judgment is good too, she has so many cares and troubles that it is natural that she should be a little warped when the interests of her children are concerned. Now that it is all over, I feel that it may possibly have been so in the case of Mr. Moffat. You are aware that Mr. Mortimer Gazeby is now staying here, and that he has been here for nearly 2 months. He is engaged in managing poor papa's affairs, and mamma, who likes him very much, says that he is a most excellent man of business. Of course you know that he is the junior partner in the very old firm of Gumption, Gazeby and Gazeby, who, I understand, do not undertake any business at all except what comes to them from peers or commoners of the very highest class. I soon perceived, dearest Amelia, that Mr. Gazeby paid me more than ordinary attention, and I immediately became very guarded in my manner. I certainly liked Mr. Gazeby from the first. His manners are quite excellent, his conduct to mamma is charming, and as regards myself, I must say that there has been nothing in his behaviour of which even you could complain. He has never attempted the slightest familiarity, and I will do him the justice to say that though he has been very attentive, he has also been very respectful. I must confess that for the last 3 weeks I have thought that he meant something. I might perhaps have done more to repel him, or I might have consulted you earlier as to the propriety of keeping altogether out of his way. But you know, Amelia, how often these things lead to nothing, and though I thought all along that Mr. Gazeby was in earnest, I hardly liked to say anything about it, even to you, till I was quite certain. If you had advised me, you know, to accept his offer, and if after that he had never made it, I should have felt so foolish. But now he has made it. He came to me yesterday, just before dinner, in the little drawing-room, and told me in the most delicate manner, in words that even you could not have but approved, that his highest ambition was to be thought worthy of my regard, and that he felt for me the warmest love and the most profound admiration and the deepest respect. You may say, Amelia, that he is only an attorney, and I believe that he is an attorney, but I am sure you would have esteemed him had you heard the very delicate way in which he expressed his sentiments. Something had given me a presentiment of what he was going to do when I saw him come into the room, so that I was on my guard. I tried very hard to show no emotion, but I suppose I was a little flurried, as I once detected myself calling him Mr. Mortimer. His name, you know, is Mortimer Gazeby. I ought not to have done so, certainly, but it was not so bad as if I had called him Mortimer without the Mr., was it? I don't think there could possibly be a prettier Christian name than Mortimer. Well, Amelia, I allowed him to express himself without interruption. He once attempted to take my hand, but even this was done without any assumption of familiarity, and when he saw that I would not permit it, he drew back, and fixed his eyes on the ground as though he were ashamed even of that. Of course, I had to give him an answer, and though I had expected that something of this sort would take place, I had not made up my mind on the subject. I would not certainly, under any circumstances, accept him without consulting you. If I really disliked him, of course there would be no doubt, but I can't say, dearest Amelia, that I do absolutely dislike him, and I really think that we would make each other very happy.
if the marriage were suitable as regarded both our positions. I collected myself as well as I could, and I really do think that you would have said that I did not behave badly, though the position was rather trying. I told him that of course I was flattered by his sentiments, though much surprised at hearing them, that since I knew him I had esteemed and valued him as an acquaintance, but that looking on him as a man of business I had never expected anything more. I then endeavoured to explain to him that I was not perhaps privileged, as some other girls might be, to indulge my own feelings altogether. Perhaps that was saying too much, and might make him think that I was in love with him, but from the way I said it, I don't think he would, for I was very much guarded in my manner, and very collected. And then I told him that in any proposal of marriage that might be made to me, it would be my duty to consult my family as much, if not more, than myself. He said, of course, and asked whether he might speak to papa. I tried to make him understand that in talking of my family, I did not exactly mean papa, or even mamma. Of course I was thinking of what was due to the name of Gresham. I know very well what papa would say. He would give his consent in half a minute. He is so broken-hearted by these debts. And to tell you the truth, Amelia, I think mamma would too. He did not seem quite to comprehend what I meant, but he did say that he knew it was a high ambition to marry into the family of the Greshams. I am sure you would confess that he has the most proper feelings, and as for expressing them, no man could do it better. He owned that it was ambition to ally himself with a family above his own rank in life, and that he looked to doing so as a means of advancing himself. Now this was at any rate honest. That was one of his motives, he said, though of course not his first. And then he declared how truly attached he was to me. In answer to this, I remarked that he had known me only a very short time. This perhaps was giving him too much encouragement, but at that moment I hardly knew what to say, for I did not wish to hurt his feelings. He then spoke of his income. He has 1,500 a year from the business, and that will be greatly increased when his father leaves it. And his father is much older than Mr. Gumption, though he is only the second partner. Mortimer Gazeby will be the senior partner himself before very long, and perhaps that does alter his position a little. He has a very nice place down somewhere in Surrey. I have heard mamma say it is quite a gentleman's place. It is let now, but he will live there when he is married, and he has property of his own besides, which he can settle. So you see he is quite as well off as Mr. Oriel, better indeed, and if a man is in a profession, I believe it is considered that it does not much matter what. Of course a clergyman can be a bishop, but then I think I have heard that one attorney did once become Lord Chancellor. I should have my carriage, you know. I remember his saying that especially, though I cannot recollect how he brought it in. I told him at last that I was so much taken by surprise that I could not give him an answer then. He was going up to London, he said, on the next day, and might he be permitted to address me on the same subject when he returned? I could not refuse him, you know, and so now I have taken the opportunity of his absence to write to you for your advice. You understand the world so very well, and know so exactly what one ought to do in such a strange position. I hope I have made it intelligible, at least, as to what I have written about. I have said nothing as to my own feelings, because I wish you to think on the matter without consulting them. If it would be derogatory to accept Mr. Gazeby, I certainly would not do so because I happen to like him. If we were to act in that way, what would the world come to, Amelia? Perhaps my ideas may be overstrained. If so, you will tell me. When Mr. Oriel proposed for Beatrice, nobody seemed to make any objection. It all seemed to go as a matter of course. She says that his family is excellent, but as far as I can learn, his grandfather was a general in India, and came home very rich. Mr. Gazeby's grandfather was a member of the firm, and so, I believe, was his great-grandfather. Don't you think this ought to count for something? Besides, they have no business except with the most aristocratic persons, such as Uncle de Courcy, and the Marquis of Kensington Gore, and that sort. I mention the Marquis because Mr. Mortimer Gazeby is there now, and I know that one of the Gumptions was once in Parliament, and I don't think that any of the Oriels ever were. The name of attorney is certainly very bad, is it not, Amelia? But they certainly do not seem to be all the same, and I do think that this ought to make a difference. To hear Mr. Mortimer Gazeby talk of some attorney at Barchester, you would say that there is quite as much difference between them as between a bishop and a curate, and so I think there is. I don't wish at all to speak of my own feelings, but if he were not an attorney, he is, I think, the sort of man I should like. He is very nice in every way, and if you were not told, I don't think you'd know he was an attorney. But, dear Amelia, I will be guided by you altogether. He is certainly much nicer than Mr. Moffat, and has a great deal more to say for himself. Of course, Mr. Moffat, having been in Parliament, and having been taken up by Uncle de Courcy, was in a different sphere, but I really felt almost relieved when he behaved in that way. With Mortimer Gazeby, I think it would be different. I shall wait so impatiently for your answer, so do pray write at once. I hear some people say that these sort of things are not so much thought of now as they were once, and that all manner of marriages are considered to be comme il faut. I do not want, you know, to make myself foolish by being too particular. Perhaps all these changes are bad, and I rather think they are, but if the world changes, one must change too. One can't go against the world. So do write, and tell me what you think. Do not suppose that I dislike the man, for I really cannot say that I do, but I would not for anything make an alliance for which any one bearing the name of de Courcy would have to blush. Always, dearest Amelia, your most affectionate cousin, Augusta Gresham. P.S. I fear Frank is going to be very foolish with Mary Thorne. You know it is absolutely important that Frank should marry money. It strikes me as quite possible that Mortimer Gazeby may be in Parliament some of these days. He is just the man for it.
Poor Augusta prayed very hard for her husband, but she prayed to a bosom that on this subject was as hard as a flint, and she prayed in vain. Augusta Gresham was 22. Lady Amelia de Courcy was 34. Was it likely that Lady Amelia would permit Augusta to marry, the issue having thus been left in her hands? Why should Augusta derogate from her position by marrying beneath herself, seeing that Lady Amelia had spent so many more years in the world without having found it necessary to do so? Augusta's letter was written on 2 sheets of notepaper, crossed all over, and Lady Amelia's answer was almost equally formidable. Lady Amelia de Courcy to Miss Augusta Gresham, Courcy Castle, June 1850. My dear Augusta, I received your letter yesterday morning,
but I have put off answering it till this evening, as I have wished to give it very mature consideration. The question is one which concerns not only your character, but happiness for life, and nothing less than very mature consideration would justify me in giving a decided opinion on the subject. In the first place, I may tell you that I have not a word to say against Mr. Mortimer Gazeby." When Augusta had read as far as this, her heart sank within her. The rest was all leather and prunella. She saw at once that the fiat had gone against her, and that her wish to become Mrs. Mortimer Gazeby was not to be indulged. I have known him for a long time, and I believe him to be a very respectable person, and I have no doubt a good man of business. The firm of Messrs. Gumption and Gazeby stands probably quite among the first attorneys in London, and I know that papa has a very high opinion of them. All of these would be excellent arguments to use in favour of Mr. Gazeby as a suitor, had his proposals been made to any one in his own rank of life. But you, in considering the matter, should, I think, look on it in a very different light. The very fact that you pronounce him to be so much superior to other attorneys shows in how very low esteem you hold the profession in general. It shows also, dear Augusta, how well aware you are that they are a class of people among whom you should not seek a partner for life. My opinion is that you should make Mr. Gazeby understand, very courteously of course, that you cannot accept his hand. You observe that he himself confesses that in marrying you he would seek a wife in a rank above his own. Is it not therefore clear that in marrying him you would descend to a rank below your own? I shall be very sorry if this grieves you, but still it will be better that you should bear the grief of overcoming a temporary fancy than take a step which may so probably make you unhappy, and which some of your friends would certainly regard as disgraceful. It is not permitted to us, my dear Augusta, to think of ourselves in such matters. As you truly say, if we were to act in that way, what would the world come to? It has been God's pleasure that we should be born with high blood in our veins. This is a great boon, which we both value, but the boon has its responsibilities as well as its privileges. It is established by law that the royal family shall not intermarry with subjects. In our case there is no law, but the necessity is not the less felt. We should not intermarry with those who are probably of a lower rank. Mr. Mortimer Gazeby is, after all, only an attorney, and although you speak of his great-grandfather, he is a man of no blood whatsoever. You must acknowledge that such an admixture should be looked on by a de Courcy, or even by a Gresham, as a pollution. Here Augusta got very red, and she felt almost inclined to be angry with her cousin. Beatrice's marriage with Mr. Oriel is different, though, remember, I am by no means defending that. It may be good or bad, and I have had no opportunity of inquiring respecting Mr. Oriel's family. Beatrice, moreover, has never appeared to me to feel what was due to herself in such matters. But, as I said, Her marriage with Mr. Oriel is very different. Clergymen, particularly the rectors and vicars of country parishes, do become privileged above other professional men. I could explain why, but it would be too long in a letter. Your feelings on the subject altogether do you great credit. I have no doubt that Mr. Gresham, if asked, would accede to the match, but that is just the reason why he should not be asked. It would not be right that I should say anything against your father to you, but it is impossible for any of us not to see that all through life he has thrown away every advantage and sacrificed his family. Why is he now in debt, as you say? Why is he not holding the family seat in Parliament? Even though you are his daughter, you cannot but feel that you would not do right to consult him on such a subject. As to dear aunt, I feel sure that were she in good health, and left to exercise her own judgment, she would not wish to see you married to the agent for the family estate. For, dear Augusta, that is the real truth. Mr. Gazeby often comes here in the way of business, and though papa always receives him as a gentleman, that is, he dines at table and all that, he is not on the same footing in the house as the ordinary guests and friends of the family. How would you like to be received at Courcy Castle in the same way? You will say, perhaps, that you would still be papa's niece. So you would, but you know how strict in such matters papa is, and you must remember that the wife always follows the rank of the husband. Papa is accustomed to the strict etiquette of a court, and I am sure that no consideration would induce him to receive the estate agent in the light of a nephew. Indeed, were you to marry Mr. Gazeby, the house to which he belongs would, I imagine, have to give up the management of this property. Even were Mr. Gazeby in Parliament, and I do not see how it is probable that he should get there, it would not make any difference. You must remember, dearest, that I never was an advocate for the Moffat match. I acquiesced in it because mamma did so. If I could have had my own way, I would adhere to all our old prescriptive principles. Neither money nor position can atone to me for low birth. But the world, alas, is retrograding, and according to the new-fangled doctrines of the day, a lady of blood is not disgraced by allying herself to a man of wealth and what may be called quasi-aristocratic position. I wish it were otherwise, but so it is, and therefore the match with Mr. Moffat was not disgraceful, though it could not be regarded as altogether satisfactory. But with Mr. Gazeby the matter would be altogether different. He is a man earning his bread, honestly, I dare say, but in a humble position. You say he is very respectable. I do not doubt it, and so is Mr. Scraggs, the butcher at Courcy. You see, Augusta, to what such arguments reduce you. I dare say he may be nicer than Mr. Moffat in one way, that is, he may have more small talk at his command, and be more clever in all those little pursuits and amusements which are valued by ordinary young ladies. But my opinion is that neither I nor you would be justified in sacrificing ourselves for such amusements. We have high duties before us. It may be that the performance of those duties will prohibit us from taking a part in the ordinary arena of the feminine world, it is natural that girls should wish to marry, and therefore those who are weak take the first that come. Those who have more judgment make some sort of selection, but the strongest minded are perhaps those who are able to forego themselves and their own fancies, and to refrain from any alliance that does not tend to the maintenance of high principles. Of course, I speak of those who have blood in their veins. You and I need not dilate as to the conduct of others. I hope what I have said will convince you. Indeed, I know that it only requires that you and I should have a little cousinly talk on this matter to be quite in accord. You must now remain at Greshamsbury till Mr. Gazeby shall return. Immediately that he does so, seek an interview with him. Do not wait till he asks for it. Then tell him that when he addressed you, the matter had taken you so much by surprise that you were not at the moment able to answer him with that decision that the subject demanded. Tell him that you are flattered. In saying this, however, you must keep a collected countenance and be very cold in your manner, but that family reasons would forbid you to avail yourself of his offer, even did no other cause prevent it. And then, dear Augusta, come to us here. I know you will be a little downhearted after going through this struggle, but I will endeavour to inspirit you. When we are both together, you will feel more sensibly the value of that high position which you will preserve by rejecting Mr. Gazeby, and will regret less acutely whatever you may lose. Your very affectionate cousin, Amelia de Courcy. P.S. I am greatly grieved about Frank, but I have long feared that he would do some very silly thing. I have heard lately that Miss Mary Thorne is not even the legitimate niece of your Doctor Thorne, but is the daughter of some poor creature who was seduced by the doctor in Barchester. I do not know how true this may be, but I think your brother should be put on his guard. It might do good. Poor Augusta! She was in truth to be pitied, for her efforts were made with the intention of doing right according to her lights. For Mr. Moffat she had never cared a straw, and when therefore she lost the piece of gilding for which she had been instructed by her mother to sell herself, it was impossible to pity her. But Mr. Gazeby she would have loved, with that sort of love which it was in her power to bestow. With him she would have been happy, respectable, and contented. She had written her letter with great care. When the offer was made to her, she could not bring herself to throw Lady Amelia to the winds and marry the man, as it were, out of her own head. Lady Amelia had been the tyrant of her life, and so she strove hard to obtain her tyrant's permission. She used all her little cunning in showing that, after all, Mr. Gazeby was not so very plebeian. All her little cunning was utterly worthless. Lady Amelia's mind was too strong to be caught with such chaff. Augusta could not serve God and Mammon. She must either be true to the god of her cousin's idolatry and remain single, or serve the Mammon of her own inclinations and marry Mr. Gazeby. When refolding her cousin's letter after the first perusal, she did, for a moment, think of rebellion. Could she not be happy at the nice place in Surrey, having, as she would have, a carriage, even though all the de Courcys should drop her, It had been put to her that she would not like to be received at Courcy Castle with the scant civility which would be considered due to a Mrs. Mortimer Gazeby. But what if she could put up without being received at Courcy Castle at all? Such ideas did float through her mind, dimly, but her courage failed her. It is so hard to throw off a tyrant, so much easier to yield when we have been in the habit of yielding. This third letter, therefore, was written, and it is the end of the correspondence. Miss Augusta Gresham to Lady Amelia de Courcy, Greshamsbury House, July 1850 . My dearest Amelia, I did not answer your letter before because I thought it better to delay doing so till Mr. Gazeby had been here. He came the day before yesterday, and yesterday I did as nearly as possible what you advised. Perhaps on the whole it will be better. As you say, rank has its responsibilities as well as its privileges. I don't quite understand what you mean about clergymen, but we can talk that over when we meet. Indeed, it seems to me that if one is to be particular about family, and I am sure I think we ought, one ought to be so without exception. If Mr. Oriel be a parvenu, Beatrice's children won't be well born merely because their father was a clergyman, even though he is a rector. Since my former letter, I have heard that Mr. Gazeby's great-great-great-grandfather established the firm, and there are many people who were nobodies then who are thought to have good blood in their veins now. But I do not say this because I differ from you. I agree with you so fully that I at once made up my mind to reject the man, and consequently I have done so. When I told him I could not accept him from family considerations, he asked me whether I had spoken to papa. I told him no, and that it would be no good, as I had made up my own mind. I don't think he quite understood me, but it did not perhaps much matter. You told me to be very cold, and I think that perhaps he thought me less gracious than before. Indeed, I fear that when he first spoke, I may seem to have given him too much encouragement. However, it is all over now, quite over." As Augusta wrote this, she barely managed to save the paper beneath her hand from being moistened with the tear which escaped from her eye. "I do not mind confessing now," she continued, "at any rate to you, that I did like Mr. Gazeby a little. I think his temper and disposition would have suited me, but I am quite satisfied that I have done right. He tried very hard to make me change my mind. That is, he said a great many things as to whether I would not put off my decision, but I was quite firm. I must say that he behaved very well, and that I really do think he liked me honestly and truly. But of course I could not sacrifice family considerations on that account. Yes, rank has its responsibilities as well as its privileges. I will remember that. It is necessary to do so, as otherwise one would be without consolation for what one has to suffer. But I find that one has to suffer, Amelia. I know papa would have advised me to marry this man, and so I dare say mamma would, and Frank, and Beatrice, if they knew that I liked him. It would not be so bad if we all thought alike about it. But it is hard to have the responsibilities all on one's own shoulder, is it not? But I will go over to you, and you will comfort me. I always feel stronger on this subject at Courcy than at Greshamsbury. We will have a long talk about it, and then I shall be happy again. I purpose going on next Friday, if that will suit you and dear aunt. I have told mamma that you all wanted me, and she made no objection. Do write at once, dearest Amelia. for to hear from you now will be my only comfort. Yours ever most affectionately and obliged, Augusta Gresham. P.S. I told Mamma what you said about Mary Thorne, and she said, "Yes, I suppose all the world knows it now, and if all the world did know it, it makes no difference to Frank." She seemed very angry, so you see it was true. Though by so doing we shall somewhat anticipate the end of our story, it may be desirable that the full tale of Mr. Gazebee's loves should be told here. When Mary is breaking her heart on her deathbed in the last chapter, or otherwise accomplishing her destiny, we shall hardly find a fit opportunity of saying much about Mr. Gazebee and his aristocratic bride. For he did succeed at last in obtaining a bride in whose veins ran the noble ichor of the de Courcy blood, in spite of the high doctrine preached so eloquently by the Lady Amelia. As Augusta had truly said, he had failed to understand her. He was led to think, by her manner of receiving his first proposal, and justly so enough, that she liked him and would accept him, and he was therefore rather perplexed by his second interview. He tried again and again, and begged permission to mention the matter to Mr. Gresham, but Augusta was very firm, and he at last retired in disgust. Augusta went to Courcy Castle, and received from her cousin that consolation and re-strengthening which she so much required. 4 years afterwards, long after the fate of Mary Thorne had fallen like a thunderbolt on the inhabitants of Greshamsbury, when Beatrice was preparing for her second baby, and each of the twins had her accepted lover, Mr. Mortimer Gazebee went down to Courcy Castle, of course on matters of business. No doubt he dined at the table and all that. We have the word of Lady Amelia that the Earl, with his usual good nature, allowed him such privileges. Let us hope that he never encroached on them. But on this occasion Mr. Gazebee stayed a long time at the castle, and singular rumours as to the cause of his prolonged visit became current in the little town. No female scion of the present family of Courcy had, as yet, found a mate. We may imagine that eagles find it difficult to pair when they become scarce in their localities, and we all know how hard it has sometimes been to get commule for husbands when there has been any number of Protestant princesses on hand. Some such difficulty had doubtless brought it about that the Countess was still surrounded by her full bevy of maidens. Rank has its responsibilities as well as its privileges, and these young ladies' responsibilities seemed to have consisted in rejecting any suitor who may have hitherto kneeled to them. But now it was told through Courcy that one suitor had kneeled, and not in vain. From Courcy the rumour flew to Barchester, and thence came down to Greshamsbury, startling the inhabitants, and making one poor heart throb with a violence that would have been piteous had it been known. The suitor so named was Mr. Mortimer Gazebee. Yes, Mr. Mortimer Gazebee had now awarded to him many other privileges than those of dining at the table and all that. He rode with the young ladies in the park, and they all talked to him very familiarly before company, all except the Lady Amelia. The Countess even called him Mortimer, and treated him quite as one of the family. At last came a letter from the Countess to her dear sister Arabella. It should be given at length, but that I fear to introduce another epistle. It is such an easy mode of writing, and facility is always dangerous. In this letter it was announced with much preliminary ambiguity that Mortimer Gazebee, who had been found to be a treasure in every way, quite a paragon of men, was about to be taken into the de Courcy bosom as a child of that house. On that day fortnight he was destined to lead to the altar the Lady Amelia. The countess then went on to say that dear Amelia did not write herself, being so much engaged by her coming duties, the responsibilities of which she doubtless fully realized, as well as the privileges, but she had begged her mother to request that the twins should come and act as bridesmaids on the occasion. Dear Augusta, she knew, was too much occupied in the coming event in Mr. Oriel's family to be able to attend. Mr. Mortimer Gazeby was taken into the de Courcy family, and did lead the Lady Amelia to the altar, and the Gresham twins did go there and act as bridesmaids, and, which is much more to say for human nature, Augusta did forgive her cousin, and after a certain interval went on a visit to that nice place in Surrey, which she had once hoped would be her own home. It would have been a very nice place, Augusta thought, had not Lady Amelia Gazeby been so very economical. We must presume that there was some explanation between them. If so, Augusta yielded to it, and confessed it to be satisfactory. She had always yielded to her cousin, and loved her with that sort of love which is begotten between fear and respect. Anything was better than quarrelling with her cousin Amelia, and Mr. Mortimer Gazeby did not altogether make a bad bargain. He never received a shilling of dowry, but that he had not expected, nor did he want it. His troubles arose from the overstrained economy of his noble wife. She would have it that as she had married a poor man, Mr. Gazeby, however, was not a poor man, it behoved her to manage her house with great care. Such a match as that she had made, this she told in confidence to Augusta, had its responsibilities as well as its privileges. But on the whole Mr. Gazeby did not repent his bargain. When he asked his friends to dine, he could tell them that Lady Amelia would be very glad to see them. His marriage gave him some éclat at his club, and some additional weight in the firm to which he belonged. He gets his share of the Courcy shooting, and is asked about to Greshamsbury and other Barsetshire houses, not only to dine at table and all that, but to take his part in whatever delights country society there has to offer. He lives with the great hope that his noble father-in-law may some day be able to bring him into Parliament. End of chapter 38. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 39 of Doctor Thorne by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 39. What the World Says About Blood. "Beatrice," said Frank, rushing suddenly into his sister's room, "I want you to do me one especial favour." This was 3 or 4 days after Frank had seen Mary Thorne. Since that time he had spoken to none of his family on the subject, but he was only postponing from day to day the task of telling his father. He had now completed his round of visits to the kennel, master huntsman, and stables of the county hunt, and was at liberty to attend to his own affairs. So he had decided on speaking to the squire that very day, but he first made his request to his sister. "I want you to do me one especial favour." The day for Beatrice's marriage had now been fixed, and it was not to be very distant. Mr. Oriel had urged that their honeymoon trip would lose half its delights if they did not take advantage of the fine weather, and Beatrice had nothing to allege in answer. The day had just been fixed, and when Frank ran into her room with his special request, she was not in a humour to refuse him anything. "If you wish me to be at your wedding, you must do it," said he. "Wish you to be there? You must be there, of course. Oh, Frank, what do you mean? I'll do anything you ask, if it's not to go to the moon or anything of that sort." Frank was too much in earnest to joke. "You must have Mary for one of your bridesmaids," he said. "Now mind, there may be some difficulty, but you must insist on it. I know what has been going on, but it is not to be borne that she should be excluded on such a day as that. You that have been like sisters all your lives, till a year ago." "But Frank—" "Now, Beatrice, don't have any buts. Say that you will do it, and it will be done. I am sure Oriel will approve, and so will my father." "But, Frank, you won't hear me." "Not if you make objections. I have set my heart on your doing it." "But I had set my heart on the same thing." "Well?" "And I went to Mary on purpose, and told her, just as you tell me now, that she must come. I meant to make mamma understand that I could not be happy unless it were so, but Mary positively refused." "Refused? What did she say?" "I could not tell you what she said; indeed, it would not be right if I could, but she positively declined. She seemed to feel that after all that had happened, she never could come to Greshamsbury again."
"Fiddlestick!"
"But, Frank, those are her feelings, and to tell the truth, I could not combat them. I know she is not happy, but time will cure that. And to tell you the truth, Frank, it was before I came back that you asked her, was it not?" "Yes, just the day before you came, I think."
"Well, it's all altered now. I have seen her since that."
"Have you, Frank?"
"What do you take me for? Of course I have. The very first day I went to her. And now, Beatrice, you may believe me or not, as you like, but if ever I marry, I shall marry Mary Thorne; and if ever she marries, I think I may say she will marry me. At any rate, I have her promise. And now you cannot be surprised that I should wish her to be at your wedding, or that I should declare that if she is absent, I will be absent. I don't want any secrets, and you may tell my mother if you like it, and all the de Courcys too, for anything I care." Frank had ever been used to command his sisters, and they, especially Beatrice, had ever been used to obey.
On this occasion she was well inclined to do so, if she only knew how. She again remembered how Mary had once sworn to be at her wedding, to be near her, and to touch her, even though all the blood of the de Courcys should be crowded before the altar railings. I should be so happy that she should be there. But what am I to do, Frank, if she refuses? I have asked her, and she has refused."
"Go to her again. You need not have any scruples with her. Do not I tell you she will be your sister? Not come here again to Greshamsbury? Why, I tell you that she will be living here, while you are living there at the parsonage, for years and years to come."
Beatrice promised that she would go to Mary again, and that she would endeavour to talk her mother over if Mary would consent to come. But she could not yet make herself believe that Mary Thorne would ever be mistress of Greshamsbury. It was so indispensably necessary that Frank should marry money. Besides, what were those horrid rumours which were now becoming rife as to Mary's birth? Rumours more horrid than any which had yet been heard.
Augusta had said hardly more than the truth when she spoke of her father being broken-hearted by his debts. His troubles were becoming almost too many for him, and Mr. Gazeby, though no doubt he was an excellent man of business, did not seem to lessen them. Mr. Gazeby, indeed, was continually pointing out how much he owed, and in what a quagmire of difficulties he had entangled himself. Now, to do Mr. Yates Umbleby justice, he had never made himself disagreeable in this manner. Mr. Gazeby had been doubtless right when he declared that Sir Louis Scatcherd had not himself the power to take any steps hostile to the squire, but Sir Louis had also been right when he boasted that, in spite of his father's will,
He could cause others to move in the matter. Others did move, and were moving, and it began to be understood that a moiety at least of the remaining Greshamsbury property must be sold. Even this, however, would by no means leave the squire in undisturbed possession of the other moiety, and thus Mr. Gresham was nearly broken-hearted. Frank had now been at home a week, and his father had not as yet spoken to him about the family troubles, nor had a word as yet been said between them as to Mary Thorne. It had been agreed that Frank should go away for 12 months in order that he might forget her. He had been away the 12 months, and had now returned, not having forgotten her. It generally happens that in every household one subject of importance occupies it at a time. The subject of importance now mostly thought of in the Greshamsbury household was the marriage of Beatrice. Lady Arabella had to supply the trousseau for her daughter. The squire had to supply the money for the trousseau. Mr. Gazeby had the task of obtaining the money for the squire. While this was going on, Mr. Gresham was not anxious to talk to his son either about his own debts or his son's love. There would be time for these things when the marriage feast should be over. So thought the father. But the matter was precipitated by Frank. He also had put off the declaration which he had to make, partly from a wish to spare the squire, but partly also with a view to spare himself. We have all some of that cowardice which induces us to postpone an inevitably evil day. At this time the discussions as to Beatrice's wedding were frequent in the house, and at one of them Frank had heard his mother repeat the names of the proposed bridesmaids. Mary's name was not among them, and hence had arisen his attack on his sister. Lady Arabella had had her reason for naming the list before her son, but she overshot her mark. She wished to show him how totally Mary was forgotten at Greshamsbury, but she only inspired him with a resolve that she should not be forgotten. He accordingly went to his sister, and then, the subject being full on his mind, he resolved at once to discuss it with his father. "Sir, are you at leisure for 5 minutes?" he said, entering the room in which the squire was accustomed to sit majestically, to receive his tenants, scold his dependents, and in which, in former happy days, he had always arranged the meets of the Barsetshire hunt. Mr. Gresham was quite at leisure. When was he not so? But had he been immersed in the deepest business of which he was capable, he would gladly have put it aside at his son's instance. "I don't like to have any secret from you, sir," said Frank, "nor, for the matter of that, from anybody else." The anybody else was intended to have reference to his mother. "And therefore I would rather tell you at once what I have made up my mind to do." Frank's address was very abrupt, and he felt it was so. He was rather red in the face, and his manner was fluttered. He had quite made up his mind to break the whole affair to his father, but he had hardly made up his mind as to the best mode of doing so. "Good heavens, Frank, what do you mean? You are not going to do anything rash? What is it you mean, Frank?" "I don't think it is rash," said Frank. "Sit down, my boy, sit down. What is it that you say you are going to do?" "Nothing immediately, sir," said he, rather abashed; "but as I have made up my mind about Mary Thorne, quite made up my mind, I think it right to tell you."
"Oh, about Mary," said the squire, almost relieved; and then Frank, in voluble language, which he hardly, however, had quite under his command, told his father all that had passed between him and Mary. "You see, sir," said he, "that it is fixed now, and cannot be altered, nor must it be altered. You asked me to go away for 12 months, and I have done so. It has made no difference, you see. As to our means of living, I am quite willing to do anything that may be best and most prudent.
I was thinking, sir, of taking a farm somewhere near here, and living on that."
The squire sat quite silent for some moments after this communication had been made to him. Frank's conduct as a son had been such that he could not find fault with it, and in this special matter of his love, how was it possible for him to find fault? He himself was almost as fond of Mary as of a daughter, and though he too would have been desirous that his son should relieve the estate from its embarrassments by a rich marriage, he did not at all share Lady Arabella's feelings on the subject. No Countess de Courcy had ever engraved it on the tablets of his mind that the world would come to ruin if Frank did not marry money. Ruin there was, and would be, but it had been brought about by no sin of Frank's. "Do you remember about her birth, Frank?" he said at last.
"Yes, sir, everything. She told me all she knew, and Doctor Thorne finished the story."
"And what do you think of it?"
"It is a pity and a misfortune. It might perhaps have been a reason why you or my mother should not have had Mary in the house many years ago, but it cannot make any difference now." Frank had not meant to lean so heavily on his father, but he did do so. The story had never been told to Lady Arabella, was not even known to her now, positively and on good authority.
But Mr. Gresham had always known it. If Mary's birth was so great a stain upon her, why had he brought her into his house among his children? It is a misfortune, Frank, a very great misfortune. It will not do for you and me to ignore birth. Too much of the value of one's position depends upon it."
"But what was Mr. Moffat's birth?" said Frank, almost with scorn. Or what Miss Dunstable's he would have added, had it not been that his father had not been concerned in that sin of wedding him to the oil of Lebanon.
"True, Frank, but yet what you would mean to say is not true. We must take the world as we find it. Were you to marry a rich heiress, were her birth even as low as that of poor Mary—"
"Don't call her poor Mary, father. She is not poor. My wife will have a right to take rank in the world, however she was born."
"Well, poor in that way. But were she an heiress, the world would forgive her birth on account of her wealth."
"The world is very complacent, sir."
"You must take it as you find it, Frank. I only say that such is the fact. If Porlock were to marry the daughter of a shoeblack without a farthing, he would make a mésalliance. But if the daughter of the shoeblack had 500,000 of money, nobody would dream of saying so. I am stating no opinion of my own. I am only giving you the world's opinion."
"I don't give a straw for the world."
"That is a mistake, my boy. You do care for it, and would be very foolish if you did not. What you mean is that on this particular point you value your love more than the world's opinion."
"Well, yes, that is what I mean."
But the squire, though he had been very lucid in his definition, had got no nearer to his object, had not even yet ascertained what his own object was. This marriage would be ruinous to Greshamsbury, and yet what was he to say against it, seeing that the ruin had been his fault and not his son's?
"You could let me have a farm, could you not, sir? I was thinking of about 600 or 700 acres. I suppose it could be managed somehow."
"A farm?"
said the father abstractedly. "Yes, sir, I must do something for my living. I should make less of a mess of that than of anything else. Besides, it would take such a time to be an attorney or a doctor or anything of that sort."
Do something for his living! And was the heir of Greshamsbury come to this, the heir and only son, whereas he, the squire, had succeeded at an earlier age than Frank's to an unembarrassed income of £14,000 a year? The reflection was very hard to bear. Yes, I dare say you could have a farm." And then he threw himself back in his chair, closing his eyes. Then, after a while, rose again and walked hurriedly about the room. "Frank," he said at last, standing opposite to his son, "I wonder what you think of me."
"Think of you, sir!"
ejaculated Frank. "Yes, what do you think of me for having thus ruined you? I wonder whether you hate me?" Frank, jumping up from his chair, threw his arms round his father's neck.
"Hate you, sir? How can you speak so cruelly? You know well that I love you. And, father, do not trouble yourself about the estate for my sake. I do not care for it. I can be just as happy without it. Let the girls have what is left, and I will make my own way in the world somehow. I will go to Australia. Yes, sir, that will be best. I and Mary will both go. Nobody will care about our birth there. But, father, never say, never think that I do not love you."
The squire was too much moved to speak at once, so he sat down again and covered his face with his hands.
Frank went on pacing the room till gradually his first idea recovered possession of his mind, and the remembrance of his father's grief faded away. "May I tell Mary," he said at last, "that you consent to our marriage? It will make us so happy."
But the squire was not prepared to say this. He was pledged to his wife to do all that he could to oppose it, and he himself thought that if anything could consummate the family ruin, it would be this marriage. "I cannot say that, Frank. I cannot say that. What would you both live on? It would be madness."
"We would go to Australia," answered he, bitterly. "I have just said so."
"Oh no, my boy, you cannot do that. You must not throw the old place up altogether. There is no other one but you, Frank, and we have lived here now for so many, many years."
"But if we cannot live here any longer, father?"
"But for this scheme of yours, we might do so. I will give up everything to you, the management of the estate, the park, all the land we have in hand, if you will give up this fatal scheme. For, Frank, it is fatal. You are only 23. Why should you be in such a hurry to marry?"
"You married at 21, sir."
Frank was again severe on his father, but unwittingly. "Yes, I did," said Mr. Gresham, "and see what has come of it. Had I waited 10 years longer, how different would everything have been. No, Frank, I cannot consent to such a marriage, nor will your mother."
"It is your consent I ask, sir, and I am asking for nothing but your consent."
"It would be sheer madness, madness for you both. My own Frank, my dear, dear boy, do not drive me to distraction. Give it up for 4 years.
4 years?
Yes, for 4 years. I ask it as a personal favour, as an obligation to myself, in order that we may be saved from ruin. You, your mother and sisters, your family name, and the old house. I do not talk about myself, but were such a marriage to take place, I should be driven to despair."
Frank found it very hard to resist his father, who now had hold of his hand and arm, and was thus half retaining him and half embracing him.
"Frank, say that you will forget this for 4 years. Say for 3 years."
But Frank would not say so. To postpone his marriage for 4 years, or for 3, seemed to him to be tantamount to giving up Mary altogether, and he would not acknowledge that any one had the right to demand of him to do that. "My word is pledged, sir," he said.
"Pledged? Pledged to whom?"
to Miss Thorne."
"But I will see her, Frank, and her uncle. She was always reasonable. I am sure she will not wish to bring ruin on her old friends at Greshamsbury."
"Her old friends at Greshamsbury have done but little lately to deserve her consideration. She has been treated shamefully. I know it has not been by you, sir, but I must say so. She has already been treated shamefully, but I will not treat her falsely."
"Well, Frank, I can say no more to you. I have destroyed the estate which should have been yours, and I have no right to expect you should regard what I say."
Frank was greatly distressed. He had not any feeling of animosity against his father with reference to the property, and would have done anything to make the squire understand this, short of giving up his engagement to Mary. His feeling rather was, that as each had a case against the other, they should cry quits, that he should forgive his father for his bad management, on condition that he himself was to be forgiven with regard to his determined marriage. Not that he put it exactly in that shape, even to himself, but could he have unravelled his own thoughts, he would have found that such was the web on which they were based. "Father, I do regard what you say, but you would not have me be false. Had you doubled the property instead of lessening it, I should not regard what you say any more."
"I should be able to speak in a very different tone. I feel that, Frank."
"Do not feel it any more, sir. Say what you wish,
As you would have said it under any other circumstances.
and pray believe this, the idea never occurs to me that I have ground of complaint as regards the property. Never. Whatever troubles we may have, do not let that trouble you." Soon after this Frank left him. What more was there that could be said between them? They could not be of one accord, but even yet it might not be necessary that they should quarrel. He went out and roamed by himself through the grounds, rather more in meditation than was his wont. If he did marry, how was he to live? He talked of a profession, but had he meant to do as others do, who make their way in professions, he should have thought of that a year or two ago, or rather have done more than think of it. He spoke also of a farm, but even that could not be had in a moment, nor, if it could, would it produce a living. Where was his capital? Where his skill? And he might have asked also where the industry so necessary for such a trade. He might set his father at defiance, and if Mary were equally headstrong with himself, he might marry her. But what then? As he walked slowly about, cutting off the daisies with his stick, he met Mr. Oriel, going up to the house, as was now his custom, to dine there and spend the evening close to Beatrice. "How I envy you, Oriel," he said. "What would I not give to have such a position in the world as yours?"
"Thou shalt not covet a man's house, nor his wife," said Mr. Oriel. "Perhaps it ought to have been added, nor his position."
"It wouldn't have made much difference. When a man is tempted, the commandments, I believe, do not go for much."
"Do they not, Frank? That's a dangerous doctrine, and one which, if you had my position, you would hardly admit. But what makes you so much out of sorts? Your own position is generally considered about the best which the world has to give."
"Is it? Then let me tell you that the world has very little to give. What can I do? Where can I turn? Oriel, if there be an empty, lying humbug in the world, it is the theory of high birth and pure blood, which some of us endeavour to maintain. Blood, indeed! If my father had been a baker, I should know by this time where to look for my livelihood. As it is, I am told of nothing but my blood. Will my blood ever get me half a crown?"
And then the young democrat walked on again in solitude, leaving Mr. Oriel in doubt as to the exact line of argument which he had meant to inculcate. Chapter 39.
Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom.